Yeah, hell yeah, dude. What do you think I've been doing like all weekend?
Oh,
Well, yeah, weather permitting, but I don't feel comfortable driving in the rain quite yet. But oh shit! But I did. Yeah, I rode it quite a bit. It's a really fucking fun toy. I'm not gonna lie. Much more fun than a car. That's for damn sure.
those are the only sources of fun, car or motorcycle. Outside of that, there's no fun to be had.
True. True. You make all my
Did you
points for
get
me.
to invest in full protective gear, a helmet, gloves, whatever, leather jacket,
I have a helmet, and that's good enough, really.
a motorcycle helmet?
Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Don't worry. Actual on-road, designated DOT approved motorcycle helmet. So
Okay. And how fast have you test ridden?
quite. I mean, I've maxed it out already. I mean, it's again, it's a cheat. It's not like a super. Doesn't have a shit ton of the CCs, but it's fun. It's fun.
I'm assuming you bought it like secondhand.
No,
So,
I got it brand new.
oh, okay. Well, are you able to say what brand?
It's a Honda. Honda has a
Okay.
lot of like really affordable like initial options, and of course I've never ridden a motorcycle before, besides like when I
Mhm.
first got it. So I just wanted to make sure to get something cheap to make sure in case I hate it, would be able to not waste a shit ton of money on it. But I love it, so it's no problem.
What color is it?
It is it's a nice dark green kind of sleek thing.
Dark green. Interesting. Hmm.
Yeah, I like it.
And do you have other fellow motorcycle riders as friends now?
I'm trying. It's hard. The problem is they all go way faster than I do, and so I don't know how to keep up with them right now. I gotta wait until I get good enough to keep up with them.
Did you consult with them on the purchase?
Yeah, for sure. But keep in mind, like they're going like 200 or probably miles an hour, like hitting the highway and shit. They're going like, I mean, not exactly 200, but not too far off. So
I see. Well, hoping for the best. I still think it's a really dumb purchase. But
it's
you
I
you do you.
so don't regret it though. It's so much fun. Like
Yeah, no, well, yeah, nobody regrets a motorcycle purchase until they die
yeah,
or
yeah, yeah. Well,
their mate.
until that day, it's a very good decision.
Well,
Let's say.
I didn't regret owning a gun until whatever it was used against me. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I own a lot of those too. Unless you ask, like, unless the ATF is asking, I will. It's like a Schrodinger's gun owner. Like, anytime the ATF asks me, I will have sold them all by then.
Yeah, I just accidentally lost all my guns in the lake just the other day.
Oh shit! Yeah. No, apparently that happens.
Hmm.
It
Yeah, it's
happens pretty
terrible.
easily.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
happens a lot when the feds come around.
Well, your
Whoa,
audio
we got
sprout is
RoboCop over here.
definitely,
Oh, is it that bad?
It's bad.
yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, you're gonna fix that up.
Are you able to off road with your motorcycle?
I could, yeah.
Well, is it like well?
It's not
I
a
guess you
It's not a specific like
guess you can
off-roading.
off road anything technically, but
Yeah. Like it's like got decent. Well, I mean, I could if I wanted to, but like it's not quite a dirt bike. So that's the next one maybe.
the next starting a bike collection,
We'll see. We'll see.
just a series of unwise decisions.
Would you expect anything less, Corey?
Actually, I expected more. Actually, a lot more.
Hmm.
Given how you've been transparent about some of your concerns and fears in the past, but like yeah, motorcycles, it all goes out the window.
Yeah, germs are so much more scary than
Germs is.
severe bodily trauma. Seriously, I don't know why it is.
You
Whoa, you're at least for me, it's very high. Your audio.
Yeah, for me
I'm
too.
sorry, guys.
That's okay. My ears can take it.
looking. Okay, hold on. I don't see anything else.
So you've just been riding all weekend, Lactoid.
Whenever I get a spare moment, yeah.
And well, yeah. So well, you said you maxed it out. So I'm assuming you have areas that whatever or
Testing.
free.
Is this better?
That's much better.
Yeah. So
Are you
I
avoiding the law at all times?
I haven't maxed it out. Like I should rephrase. Like I've gone relatively quickly on the roads that have the speed. I have not broken any speed limit laws. How about that? If that makes sense.
Mm.
I don't know the area. Like, are there speed limit
Oh.
laws in your area?
Yes, there are speed
Okay.
limit laws in my area. Yes. I don't live in Germany. They're not on the Autobahn.
Or are you just doing donuts in your backyard that you brag about?
No. We're not doing donuts in the backyard.
Okay. Hopefully everything is working. Hold on. I don't think it is. Damn it. Are people not hearing me now?
No,
We hear you.
I hear you
No. I mean, like,
on the stream.
yeah.
I can
Fuck.
check.
Oh no, they're not. One second. No, it's 1 second. I just because everything got fucked up. Let me.
Oh yeah,
add
it seems
this.
like the stream is muted.
Yeah. You guys can keep talking.
Oh, did anybody watch Mad Max Furiosa?
I heard it's really good. I'm watching all the Mad Maxes right now
Well,
in
so I like-
preparation.
but apparently, well,
Testing. There we go.
just about all movies are tanking weekend after weekend.
I've read that basically all the reviewers are saying that this is the definitive Chris Hemsworth performance is his best performance of his career, is what all the reviews are saying.
Well, he's not like a bad actor, but nothing ever really stands out in terms of performance. He's a good like comedic performer, but like aside from that, I've never been overly impressed or dissatisfied to see. But whatever. I mean, I can totally see if he's going over the top for this movie. Like that's a step above. Yeah, I definitely want to see it.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
I've heard others say that was like less than, like not
Really?
not bad, but just like less than. I haven't seen it, so
The
Well,
only
did you-
complaint
did
I've
you
heard
like
is that
Fury
it kind
Road?
of drags on. Yeah.
I did like Fury Road. I
great.
liked it a lot. That was a really good film. Surprisingly good.
Speaking of
but-
motorcycles, and the Lactoids in the next.
Hell yeah. I like the idea of engine themed things now. So I'll make sure to check it out.
what were they called? Was it Chrome Boys or something like that?
The War Boys.
War Boys or the War Boys, but they
The
like
War
would spray
Pups,
their
Yeah. The
face
shiny
around.
and chrome forever. I literally just watched it.
Yeah.
That's because their idea of heaven is like heaven's all chrome, right?
Yeah.
Hala, I think.
I mean, they and because they rode motorcycles, they made their way to that heaven awfully quickly. But-
Probably too quickly.
yeah. Lacto, were you telling them that you were not going to get a motorcycle now? With it, you
No, he's
changed
saying
your
that
mind?
he's made the purchase.
I already have one. Yeah.
You did you have one when you were talking to us?
No.
Oh,
Within
no.
I literally went through the whole process within within 1 day. Within one day, I was like, I went and got the license and then bought the vehicle.
After our conversation, he was more motivated than ever. He had a motorcycle.
All right.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I hope it works out for you. But take it easy, right? Like maybe like go to, you know how like they got those like little bike park for kids, you know, like just like you like a
Yeah,
tricycle.
yeah.
Anywhere you see like a tricycle is a place where you want to be, right? And just like
That's how I feel, honestly, when I'm like, because, it's a new purchase. And so I'm like reaching out to the people I know who have motorcycles. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
check it out. Like, I'm just getting used to going 35. It's pretty sick. And of course, they got their ridiculous like machines that are going, they're going well past the speed limit and, outrunning away from the cops and everything. And I can't do that.
yeah. Hold on, Spartacus is not in here. What happened? He's
yeah.
having trouble?
He's having some
I pulled him in, like,
voice
twice.
issues.
Yeah. Spartacus, you having trouble? Okay. Yeah. Well, Just I keep us abreast. And if one day, like I send you an invite and you don't respond, I'm going to assume you died in a fiery car crash. That's 100% the only thing. You always respond, so if you don't, I'm assuming you're dead.
It's a
Okay.
fair assumption. Yeah.
Actually, from
I mean,
now on,
give me at least
okay,
24 hours to confirm, like, I'm not dead, though, before you start lamenting and mourning me on your next show.
from now
Okay.
on, okay, for the future Prime panels, I want a weekly, like, you got to stand up, make sure, I want to see you have your legs intact, like, yeah.
I understand the safety concerns, but I really want to emphasize like how fun it is. Like it's so much fun. Like you
believe
every
you.
like yeah you for the
You
first
went
time
through this. Russian
especially.
roulette is also fun.
It's like,
You're not
well,
doing it.
I mean, a little maybe. I've never tried that, but like this is probably more fun than that, honestly.
You haven't tried both, or you haven't tried the Russian
I
roulette.
guess
At the same time, special kind of love there. But yeah, but yeah, just please take it easy, friend. And that's all I ask.
Well,
Uh,
I'm curious if you want to share, like, what do your friends and family think, or do you come from a family of motorcycle riders?
Half his family is European. No. You know.
You
I
come from
haven't
a family of Vespa riders.
I haven't told my family, and they're not gonna.
I think that says it all.
Because I fear them much more than I fear dying on a motorcycle. I'm not even kidding.
I believe. Well, yeah, I think that speaks to the decision, and that it's an unwise decision.
No, I know that they're going to get all pissy about it, okay? It's a very wise decision. They just haven't done the utilitarian analysis that I have. Okay?
Of course, yeah.
I thought about it. I can like justify this philosophically. A, the amount of utils I'm getting out of operating the motorcycle far outpaces any kind of negative utility associated with the risk, but also arguably even under consent ethics, because I have a lower risk of hurting somebody else on a motorcycle. It's better for me.
Well, I don't know that that's true.
Is my sound better now?
Oh, a lot
we
better.
can hear you.
Yeah, definitely seems back to normal.
Well, hold on. A lighter vehicle is less likely to be able to hurt somebody else, I would assume.
Well, there's one, speed, and two, like, I don't know about the how careful motorcycle riders are in general. I remember looking at the stats actually fairly recently after the conversation, and like the fatality rate, both including the motorcycle rider and the pedestrians, doesn't look all that great.
No. I know that motorcyclists are in much more danger.
No, I'm talking about
You're talking
pedestrians,
about
as in
pedestrians, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't believe you. Unless you have stats on this, are there stats
yeah.
that
I'll
read it, because are motorcycles more likely to hurt a pedestrian?
I'm curious if like they're less likely to follow like traffic laws, because hey, I'm on a motorcycle, then that equals
True.
pedestrian death. Yeah.
So that's a confounding variable, right? So
Mm.
I would assume that a motorcyclist who follows the law, because it's a lighter vehicle, is probably going to be less likely to kill somebody,
I would assume.
right? Because in those pickup trucks, right? First of all, they're massive, but then also their
Yeah.
field of vision is just so like fucked up they can't even see children running in front of their kids, or children
There
running in front of
is-
their trucks.
There's a YouTube channel it's called like Just for Bikes or something like that. And they like showed this demonstration of from like one of these, like I believe it was a truck, but it might have been like an SUV, right? One of the modern huge fucking SUVs. And there's a name for this term, but I don't know what it is. But basically, it's like your point of view, like from the driver, like how far down you can see, right? Like how like like that angle, like how much you miss basically in front of the truck. And they like stacked children, like literally they just got like a bunch of like 4 to 7 year olds, and they just had them like sit on the street in front of this car, and it was like 7 children deep or something before you could actually see the top of the head of one. Yeah. and,
I
and,
can
like,
see any child on my motorcycle. I can see regardless of height. It's very easy to see.
there's no excuse for when you
He
decide.
uses a targeting
excuses.
system.
Exactly.
That's what he's saying. I can see them in my direct line of sight.
True, I can, and I gotta really watch out for puddles too, because
Yeah, that could be dangerous. But yeah, the point was that like that angle of blindness has been increasing, and so many deaths like from these trucks are happening from like children, maybe your own children, because you're pulling into a driveway and you just don't see them, and it's really unfortunate.
No, it
Yeah.
is, and I'll tell you this: like a lot of accidents that I see are involving pickup trucks specifically, and the thing I do hear a lot is I just didn't see them, which is gonna be right because the field of view on those pickup trucks is so like even if you're a tall person, you still have a difficult time seeing over the hood, and a lot of the accidents that I see, they're like these 5'2" women that
Oh my
I'm
God.
surprised they can see over the wheel. And yeah, they won't even see cars. They'll hit cars and they'll never have seen them before the impact.
Well, that's just
It's
because
crazy.
women are bad drivers. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I've driven a pickup truck my whole life. I've never once been in an accident that was my fault. You
the
know?
estrogen does like give them cataracts. That's a well.
I looked into this actually one time. Men have more accidents overall, but per mile driven, men do have fewer accidents than women. It's true.
Well, it's also because men probably drive more because
Exactly.
women just want to be passenger princesses the whole time.
All right. Yeah, okay. I haven't heard
This is
that one.
statistically backed. Let me just tell you.
But yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so hello everyone. We're doing the reverie. Again, these are the guys. We got our friend Sprouticus here. We haven't had here a long time, and I'm really happy to see him. You're in that same room that you were last time. It was like because you had just moved in. But do you have carpeting or something on the floor? Is that black stuff is on the ground?
Oh
Looks like
no,
you-
that's my guitar case.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's still hardwood. In a couple weeks though, I should be back in my original house. It should be finished. So looking forward to a couple weeks being back in my original house, which the office is carpeted, so I won't have the sound issues I'm having right now. So just looking forward to get out of the rental and back into the house that I own. So
Yeah, it's not. It sounds not so bad, just so you know, right? Like, it's fine. But yeah, I'm glad that everything's getting back together. In case you guys don't remember, our friend Sproticus's house had a little fire, a touch of fire, and that was really unfortunate.
on
But
camera.
everyone's safe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But everyone's okay, and you're getting your house back, which is fantastic news. I'm really happy for you, friend.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, yeah, it was crazy, but it was good. Everyone's safe, and we're getting back to normal here soon. So
Yeah.
Well, I have an objection for Corey actually. So I own a motorcycle and I've never had an accident on the motorcycle. But Sprout had a
like 40
Sprout had a
hours of-
well, hold on. Sprout had a house and there was an accident. So which one is truly more dangerous to own?
Well, I don't know the nature of the accident. For all I know, someone set fire to his house.
it was a faulty product that was sold by a company.
Oh,
Sounds like you need a lawyer. Actually, not even kidding you.
My insurance company already has them, so
Okay.
and also from what I understand, well, like correct me if I'm wrong, but like no one thankfully was injured or died as a result of the accident.
oh no, it's only property damage.
Yeah, as opposed to for motorcycles. Okay, if you look at injury rates and fatality rates,
But I've never been injured, Corey.
Here, let me read. Okay, road traffic injuries in the WHO
Those
region
death rates
of the
can't be right. I
Americas.
never died.
But I haven't. Sure, that look, stats are just a history of what's happened to other people. Has it happened to me though? That's my question for you.
Yeah, super logical, of course. But either way,
Like I said,
killed an
Corey, those death
estimated
rates can't be right. I've never
155,000
died.
people.
Exactly. Thank you, Sprout.
Can't be
I'm
right.
trying to convince Corey of this, but he just doesn't
And
understand.
then, which is why Lactoid, you shouldn't wear condoms, right? Like it's never you've never gotten the disease before, so
Who
You
wears
you
condoms
make a
nowadays?
good point. You make a good point.
It's on record. Blackwood is now bareback from now on.
he's gonna follow his friend Doobie, who never wears condoms. In case you didn't know, it's a big thing.
Oh, I didn't
We
know
all-
that.
No, you definitely you forgot about it. No, you've forgotten about it because we've had conversations here about Doobie.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait. Who wears condoms? Is just a myth. They're not good for anything.
Okay.
Not good for anything at all. Like,
Yeah, maybe it's like water balloons or something.
okay.
No, Corey, you're gonna like this, right? Because on that note, I remember in high school sitting by this kid. He what I remember about this kid most is that like he was in like the junior ROTC, right? He was gonna go to the Air Force, and I hope it worked out for him because he was a nice guy. But like, I remember we were sitting in history class because I think that's when he said ahead of me. In any case, the topic of condoms came up, and he was like, condoms don't work. He turned back to me. He was like, condoms don't work, right? Like the holes, right? Like condoms have holes in them, right? Like, and he used the top of the classroom, right? Like the space of the ceiling of the classroom, right? Like if you picture the holes of a condom, right? Then HIV is like a tennis ball, and it just goes right. I was like, what?
This is actually interesting. I've heard the exact same thing about COVID.
Is this
and
kid named Gibbs, by the way?
initially when the
Listen,
masks were coming out, right?
sounds-
I mean, that's what people
sounds-
are arguing
yeah.
about that too.
I mean,
Yeah,
I fucking
yeah.
said it because I got actually in trouble with the military with this one because I was in uniform and someone caught me doing this on Snapchat and then posted it to their Snapchat story, and I got in trouble for it because it went on social media. But either way, I had the mask on and I'm like, and I said like these cotton masks don't do anything because they literally don't. If you're wearing a cotton or a fabric mask, it's literally doing nothing. But that's beyond the point. I vaped through my mask and then blew it out and it went back through my mask. Or parts of it went back through my mask with some of it, most of it coming out the sides. But needless to say, like it proved that the mask was inefficient at stopping water vapor. So why would we trust it to stop COVID? Like,
And you got in trouble for this, right?
yeah.
I'm not gonna touch
But
that.
it was simply
Come on,
because
man.
I was in.
Well,
Oh yeah,
Right
Corey.
there.
Yeah, go for it. I want to hear your breakdown, Corey. What are you thinking there? You don't think it's like a
Well-
chain link fence or no?
No, I don't think condoms are like a chain link fence or mask, or I don't think everything breaks down to a chain link fence. I
No,
don't
but
think-
Corey.
What if I
about
hit a
co-
chain link
like,
fence
Okay,
on
wait,
my
no, no,
motorcycle?
Sprout.
A cotton mask.
No. Okay, Sprout. Do you know the difference between? Can you tell me the difference between a micrometer and nanometer? Does that scale at all?
No, I know they're
Okay,
different.
well, the fact that
sizes.
you don't understand size at that level shows, okay, that it's hard for you to conceptualize. I don't blame you, okay, but like, yeah, I don't want to get down to like virology and the size of viruses, okay, and pore size, but there's a
No,
reason
please
why we
do.
have these
But I've
metrics
looked
of
at
like,
studies for
mic-
this. These masks don't work unless they're medical grade.
well, so we can get into the conversation of like cotton versus surgical grade versus, N95, all that stuff.
That's what I'm just talking about. Cotton. I'm not talking about the rest of it. I'm talking about cotton. The people that were wearing basically shirts over their mouths to.
No, so if you're gonna ask them if it blocks your like vape, whatever
It's a
smoke.
sneeze guard. That's all it is.
Yes, it is. It's pretty much to reduce droplets, whatever droplets that you would potentially spray out.
But
it's not
it
necessarily
doesn't
going
do
to-
anything coming in. Was
but
my
it's-
point.
The mask was never really, or like generally speaking, it's not necessarily used to prevent you getting infected. Or at least it's not usually the guiding principle. It might have some sort of effect, but it's usually to prevent their spread.
Yeah. So like the
Oh
mask,
well, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm never wearing a mask again.
their
if it's
mask
that
protects
reason.
you. Your mask protects them. Not like the other way around.
No, I understand that part. What I'm saying is that the cotton, like the shirt, is ineffective as to what they're doing.
It depends. Like,
There's some effectiveness to it, but the non-effectiveness to it is not a non-zero number. There's definitely a certain percentage of
Well, that's a very different
non-effectiveness.
claim now.
well, yeah.
Look.
So like,
First you said they
this-
do nothing. Now you
yeah.
say, well,
No,
they,
I'm saying
they do
this-
it won't
something,
stop.
but
It won't
this
stop
overlaps.
COVID.
This overlaps perfectly with like contraception. People can't understand like a spectrum of like, yeah, the pullout has a certain effectiveness versus a condom versus an IUD versus certain things combined. Just as there's a spectrum of like, yeah, you know, a cotton and your shirt and a surgical mask and a KN95, but it's always a binary for some people. It's like it's either 100% protection or it's like doing nothing at all. But maybe there's something in
What
between.
about like my gas mask with a bong attached to it? Will that stop the COVID from getting to me, or am I going to get it through the
Wait.
bong receptacle?
Well, if you're asking me if you just put a gas mask on a bong, I agree that it's not going to do anything if you're not wearing the gas mask.
No,
Well, I
Oh,
have
he's
one.
always
Do I
wearing
need-
the mask. He's always wearing that though at the party.
Yeah, do I need to show the mask that I'm talking about? I have one in the other room.
No,
Yeah,
I
you can put
go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah.
you
Yeah,
can
we'll-
put a
we'll see how
bong
effective
on
this
anything. Yeah.
But I guess
that's definitely
I,
good. But
I
go ahead.
guess Corey. So like I guess I don't understand how you're not getting what I'm saying is that wearing something that's cotton as a mask is not going to help that person at all. It's going to have some effectiveness of being a sneeze guard of protecting of like helping other people,
Sprout.
but wearing it
Sprout,
will not
just-
protect them
just-
at all.
Sprout, just tell us, what do you think is what do you mean by the word helping, right? Like, what is that mask? Like, what is the goal that's not achieving?
The goal of someone wearing a cotton mask would theoretically be that it would make it safer for other people, that less COVID would contaminate the air, etc., and so on. If someone sneezed, go on and go forth. But what I mean by not helping that person in particular is that when they're breathing in, they're going to breathe in air that's from outside that mask. It doesn't matter. There's no filter to it. Literally, it just has to be able to go. It has to be able to go in in between cotton, which it can easily do. But I'm just suggesting that it's not assisting them in any way. Whereas if they wore a mask with a ventilator, then that would be an assistance to them. But wearing a cotton mask was no assistance to them.
well, I'm glad we learned today that Sprout doesn't believe in sneeze guards. So next time he
Yeah.
goes into the buffet,
The
and
home
he sees
country
two
buffet.
lines. The one without the sneeze guard is probably going to have a smaller line.
No,
Might as well go to that
I want to
one.
speak to the manager to get this sneeze guard
all
removed.
I'm
It's not
So
doing
like,
anything.
how
No, what
effective
I-
would this be if I
So,
walked into
okay.
like Walmart or like HEB in the midst of the
You should
COVID
try
outbreak?
that. Yeah.
I
You
go.
just walked
I think
in.
it would
and
be
was like,
effective
hey,
in
I
getting
think
you
it
a less-
would because it would encourage social
go.
distancing.
I go. I think that's. I think it's. I don't know. I think it's a bad faith take of what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that. I don't know. I just feel like I feel like the way you put it is a bad faith like interpretation of what I'm trying to say.
Aiko is usually bad faith. I
Well,
agree.
I assumed that you meant what you said, so maybe you didn't. In which case, I can give you
I'm
more
not
faith, right?
against sneeze guards, right? But at the same time,
Okay,
I'm
so
saying,
you're not against cloth
I'm
masks
saying
either.
I'm saying that is the only benefit it is providing. I'm against cotton mask when it comes. I'm against cotton mask when it comes to a disease, yes, or when it comes to like a virus, yes, because when it comes to a virus, the cotton mask is ineffective at protecting yourself. So I'm against it. I mean, it's gonna work as a sneeze guard to some effect, right? Cotton's not a great sneeze guard, right? They
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
they don't make the sneeze guards at a buffet cotton for a reason.
What it's supposed to do, and anybody can know if somebody does sneeze with a mask on, what you'll notice is you don't feel that stream of air like you otherwise would, right? So it's slowing down a jet stream
Right.
of particles
Where
going in
I'm
your
not,
direction.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing
Right,
with
so
the
that-
sneeze
so
guard.
that
So I'm saying
helps.
that is the sole purpose of a cotton mask would be sneeze guard.
Yeah, but how's that a bad thing? That's a good thing, right? It's better than nothing. It's
It
not,
would be better if it was okay.
right? Like
Okay.
you said, it's non-zero.
I'm making the suggestion it would be better to have air purified or ventilated in some way to not allow viruses through. Would be
If that's
a
your
better
binary
option.
choice, yeah. But what if you could do both? What if you could have a Corsi Rosenthal box in the room, and also there's a mask in your pocket that you could put on?
I'm not asking about both. They were only doing one, and that was my issue.
That's it. That's the
Wait
only
a minute,
world we're
who's
living in.
only-
It's
why
only
would you only
bandana
do
or
one?
nothing.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that or nothing. I'm saying that or like it needed to be better. It's all I'm saying.
Well, so like I agree
I'm
with
all
you.
for upgrading the quality of masks that are available to people.
Like,
That's a
would
good
I
thing.
want to walk into my doctor's office and have them a T-shirt around their face? No, but like if what's accessible to someone at the time for like general public is like some sort of like cotton mask or some sort of cloth, like yeah, that is that's a decent sneeze guard and pretty much like it's limited to that. But if everyone can wear a ventilator mask in the appropriate setting, like obviously I'd go with that, but that's obviously like inconvenient and not practical.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time
N95s
early in the
were
pandemic
widely
where
available.
N95 masks were not available, right? So
N95s were widely available by the
Yeah. Then
by,
everyone
like,
should have
by,
an N95.
by
Yeah,
like
of
that
course.
last hill. N95 was widely available. It didn't matter though. Everyone was wearing these paper or not paper, these cotton masks that like
It's
didn't
gone from
do
cotton to
shit.
paper to tissue paper
No,
to
so-
cheesecloth.
So no, all I'm saying is it's like cotton. I don't know. It's like these cotton masks. I don't know how to
Yeah,
explain it. Like
haven't really,
Hanes sold them. Like I don't know what
Fruit
else
of the
to call
loom
them.
What's wrong
masks.
with Hanes? You don't trust Hanes to make a good mask?
No,
it
I'm
was
just
guys
saying.
of like who like had done like one of the sorority panty raids, right? And they had panties over their heads.
I saw that. I saw that they weren't letting anybody into like HEB, and this guy was like, "I don't have a mask," and his wife like had her mask on. They're like, "Well, you can't come in." So he walked outside and like grabbed a pair of her like underwear and walked back in with like her panties wrapped around his face as his mask. And they're like, "Okay, well, I guess you can come in." I was like, "That's when I stopped wearing masks." At that point, I didn't care if that was like, we're gonna get got.
I will say there's there's opinions that I can't share on Twitch, but one thing I will say is the masks were probably a good idea, and maybe not in every context, but we can talk about that later. One thing that I think that we should, I'm surprised we haven't been wearing masks in like food service and medical facilities. That like those two should have been like the whole time. Like we should have always been wearing masks in that shit. But no, like the Chuck E. Cheese employee was blowing like candles on a cake or it's
It builds
disgusting.
immunity. It's just good for him.
Okay, sure.
That's not how the immune
But
system works.
when I'm like eating food or whatever, I feel more comfortable knowing that
He's
like,
got a
hey,
double doctorate.
they wore gloves, they wore a mask, right? They weren't, they washed their hands after using the bathroom, right? Basic common sense shit. Yeah,
Admiral
pretty
Gibbs.
weird that we didn't do that the whole time, and then the pandemic happened,
That's-
and we're probably not going to do that
You know
anymore.
who was
Watch
doing that
there.
the whole time? China. They've been doing it for decades.
Admiral
Yeah, do you want to be
Gibbs.
more
Yeah,
like
they
social
overdid it
China,
though.
by
They
the
were
way?
no, hold on, wait. They had the masks on even in public and shit. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
This is socialist lactose.
Well, hold on. Socialist because I think that people making my food shouldn't be sneezing, and they should wash their hands after they use the restroom.
The
Is
heat
that-
will kill the germs. It'll be fine. Anything a lot stronger, you're at your.
please, God, if you've worked in food service, don't. Please don't.
Capitalists live
All
on
my
the
life.
edge, God damn it, right? Only like pansy socialists, right, who
Yeah,
are
man,
concerned
it's-
about these things, right? Like, yeah, Corey and I, like, sure, like we're terrified, but for you, right? I mean, you're a real man. You're red-blooded.
Yeah.
But hospitals,
Sorry,
hospitals,
and-
Gibbs, should
and-
hospital staff should they obviously they should be able to they should be
No,
wearing
we can
masks?
just listen. If they're not living, surviving, then we're calling the week. It'll be
Should a
all right.
cancer ward
Ad-
and
so,
nurses and
ad-
doctors there, okay?
Admiral Gibbs, were you the type of person that like went out and purposely like tried to get COVID that way you'd be immune from it?
No, I was one of those that was like going to the underground speakeasies and fucking getting wasted and like doing drugs. And like I wasn't real. Listen, I was like,
So
oh, it's
business
COVID.
as usual, basically.
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
I'm
I was like,
hearing.
is COVID gonna kill me? Nah, more likely this cocaine cut with fentanyl is. But hey, fuck it, it'll be all right, and we'll see. I caught COVID. I had no symptoms, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. This is weak.
How about the fentanyl? I mean, any symptoms from
I
that?
haven't
Or?
died from that yet, so we're doing all right. My wallet's good. My
And
heart's
according to
good.
Lactoid, if you haven't died from it yet, it's never going to happen.
Good
Yeah.
point. You know what? Gibbs, you're right. My bad. That's a good
Yeah.
Go
point.
all out, put everything up your nose. It's
It's
gonna
called,
work.
it's called
But
building
everything.
building a tolerance. That's the shit I do. So like, listen, just like they used to like drink a little bit of poison back in the day to build up your immunity to that. Same concept here.
A little bit of nightshade, right? Tickle
Yeah.
lips, right?
Little Stein High
Well-
again.
There's a show. I'm pretty sure it's called I think it's called Alone. It's a survivalist show, and I just watched one episode. The dude who won it, the reason he won is because since he was a child, he's been like drinking like dirty like water from Mexico, right? Like he's been drinking like gutter water, and so he's built up this immunity to like God knows how many parasites. So he was like the one of them that was not getting sick from parasites, like while they were out in the woods, like surviving. And it's like you can't argue with the results. Like he is the one who made it because he's got all the nematodes living in his
Yeah.
lower
Yeah,
intestine.
the old guy had survived.
And let's talk
And
about
if
all
you
his
can't trust
siblings.
reality shows, who can you trust?
Yeah. And all his siblings who are dead.
That's
That
solid
didn't make
data
it
right
there
there.
instead. Come on.
Yeah, the
But
cold,
yeah,
the weak,
he
the
can't-
strong survived.
Yeah, that's true. There you go. Uh,
This is for a better human race. That's what we're saying. We're like going to be
oh
better.
God.
It's always better to beat Christopher Columbus than to get Columbus, and that's what we're going to do to the aliens. All right, that's the secret.
Oh, like War of the Worlds. It's a good point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh wow.
It's a good movie.
Didn't they all die? in the
Yeah,
end?
all
Yeah,
the
they-
aliens
some of
died
diseases?
because we're
The
dirty
aliens
bastards
died,
here on
yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
the aliens
yeah,
died.
they died from microorganisms.
Mm-hmm. The humans got
Right.
them with the
Yeah.
microorganisms.
Spoiler
So,
alert.
They
Back
should
from
have worn
1930s.
masks.
If you haven't heard it until then,
Yeah.
it's your fault.
The Tom Cruise one was actually pretty good.
Yeah,
Really, really
I liked it. I liked it.
Okay, so that was a preamble. So thanks. Well, just thanks all for being here. I like to it. Echo, Sprouticus, Admiral Gibbs, and Corey Campbell. You guys are all fantastic. Love you so much. But I so what I was thinking, I was watching this video by FD Signifier, his latest video. Are you guys familiar with FD? Corey is because he's a lefty, right? Anyone else? Yes, no. Just tell me. Yes, no.
I've heard the
No.
name, but I
No.
don't know much about it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Because you're all white.
I'm not.
Asian.
I've watched at
Bounce.
least 2 Boondocks episodes. Prime. I don't
Oh,
know.
there you go.
And
And-
every
there's
episode of
also
The Wire.
And there's also the Foo Foo. So we can't forget that. But no, he's a black content creator, and what he was talking about is basically how black people have been trying to imitate and infiltrate like the white patriarchy, right? And all the ways that it fails. I that look on Lactoid's face is exactly the look that I expected from him, which is why I'm bringing this up. The point that he was getting, I haven't finished the video. It's a long video. It's like hour and 40 minutes. But he starts off talking about this individual. Was it Derek Jackson? I don't know. I had my first time hearing about that individual. But basically, he was like one of those types who gave advice to women about how to get a man. Like this is how to make that happen. But more importantly, what he separated him from the rest is that like he acknowledges the failings of men. Like, okay, this is how men take advantage of women and all that stuff, and this is what you need to look out for. And for his group, his cohort, it was actually quite useful what he was doing. But in the end, he never actually challenged the structures of patriarchy. That like these gender roles that we've kind of like forced ourselves to conform to. And that's what FD Signifier was like trying to get around to. And he goes to the history of like how black people in this country, black Americans, have tried to conform to white patriarchal status. So that like at first, we tried that when we got off the plantations, but it didn't go so well for us because of the violence that was met. And then during the civil rights movement, you had more revolutionary thinking where people are moving away from that. For instance, like the Black Panthers, they had an idea of like being egalitarian between the races, or not, excuse me, sexes, and like women had equal status, even though there was still a lot of sexism happening in there. But whatever, right? But the goal was to like dismantle that patriarchy. But FD Signifier brings up the point that once like the bills were passed, right? The civil rights bills were passed. There was a lot of immediate conformity, right? And now that we had access to these jobs, into these housing, into capital to a certain extent, right? People conform. So like a lot of those revolutionaries became suburbanites, right? And that became aspirational, is to have the family with the wife and the husband, and the 2 kids, and hopefully in a suburban
A
house or
white
whatever.
picket.
White picket, yeah, white picket fence. Brown, if you're like, if you're bringing some ethnic flavor to it, you know, to blame it like, was it like red, green, and black, right? The colors, but in any case, and so the whole point is like pushing back against that like all we're doing is like working towards a system that doesn't really work for white people, but works less for black people. And into where I'm going with this, because I'm not going to ask you that, you don't have to comment on the black experience. I'm here, but what I wanted to know is like one, do you think the patriarchy exists? Right? Do you think that's a thing, or that's just like a buzzword that leftists, socialists like me, go around? And if you do think it exists, well, actually, we'll start there. Do you think it even exists? And we'll move on from there.
Broad fucking question.
Yeah, just however you define it, we'll go from there.
No, I'll say no. What do you guys think?
Okay.
I lean towards overall yes. Definitely better than it was, 20, 30 years ago, but still overall lean towards patriarchy.
Okay.
I think different parts of our society like have different roles, and in some of those roles, men have a lot of advantages, and there are more situations where men have advantages than when men do. If that's one's definition of patriarchy, then yes, it exists. Um, it's a mix of voluntary. Well, we shouldn't say voluntary. It's a mix of where people are doing this for consent because they just like choose to
Incidental
give people these
patriarchy.
roles, and maybe it's useful to certain people to have those roles. And then also there's certain aspects of it that people are really pressured to sort of perform, both men and women, because it's always been that way. It was that way for their parents, and it was that way for their parents, and so on. And these sorts of things have a cultural momentum, one might say. And yeah, you could call that patriarchy. Sometimes I think the vocabulary for a lot of these things is a little bit loaded. And I think patriarchy could be one of those terms. But yeah, like by the definition, by what it's supposed to mean, yeah, it does exist.
Okay, Sprout.
No, I don't think it exists.
Okay, and I'm not sure if you answered Gibbs, but
No, yeah, I'm like kind of like a hybrid between Ico and Lactoid here. I'd say that there are definite roles that people have based off like their abilities and physical abilities. Like like if you look at men and women's sports, there's just a drastic difference in like physical prowess. But overall, I think it boils down to a more important concept, and that's not the patriarchy. I think it's that it's everything's competition based, and so there are always going to be winners and losers. Anybody that's complaining about the patriarchy is just a loser.
yeah, well, that's a statement. I appreciate that.
It's almost definitionally true, actually, right? Because you're making the claim to being on the losing side if you're complaining about the patriarchy,
Exactly.
right?
So then it exists.
So
Exactly.
right, if it exists,
Winners and losers is all I'm saying.
to exist is to be proven right that you're a loser in that dynamic.
Yeah, don't tell them that. They don't like that.
Well, no, that's what they're.
Wait.
Yeah, but-
Is it because men are? Hold on. We all agree, hopefully, that like men being stronger is not proof of the patriarchy. Like, is that? I think we're all in agreement. It's
No,
not proof. Right?
I don't think it's proof of the patriarchy,
Okay,
but
great.
but
It might be
as-
something that triggers the patriarchy, right? It might be
But-
something that enables the patriarchy to exist.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
okay,
It's not
there's
in
flip,
itself
there's
a-
flip
the
sides, right?
patriarchy.
Like we don't
Sure.
send like when we do like here in America, we don't conscript women to go be frontline soldiers, right? When we have the draft, right? It's men that are going. So there are like inherent advantages to being a man, I guess per se, and then like patriarchy. But then there's also like major difference advantages, like hey, guess what? You might be drafted up to go fight in the Ukraine war that we don't really want to be fighting in the first place.
Yeah.
Like
yeah. So multiple things. One, like we acknowledge that men, have physical advantages over women, right?
and mental,
And that's why. But I don't believe that like that in itself means the patriarchy exists, right? Because we have matriarchal societies in this world, and men still have those advantages. Like, so that's not inherent to it. But so like that's why I don't need to bring in the sports thing, right? We can move past that. That's like not important for this particular topic. But then you bring in wars, which is interesting because and after he brings it up, and other people bring up this point as well, is that men are also hurt by the patriarchy, which is something that like is missed in these conversations. So men who aren't at the top, the patriarchy only works for the men at the very top, right? For everyone else to get screwed in various ways. The goal is to get closer to the top, however you can, right? And there's many ways to do it, but for most, it's inaccessible. And so if you're below that, then yes, you are one of the ones. If you are a white male, white, straight, cis male, but you were born in some rural environment, or you're just poor in general, right? You're going to be drafted, right? You're going to be, or not, if not drafted, be put in an economic situation that makes the army like your only way out. And then you're going to be set to go fight wars. So that would be like part of the patriarchy there as well.
Would you say that we lived in a white cis hetero patriarchy, Prime? Would you say that?
I mean, I guess. Yeah, yeah, sure. So I would say that at the top, like those would be the most likely beneficiaries. But like when you say white cis hetero patriarchy, it sounds like, I think to most people, that like if you fit that definition, then you must have the most advantages. But no, you're not rich. You're not powerful. At least no one here is. If so, then sub to the channel, like donate like a lot, please. Thank you. That'd be helpful. But since if you're watching this, you're probably not all that powerful. So if you do fit those demographic descriptions, it doesn't mean that your life is easy or anything like that, right? This is the point I just made.
What would you define as a patriarchy specifically?
Yeah, it's tough, right? I think it's like a system that that strictly defines gender roles. And in these gender roles, males have an advantage, right? In that role and within society. And this, it may not necessarily have to be like something written down, but it's the structures of that society, the mechanisms that benefit one gender and disadvantage the other. And but these benefits are conferred based on also your economic status. And based on your economic status. So the more money you have, the more you can take advantage of the patriarchy. But it's still, so many people are vulnerable to it. So even if you are a white cis male, you can still be vulnerable to it in various ways. I don't know, it wasn't really a tight definition, but
Could you give me an example?
America.
No. Like within America, what would you say is like what makes America patriarchal? Because I'm assuming we would agree there's nothing like legal. It's not like an on the books kind of thing. You would argue maybe it's like some kind of social structure that's in place.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's look at government, right? The fact that most of our lawmakers are still white males, right? And like
Above
almost
like
definitely
60 or 70.
Yeah,
years
60 years and the geriatric type, right?
No
So
offense.
Do we live in a do we live in a geriocracy then too? Would you say?
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Yeah, but I won't because like I was actually watching a video recently, and like the age of leaders worldwide has been increasing just recently. I think that's like honestly has more to do
They're
with the boomer
cementing their
generation
power.
than anything, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just like the boomer generation like literally won't let go of power. There's just so many of them. Really, there's like and I think that's like we're living in that moment of history until they turn over. But I would just to say that geriocracy is like inherent within our system. I'm not comfortable enough to say that.
Well, hold on, but even a patriarchy wouldn't be inherent.
Wait, what do
in
you
our
mean by a
system.
geriocracy?
Well, so prime point. Well, the reason. Okay, I'm guessing like I just made up the term. I'm guessing it means like rule by old
That is,
people.
there is
Oh,
a geography.
No. Oh, yeah. You mean gerontocracy?
Gerontocracy. Okay, sure,
Mhm.
whatever it is. But um,
Okay,
the
sorry,
example. Sure, the example that Prime brought up is how a lot of politicians are men. Therefore, and that's evidence that we live in a patriarchy. Then I would assume that because they're also old, then we also live in um, would you call it, Aiko?
Gerontocracy.
A gerontocracy.
Well, I mean, in some senses, like they also old people tend to vote, right? Like once we retire, we got
Sure.
nothing better to do, so we spend a lot more time like figuring out politics and stuff we didn't have time for when we were
Figuring
working,
out
right?
politics.
Yeah.
Just
Are we
then.
talk? Are we talking about how shitty the old people are? Is that what we're doing?
Oh God.
We got
Oh,
two
The
types.
voice of God.
Oh,
my
my
wait,
God.
let me
Got it.
Much better.
Thank you, Prime.
yeah, no problem. I don't
It's
know
been
why it
way
didn't
too
echo
long
for
since
me.
I've done
Yeah, it didn't echo for me for some reason. I don't know why.
So I'm gonna
Okay.
ask a follow-up question, and this is only to make an example. Twitch, please.
Oh,
Would you say we live in a Judeocracy as well, Prime? Because Jews disproportionately are at like in higher levels
Jesus.
in terms of income and leadership positions.
I would not say that.
Mm.
Well, why not, Prime? Why wouldn't you say that?
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you just wouldn't say it. Fair enough.
He especially wouldn't say it on Twitch.
No, no,
Sorry.
I don't. I think it's an interesting question. I mean, like, uh, um, I think in the end, that there are more Christians in places of power. I think you could say that Jews are overrepresented, in those spaces. But I think in the end, like, power rests in the hands of Christian men, more than anything else.
Well, wouldn't
Um,
this just be because of like the numbers, right? We're looking at disproportionate. So the reason why you point out that it's an issue that a lot of lawmakers are men is because arguably they'd be disproportionately men. If America was like 90% men, then we would expect the legislature to be 90% men. Then that wouldn't reflect any kind of bias. But
Yeah.
when you look at disproportionate based on population size, would that signal an archy here? So if we look at any kind of ethnic or racial or
I don't think
gender group.
I don't think just a disproportionate like distribution says that we are looking at an archy, right?
Okay.
Okay, yes, use that terminology, sure, an archy. Because that can happen for all kinds of reasons, right?
I agree.
And so that's why when in my definition I said like there are mechanisms, institutions in place that enforce these things, that encourage them, and it doesn't have to be like their mission statement, like keep men in charge or anything, but systemic sexism is what I'm saying. Just like with systemic racism, it doesn't. There are structures that keep other races subservient or disadvantaged. It's not in their mission statement, but it's just how they work.
Right, but under this logic, then the fact that the legislature is mostly men is not in of itself evidence of a patriarchy.
No, but but I didn't get to the rest of my statement here,
Sure.
right? So, indeed, it's mostly white men, and if someone could give me the stats for the current Congress, that'd be awfully useful because I don't know them off the top of my head. But assuming that I'm right, that it's mostly white men, um, uh, like there are all kinds of ways in which it's difficult for women to run to get into office or that are discouraged against doing so. Um, that like makes it difficult for this to change, right? It's not
Well,
like the women are I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hold on. Is it that they're being discouraged by the men, or is it that their behavior once they get in office discourages people from wanting them to get back in there? Like we all watched the AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene thing the other week. That was embarrassing. Nobody that was a sad moment in the history of Congress, and that's all because of women. Men would have never done that.
All
In fact,
because
the only time men have done that, they said, "Well, let's square up right now," and then that was the end of it because
They shot each other. Like
Yeah,
congressmen
like
have shot each other before. Okay,
Problem solved.
congressmen have shot each other before.
Yeah,
So
that's
okay,
good behavior.
and they fist fight. Okay, once
It was the caning.
yeah, the caning. Yeah.
That's a respectful. That's a duel.
And that
crime.
wasn't the
That's
end of it
normal.
because, like, I think that guy that got caned, like, he dragged on for years and finally died of it.
Well, then there's also the one that was recent between that former MMA guy that was a congressman and the head of the what was it, NSA or something. They were arguing. He was like, "Well, I'll whoop your ass right now." And he's like, "Well, let's do it then." And then they stood up, and apparently they went and fought outside later. But like, yeah, like that's respectable, not this snide comments and then go, "Oh, rules and procedure, please silence them," and then, "Oh, so it's okay if I call her a butch build bot bitch
Yeah,
or
I don't know.
whatever." Like
Well,
rules and
I know
procedure,
what she called
sir.
her.
That's
She called
annoying.
She called her a bleach blonde.
Well, technically, she asked whether or not she could call her that.
Bleach
technically.
blonde, bad built, butch
That was
body. That's
funny.
what she called her.
Yeah, but the
and that was
fact they're
amazing.
hiding behind rules and procedure
But
just
no,
makes men
but-
not want to have them in office.
Hold on, Gibbs. I disagree with you because I think that was a great moment in Congress. I don't think it was embarrassing
It
whatsoever.
was terribly embarrassing.
Because of the reason that you just said, though, but that you just came out your mouth, because I don't like it when they hide behind etiquette, right? People actually need to be called out. We're just like talking to our colleagues here, right? Our colleagues across the aisle, but they're actually destroying America. Like both sides think they're destroying America. No, call them out, right? Like if you are a corporate shill, I think the American people need to know, and we need to call your character into question. But in Congress, like you can't actually do that. But you actually should be able to do that. I appreciate.
Yeah, but then they hide behind the rules.
I appreciate the UK Parliament, right, where they insult each other constantly, all the time. They make a sport out of it. That's amazing. I love it. So let's do more of that. So I think that moment with AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other woman who actually made the comment.
I can't think of her name either.
Yeah, she's one of the newer ones. But she's fantastic. I love her, right?
Prime.
Fuck MTG, and she did a great job of roasting her.
I think that we
Prime
should bring
in
we should get a
parliamentary
boxer in
debate.
there.
In academic debate, when you go to a college level debate tournament, you can do this thing called Parley debate, which stands for parliamentary debate. And one of the ways you score points in parliamentary debate is with creative insults of your opponent. It's hilarious. The whole idea is to garner applause, not just from the audience, but the highest compliment you can get is when your opponent applauds you for having creatively insulted them, like, in a way that's funny enough.
Lactoid, you know what this is, right?
No. What?
What does it remind you of? What he just said. Come on.
Oh, like rap battles? Yeah, for
Rap
sure.
battles.
Yeah,
There's the rap
Okay,
battles.
I'm with you now. Hell yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. Yeah. They should do that in Congress. I would watch.
Yeah.
I would.
Just
I
do
think
the
a lot of America would.
Definitely
that
won't
guy's
destroy
name,
America even more.
Jeff Ross, the Roastmaster General, just have him be the mediator in his general.
Hell yeah. Honestly, we're way more civic engagement. I promise you. We're all going to watch
Winston
that.
Churchill was very good at it, by the way.
I'm going to push back against all of this. I fucking hate everything that has come out of your guys' mouth for the last 5 minutes. I think, if anything, we might get more civic engagement as far as, hey guys, we've got more people who are entertained and part of the circus. But I'm tired of the fucking circus. We need adults in the room. And I'm absolutely tired of this fucking political theater shit. I'm tired of hearing about how trans people are destroying the country. They're fucking not. They're not even 1% of the goddamn population. Let's move the fuck on into things that actually matter.
Well, hold on. Aren't you the one that always advocates for all the good of the Roman Republic and all that bullshit? Because when they were the epitome of bread and circuses and sitting here having their senators insult each other. In fact, we have tablets and like manuscripts, all sorts of shit of just like lists of the
Constantly
roasts
assassinating each other.
Yeah, assassinating.
Yeah,
so everything you said is a lie, sir.
Well, okay, 3 things. One, there's things that I think are great about the Roman Republic. There's things that I think are absolutely terrible about the Roman Republic as well. One of the biggest things being that all of the things that fell the Republic are things that we're doing again right now. And I would very much like people to open up some history books and realize that either we're near the Gracchi brothers or we're near Julius Caesar. I don't know which, but I'm tired of how close we are to it.
Adults,
History.
adults are
Go ahead.
boring. Tiberius. Adults are boring.
They don't drive motorcycles.
We need some entertainment, okay? The people need their look with especially with social media. None of us got attention spans anymore, right? We're like, we got to jingle the keys. You got to get our attention. And if I'm sitting on NPR or like a C-SPAN and I'm like watching some dry senator like talk about, it's not I'm not. How can I pay attention? How can any of us pay attention? They need to insult somebody. They need to weasel in little insults in. They need to throw their fists around. Something to keep us going, right? Something to jingle the keys. Tiberius, do you agree that this will like hold rap battles? Do you agree that more Americans would watch it?
Do I agree that more Americans would watch it? Potentially. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay, all right.
What if we require?
You got to make it hard. Rap battles are scary to waspy people. You got to make it like.
I would love them try to rap battle. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
I got another requirement. Let's make them all be a certain level of physical fitness. I don't want a congressperson that I can't imagine in a swimsuit. I would definitely watch all the congressional debates from then on. What do you think?
How about if you beat a senator in a fight, you get their job, and so they're all like fucking MMA.
You keep what you kill. You keep what you kill.
Oh my god! I mean, at this rate, we might.
That would become a patriarchy. That would become a patriarchy. I think.
I like that.
In all seriousness, my issue with the term patriarchy or white, I've heard white hetero patriarchy or white hetero cis patriarchy or anything else, is that when you ask people to break it down. And I understand there's more nuance to this, and I'm not accusing you of doing this, Prime, because I'm sure that you have more nuance behind your points. But I feel like a lot of people, in a very unnuanced way, they took one class in college, and so they just look at America and they look at just like the demographic splits, and they look in a very raw power analysis, and they say, look, like lots of white men there, therefore, like the system is rigged. Therefore, there's like something here that's like nefarious. And I think one of the reasons why you're seeing so much anti-Semitism on the left right now is the exact same logic. If you replace the word white and just insert the word like Jewish, and you turn like your regular run-of-the-mill college speeches or college students' opinions into one that mirrors like Hitler, right? It's almost identical, right? These people, they're like on the top, they're controlling, like they have unfair power, blah blah blah, like. A lot of the same phrases, a lot of the same theories. And I think it's a very just shallow analysis. I think that in America, anything that would be a patriarchy, I think would require, in my mind, some kind of legal structure in place that guarantees that men are on top. Anything below that, I would not call it patriarchy.
Here's my problem with that analysis, right? Because I've heard this before. And I've never been sure exactly what to say to this, right? And it's like, well, if we replace the word white in like one of these speeches, like you said, right? Or one of my rants, right? Even it's like you replace it with like Jewish, right? Well, it sounds like Hitler, right? But if you also replace it with black, it sounds weird. If you replace it with all these other groups, it sounds weird. But like,
yeah,
the reason why these things aren't one-to-one is because these groups don't have the same history, right? It's one thing when you're like scapegoating a group of people who don't actually have power, right? And have a history of being marginalized and being attacked, right? And that similar sounding rhetoric sounds pretty fucked up because that's coming oftentimes from the dominant group saying, hey, there's this marginalized group within our country, but they're actually the issue, right? They're the reason why everything is wrong in your life. And so because we actually do have the power here, we can use that power, state power, against them, right? But the solutions that the speeches, like I can't right, let's like not use some sort of random imagined speech, right? Let's just talk about like the things that I've said, right? Like the solutions here, once you realize you're talking about a dominant force within society, aren't exterminate them, right? It's, hey, like let's recognize these structures and patterns and demolish them, and so we can have a more equitable society, right? That doesn't involve like hurting white people like at all, right? And it's also acknowledging, like I did previously, that it's not simply white people writ large. It's like a very subsection a small subsection of white people are actually getting the most benefits, and that this structure hurts almost everyone else. So the ones at the top, right, with those economic advantages, they're the ones that these things are usually aimed at, right? That I aim my
But
ire at.
this is the problem with that though, Prime, which is that the same metrics again of like, well, like what is the ways that we're measuring white privilege and white power? Well, look, they make more money. Look, they disproportionately occupy positions of power. Again, like these are things that can be said about Jewish individuals, right? Like in the United States, you can look this up, right? In the United States, like Ashkenazi Jews make about twice on average the income as your average run-of-the-mill white guy. In terms of disproportionately holding positions of power, they do. And so using your analysis that you just put forward, somebody could make the exact same arguments about Jewish people.
Yeah, I know. If they do it in a flimsy, if you do it in a flimsy manner, right? Like just looking at raw numbers, or then and without lacking context, then yes, you can arrive at that same conclusion. I agree with you there, right? You can absolutely do that. Well, hey, these guys, Jewish individuals, seem to have more access to. I'm not even gonna give examples because I'm sure it's gonna be used against me at some point. Just gonna leave that alone, right? The point is that like more access to power, right? We'll just leave it at that. But like also Jewish individuals are have a history of being targeted within this country, right? Like even I was just watching something they were talking about even after World War II, after the Holocaust, after the United States knew about what had occurred, liberated the camps, they wouldn't let Jews in, right? Harry Truman didn't actually want like Jewish refugees to come to America. That's why he got behind the Israeli project in the first place. And the same thing with
I mean, who wants
the
refugees
UK,
coming
right?
to the country? Like,
Well, didn't he sign the?
let's just be honest. That's never good for the country receiving the refugees. Like, not once in history has that been like, "Hey, we got a bunch of refugees. Our economy improved." Not one time. Not one time.
Okay, sorry, we can't. I don't want to go down that road with you. Just the point is that that there is a history even within this nation of Jews being targeted, being vulnerable, and being targeted and being vulnerable. So I'll just leave it at that. So like the structures, I think that the Jewish individuals and their relation to power is different than it is to again like wealthy white individuals and their relation to power. It looks similar on the outside, but I think these things are fundamentally different.
I hear you saying they're different. I guess the two things I'll say is firstly, when we're talking about history, I understand why people want to learn about history to inform why things are the way they are today. I'm not denying that that's part of that. But when things happened historically, that doesn't change like the snapshot of how things are right now, right? Because under this logic, it would seem as though like because white men like were in power, that the history is there, so they will always be in power, even if those dynamics change, right? I would agree with you. There was a time in American history in which a social patriarchy very well may have, you very well may have been able to outline a social patriarchy or even a legal patriarchy to some extent, but that's not the case now. I also agree that there was a time in history that you could look back on in which Jewish people were treated horribly, but that's not the case now. Not in America, right? In America, I understand that there's reports of hate crimes. I'm not denying that those happen, but when you look at the overall numbers and you compare that with the population of Americans and also the population of Jewish people living in America, and you compare that to certain economic metrics as well, I don't know. It seems as though we're sort of looking. It's almost like our view here is outdated a little bit, Prime.
Okay,
and most you could argue that white people had privilege, perhaps, or that men had privilege. Or
sure,
sorry,
let's try it this way, right? Because in America, our experience, right, when we think of Jewish individuals, we think of European Jews, but there are a lot more Jewish individuals around the world, right?
Sure.
They look very different. Some of them look just like me, right? The handsome ones, anyway. So
Yeah, Ethiopian. There's a large community of Ethiopian Jews, but in America, they're not a
Indeed.
sizable population.
Indeed, yeah, right. So let's change that around. Let's say that if like history is different, and that's our experience of Jews, that they're Black Jews. Do you think that if we change that around, then they would have the same access to power? Right? I know I'm asking you like do a counterfactual here, but like
No, I'll engage with it. Probably, I don't know, and this is actually, I think, one of the problems with identitarianism more broadly, which is that depending on where you draw the lines, really changes what you're looking at. So you even said multiple times, Prime, like if you're a poor white person, you're not in the same position that these rich white people are in, and that's because we have this conception of white in which the poor white people and the rich white people are all part of that. We have this conception of Jew, right, in which like the rich Jews and the poor Jews are all part of that. And we have this conception of like black, like the rich black, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Despite the fact we have there's some similarities, I suppose, but there's vast differences because ultimately you're dealing with individuals, and identity is merely an offhand, almost like a method of convenience for referring to large groups of individuals. But when you're talking about like patriarchy, for example, the insinuation there is like men have power and men have privilege, and that's often what's said, right? That men have this power, men have this privilege, and if it's okay to do that, if it's okay to ignore the lines there and all the individuals who don't, then that leads some people to believe, well, we can start doing that with every identity group. We can start doing that with white people, which a lot of people do, and then some people might take it even further. Well, let's start doing that with Jews, right? Because look at them. The lines that we've drawn there, they have disproportionate power too. Which, if we're following the same rules as defining white privilege, we have to accept that there's also Jewish privilege.
So I agree with pretty much everything you've just said, right? That identity politics is shallow and can only take you so far, and that you need a class analysis. The next step that I'll take, right? I won't put that in your mouth, right? That you need a class analysis to actually make this valid. If you honestly think that white people writ large are privileged, right? Well, then you miss so much of the struggle, right? You like the struggle of white individuals, right, to form labor unions, to up their wage, to be treated decently in this country. Their deaths, right, as white men are sent out to wars and they die, right? In fact, there's something actually I was thinking maybe we were talking about tonight, but maybe we save it to next week or something. There was a soldier who just he died recently, right? He was a Iraq vet, right? He signed up 2 days after the 9/11 attacks, and he got paralyzed, I believe, in Iraq, like soon after arriving. And he had a letter that he sent out to an open letter he sent to Dick Cheney and George W. Bush, like laying out like his grievances, but like if you say that writ large white people just have it easy, then you miss that man's struggle, right? And he died. That was his dying letter to them, right? So he lost his life there. So yeah, there's got to be a class analysis. So that's what I'm trying to interject in here. So I hope
I did say at the beginning, I know that you have a more nuanced opinion on this, but and a lot of people that I talk to and that I hear about who kind of are on the left here, like when you hammer them down, they'll agree, like, well, I'm not necessarily saying that all white people have it easy, but just like your race is not something that makes it harder, and that's like the argument that they'll make. But the reality is, like, they don't behave that way in common parlance, right? Like among their own groups, like their left-wing groups, right? They do act as though like we fuck the old white men, right? Like we got to piss them off, like they are the enemy. They also, I think, ignore potential benefits that come with identity groups that aren't among the listed of that are acceptable to target among like the left-wing community, right? Like I think people are much more hesitant to now we're talking about a patriarchy. It's kind of interesting how the same people who will say like, yeah, we live in a patriarchy. When you bring up affirmative action to them, like they'll point out, well, white women benefited most from affirmative action. Okay. First of all, that's not necessarily true. But even if that is true, so you're saying that in a patriarchy, we gave all these advantages to women just because they're women? That doesn't seem like a organized attempt at maintaining male dominance.
Oh no, but I think that's where. Okay, there's lots of things here, and I'm going to stop because I'm talking a lot. I do want to hear what other people have to say, right? Corey, I see you hiding in the corner. I want to hear what you have to say
Hey,
about
you
all
put me
this.
here in the corner.
I did. Indeed, I did. That's fair. But one, I think you're correct in saying that just the word patriarchy gets flattened. That concept gets flattened. That there is more of an academic understanding of what that is and how it interacts with our society. But then what gets to the public. I mean, we've talked about this many times before. That the academic terms, thoughts, like once they get out into the wild, right? Like so much of that nuance gets lost, right? It starts with the nuance, but as you go along, in the end, it's like fuck Whitey, right? It's like that's where it lands. Fair enough. No. So
I couldn't have put it better myself. That's a perfect way of describing, honestly, what I was trying to get at. Yeah.
Yeah, right. But I acknowledge that it makes it difficult within organizing to actually aim people's attention where it needs to, right? It separates us because, like, if let's say we're having a discussion among black individuals, right? Like if they have that mindset, right? Well, then we won't be reaching our hand across to the white working class who have so many of our exact same struggles, and forming alliances that would make us stronger and being able to push our agenda. So I hear you. I don't know the best way to solve that. That's going to happen for any concept, right? Any concept, even if it comes out of like conservative academia, if that's a thing, right? If conservatives,
It's not a thing.
go to
Conservative
school.
Oh,
media,
come
it's not a thing.
on.
Yeah, but whatever comes out of there, right? That's going to be flattened. It's going to be flattened by a sensational news environment. It's going to be flattened by social media, and then what gets to the conservative base it'll be something very different. So I don't know what to do about that. That's just kind of inherent in these things. Yeah, I had other things I wanted to say too, but let's go to other people first. Like Corey, anyone else?
Well, I'm curious because you brought something up earlier, Lactoid, where I think like your wording was to the effect of like, well, it can't exist just because it's not there, at least as of now, not there in law. As I know you're saying, like in the absence of law, you cannot establish a patriarchy, or like, would you apply the same logic to racism? As you can't unless it's established enshrined in law, then racism doesn't exist.
Well, so racism, I think, is different than like an archy, right? I guess I don't want to quibble about semantics. If we're using patriarchy just to mean like sexism, then of course
I mean,
sexism.
to some extent, but like obviously,
Right.
and I understand like to pin down exactly patriarchy.
Right, because I understand like sexism. Obviously, there are people who are sexist and there are people who are racist in it. I understand that people have like dislike or adverse beliefs towards other people based on immutable characteristics. But in my mind, like an archy would assume some kind of like governance structure, like an oligarchy, a plutocracy. Like those are the kind of like things that come to mind when I'm thinking about like a ruling structure. And so, yeah, I would expect to see at least something in law that would like be or effective law that like maintains male dominance. Which, again, it seems as though our society is doing the exact opposite, right? Like, how the hell does a patriarchy, with the intent of maintaining power structures for men, benefit women the most with affirmative action? What's the why is that a patriarchy? It seems like it's a very self-defeating patriarchy at that point when it's obsessed with like getting women up to speed and like giving women everything to get up to where men are.
Sorry, I for some reason my Discord method I cut over like 10 seconds.
Oh, no problem. Well, I was
like,
yeah, just
read womp womp womp.
Womp womp womp. Yeah. I just
Wow.
very briefly. I just said that. Yeah, like an oligarchy. That's not just like some people having wealth. Like it has to do with like a ascendance into governance, and what a joke of a patriarchy we have when our patriarchy seems obsessed with minimizing male power and like lifting women up. It seems to be the
Yeah.
opposite of a patriarchy at that point,
Uh,
like affirmative action. A real patriarchy does not have an affirmative action program for women. It just doesn't
Yeah,
happen.
No, yeah, I agree with that. That's why I said like I think it's trending towards pretty much like hopefully whatever being abolished or non-existent or maybe in some aspects like there are some areas that appear that maybe women have an advantage. We might be maybe going in the opposite direction. But like yeah, I guess if it's baked in to your definition of patriarchy, there has to be some sort of legal structure. I guess that would be like the discrepancy where I assume you recognize that you like. Then what would you call like? I guess you should use a different term, but I'm sure you can imagine you can set up like a patriarchal society in the absence of any sort of like legal structure.
I mean, that's why I said like legal structure or like some kind of pseudo legal structure where like all the institutions are like in collaboration with one another, where they're like everybody's like, yeah, we're just like all the colleges, like none of us are going to allow women. We all agree, and we all own the colleges. Like there could be circumstances like that, but again, like it's the exact opposite. The institutions are at really male adverse at this point,
Yeah.
comparatively, if we're going to look
Yeah.
at any kind of analysis.
Yeah, I agree. To some extent, for some institutions, for sure. But then you also recognize that, like historically, at some point, okay, as in it seems
Yeah.
like you're on board. Like at some point, you would be fine with saying that at some point the United States was largely a patriarchy on the whole.
Probably, yeah. I would assume. I'm pretty sure, like there were, if you go back far enough, like there were very explicit laws on like restricting women's opportunity in society.
We're
Yeah.
only
And I
50
think-
years removed. Sorry.
Maybe,
we're
yeah,
only
maybe
50
50.
years removed from women actually being able to get a credit card without a man signing off for it.
And look
Right.
where we are today.
I heard that, and I don't even know if
Shut
that's
up, Gibbs.
necessarily true. Let me look that up.
There's levels where it's kind of true and it's not. Like I know plenty of women who are old enough to remember when they could not get a bank account without a man signing for it. Like that's
To be
still
fair-
something that's in living lifetime.
Credit cards are like very new in and of themselves. Like I was actually
I
watching
might be-
these
I might-
credit cards. Yeah.
I might be
I
thinking
hear
bank
what you're
accounts instead of credit cards, but you guys know where I'm
No.
going.
I've heard the credit card thing, and if that was the case, I mean that was. I don't know.
credit
What
cards
the, I don't know what the
relatively new
logic
at the
is.
time.
Well, what even
Well,
even
you
just,
know
like,
what the logic is, Nytoid.
even
What's
just
the
in-
logic,
in-
Gibbs?
You know what it is.
The logic is women can't spend money worth of shit. Is basically what they're.
Oh, no, it's the opposite. Oh, they can spend money. That's all they do.
They can't stop
They
spending.
They
Okay,
can't
yeah.
stop spending money. That's the whole point.
Well, I know that
Maybe-
women by far are like the consumer. Like I think it's women make up like 80 something, 84. It's in the 80s for sure % of all consumer decision making in the United States, and a lot of that has to do with within households. The wife is the one who decides what to buy, right? She's the one that decides what couch to where to put it, and what matches the couch, and what table to get with the couch, et cetera, et cetera. And this is just documented. This is why all like advertising is geared towards women, even advertising for male products, right? So like Axe deodorant or like deodorant that's mainly for like teenage boys or like young men, that is aimed towards women because who's most likely going to be buying that? Their moms, right? And their moms are going to be watching those advertisements and they want to get something that they believe will fulfill or that their kids have told them will fulfill like that person's sense of like masculinity or identity. So like women are definitely the consumers of society. If before 1970, maybe this wasn't the case. I don't know.
No, I think they were
It wasn't.
making. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't the case. You look at old school advertisement; it is very male centric. Like a lot of it was like hand drawn and animated, but you could definitely tell it's very much centered towards a male audience. Particularly, obviously, male centric things like shaving cream and whatever. You can definitely see it in there. But the same animation style that's done for a lot of those is done for like mass marketing up until about 1965. I have a couple of different things and notes that I wanted to comment with everything that's being said, but I do have a clarifier for Corey Campbell first. When we're talking about the patriarchy, and you were kind of like, hey, it's not like, in your face, like the men are just like putting in law after law after law that's, trying to hold their power. But are you kind of more indicating that there's a kind of the unspoken, everyone's kind of pointing in the same direction kind of thing going on, where it's not like formally institutionalized, but it's kind of current in the sense of a current directionally institutionalized? Okay.
Where like I understand maybe Lactoid has issues with my parallels of like that's why I brought up racism of like yeah I can maybe recognize from a legal aspect okay like the United States much better when it comes to the equality of people but I think there's in my opinion there are still some historical remnants of like racism that we still have to or rather the United States still has to contend with but like yeah much more improved where like yeah I don't think something has to be enshrined in law for it to still have a mediating factor in society and in reality.
Would you say we live in a whiteocracy though, or like an ethno state? I wouldn't say so.
I mean, not. I mean, strictly speaking, I guess no. I can, if I squint hard enough, I can maybe make an argument for it, but probably not.
Pale skin privilege, right?
Yeah, but that's why, like, say I would apply sort of the overall same rationale for like patriarchy. Like, I recognize maybe not enshrined in law, but I think there are still some historical remnants to contend with in terms of like individuals in power. Same thing with the age issue as well, where like there are still some built-in social barriers that just cannot be fully overcome by law yet. We just need to sort of like rely on hopefully just trending towards a certain aspect.
Guys, like the thing. Okay, so I'm going to ask you this directly, because I'm pretty sure I already know your answer, right? Actually, do you believe in systemic racism? And the way that I've defined it, you've heard me define this many times before, right? Do you believe in systemic racism?
I actually want to go with what Ico's analysis here, where I think that you could probably make an argument to me that I'd be as long as the data was there that could convince me of like specific aspects of society in which I guess with systemic racism, like Black people specifically are systemically oppressed, right? But I would also say that there are things in which like white people are explicitly oppressed, depending on your definition of the word oppression, right? And the two things I'd point to right there is going to be like affirmative action, or I guess affirmative action is the biggest one, but then also city grants and loans.
I'll ignore that, and we can, and I'll grant you that. Well, let's say like I 100% agree with you that affirmative action is discrimination against white people and grants,
and Asians.
I'll give you all that, but that's not what like the focus. Like systemic racism, that you can have systems that don't need to expressly say, right, like let's fuck over Black people or any particular minority group, right? But that because of the way they were set up, right, their incentive structure, what they, how they choose to serve the public, and I don't know, institutional inertia, like they end up either failing those demographics, right, or hurting them in some tangible fashion. Do you think that institutions can do that?
Can I ask you? Do you think could a demographics culture be an example of systemic? Let's say someone were to argue that like Black culture, largely in the United States, has like led to issues for Black people. If Black culture was like created out of racism in the past, which has then persisted, would that culture in of itself be a element of systemic racism?
That's interesting. I've never heard anyone put that.
Here's an example I can think of. My understanding is within Black culture there is some element, maybe more so than with other cultures, there is a distrust of the police. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, fuck the police.
Sure. And that distrust of the police may have arisen within Black culture for very valid reasons historically, right? But right now, it does not serve the Black community and in fact harms them because it leaves Black communities to not have trust within police officers, leading there to be issues with interacting with police officers.
I would disagree. I think like there are actually good reasons to be. I mean, you're asking the wrong person for this, right? I think there are good reasons to distrust the police.
Yeah, not to respond on your behalf, but I would ask you the question of like, you recognize that as a result of, let's say, history, Black people have a distrust of police. Like you put that on the table, right? And you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I just said that,
so,
right?
Yeah. So then, who would you say is the who has the onus to regain trust?
Well, so this is part of the issue when you say who has the onus to regain trust. Um, I mean, the people who did that are not me, so I obviously don't have any onus. Uh, I
Okay,
don't
I can
know.
remember it. What institution has the onus?
I don't even know. You're gonna. I know the obvious answer you're looking for is like the police, right? But I don't even know if necessarily that's the answer because like the police are a agency that is tasked with a specific goal, and right now, if in the absence of like disproportionate police killings of black people, which I think that
It doesn't have to be justice pushing killings of black people. You know that. We've already gone through this. Please don't tell me like you're just gonna give me the statistic. Oh, there's only a few black people who die per year, right? Ergo, systemic racism in the police force is not a thing.
even if it is an issue, I think that you have to agree that the issue is dramatically overstated within the minds of a lot of people.
True.
And the evidence demonstrates that.
Yeah,
So
but he's saying that's not the only issue. In fact, it's by far not the issue that black people have to deal with on a day-to-day basis the least. What they have to deal with on a far more common basis is getting unnecessarily pulled over, for instance. Like that's something that every time I have a conversation with a black person about this, and I describe to them the number of times I get pulled over in a decade, which is like maybe once, they're just amazed that I could get through a year without getting pulled over. So there does seem to be, and the statistics bear this out. This is not one of those situations where the perception is fundamentally different from the stats, like there is with the murder of unarmed black kids. But with this, it's something that people experience on a day-to-day basis. They'll tell you that they experience it, and you can see it in the statistics, and it's a
we
very
can
large number.
we can do this for every, like, I know, and this is part of the idea of nuance, is we're going to have to do this with every single example, right, to like come to some kind of conclusion.
Yeah, we
But-
just did. Like criminal justice was our
they-
topic for 2 months. We had to go
Right.
through
But
the
real quick,
disproportionate times you're
I wanted
pulled
to.
over, the disproportionate times you're charged.
Have
the
you looked at the hit
disproportionate
rates?
times that you're-
Have you looked at the hit rates for getting pulled over? Like what's the percentage of times that they find someone with contraband or warrants?
No. We talked about, because you don't know in advance any of that stuff. You just know there's somebody driving a car and you pull them over, and based on what you know at the moment that you're pulling them over, one of those elements is race, and it's
Well, you
when
can know someone has
isolate it
a
to
warrant if
that-
you run their plates before, right?
If they
Potentially, assuming that the plates are linked to them. But
Well,
what I'm saying
hold on,
is the hit rate is the same between white people and black people. It's a little bit lower for Hispanics, which might indicate that Hispanics are actually
Well-
somewhat disproportionately pulled over. But like for all the extra times that black people are pulled over, like the amount of times that they're caught with like warrants or contraband, like the percentage, the ratio is the same with white people.
Yeah, the percentage of time
tried
that it
to
results in. Right. So if you pull them over twice as often, you're going to have twice as many hits.
No, because if you're pulling them
touched on
over,
something though there.
if you're pulling them over in a manner that's outsized of like the level of criminality within the demographic, you would expect a lower hit rate, but you don't get that. You get hit rate that's roughly the same.
Oh,
Well, I
so
was
you're
gonna say-
assuming that if they're getting pulled over, they're far more likely to have some contraband than if
Which
they're
they
not.
are, right? Like criminal stats reflect this.
Okay.
But how do we know? We don't know the like we've never pulled over the people we haven't pulled over, so we don't know what the likelihood. It could be that every car you pull over is going to have a percentage of something in it, right? That's going to cause.
Well, you're right. It could be, but there's also, if you have certain neighborhoods that have high crime rates, you're much more likely to get contraband if you pull people over in those neighborhoods, right?
Yeah, but isn't the accusation that police under-police those areas and they end up policing the wealthier areas because they're trying to protect capital? And if you call 911 in a poor neighborhood, it's going to take them twice as long to get there.
Right. The
like that.
the under-policing accusation is that those areas are under-policed when you look at how high the crime rates are in that area, which is arguably true. Right? When you look at these like nice areas that you're talking about, the difference is not just half the crime rate or like a tenth of the crime rate. Like we're looking at astronomically lower crime rates. So even if you have like twice the amount of cops there, which sometimes they have way more than that, even then you still have difficulty managing police resources to each call.
Yeah, so this is where I was gonna go with Prime actually, because when you were making your point to Prime that maybe the black community is hurting itself by having these attitudes towards police, one of the ways in which I think maybe you have a point is that if you're going to complain that police are in your neighborhood too much and you don't want to see them as much and you feel safer without them because you don't like their presence and it makes you nervous or whatever, and that leads to the underpolicing, which then leads to the increasing crime rate. There is a sort of way in which these attitudes can like become self-harming, right?
So I imagine that's directed at me.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
can answer.
sure. And Corey, I saw your hand. And then Gibbs, you want to go in and tie? All right. And I assume Spartacus will have something to add
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll go to Corey.
Not in the
Gibbs.
corner.
He's not in quarters, so he's ready to go. Right, not hiding like you. Ty and Sprout. Okay. So yeah, and I don't want to get too far away from the point that I was trying to make previously, but I'll hit you up again later on, Lactoid. But I would agree that if you simply say we want, for instance, no policing, right, without anything proper to replace that, then you're looking for a complete disaster. Um, uh, when so in these conversations where the police the arguments get flattened to like we want less policing, period. um then I'm not like an abolitionist, right? Like a police or like prison abolitionist or anything like that. So like I can't really make their arguments for, well, I can try. But uh so I don't understand that perspective myself, but I think I can see why that can be harmful, that line of thinking. Um, if we don't have like a paradigm shift in terms of like our judicial system, and our public safety in our communities and how we interact with each other, I think like getting rid of the police like completely like requires like a huge societal effort. And like for right now, if you simply say that I want less patrols in my neighborhood, then you're asking for more crime. So does that answer your question?
Sort of. And maybe another example I could point to is I saw this analysis, and I'll find it. But the specific neighborhoods that had anti-police protests following George Floyd saw like a spike in homicides compared to the areas that didn't. So if the areas did not have an anti-police protest, their homicide rate did not increase to the same extent that it did for the areas that did have anti-police protests, right?
I think, yeah, and I hear you on that, and I've heard similar statistics before. I haven't actually looked it up, but I'll believe you, right? But like, this is why there's such an abusive relationship, right? Because we need police, right? It's a thing that has to happen, but the police hurt us. Like that's the thing that is also true, right? Both of these things can happen at the same time. That this is a relationship that is still critical, because we don't have some Star Trek level egalitarian society, right? So we need them to be within our neighborhoods, but we also need them to stop hurting us, to like stop harassing people, treating us differently than they treat a white like middle class suburban neighborhood, right? Like treat us like they treat those people, but they don't. Um, and you can come up with all kinds of arguments, but like if people feel hurt, they feel betrayed, and they see each other, see themselves and their neighbors getting pulled over, or being fined, right? Being used as a profit center for towns, right? By like finding and ticketing the black community again and again and again to make up for the hole in your budget, as we saw before, right? But then people are just going to have that distrust. So I back what Corey said previously, that like the police, and not just the police, because I think just even talking about this is why this is so fucking complicated. Because just talking about the police misses the point, right? Like I think the police, yes, do need to make that effort, but the police are responding to incentives that come from higher up, right? Come from the DAs, come from the politicians and the police officers, and even to get this even more complicated, which is what we never talked about, is our housing policy, right? Like the reason why this is even possible is because we have segregated housing. That if we got rid of that, right, that would be a revolution in the way that we interact, right? If people were minorities were more evenly distributed within the population, it'd be so much harder to target them. And it, yeah, and that would rebound down to the like how the legal system treats individuals, and it would rebound down to how the police treat individuals. But we're so far away from that, and the face of this problem ends up being the cops, right? And so that's where the anger is concentrated. So yes, this is a very complicated issue, and just saying, "Hey, I want less police," doesn't address the issue.
But ultimately the point of this, and I understand the police are just one aspect of this, but again, like it'll take forever, but there's plenty of issues to go through. But when you have like specifically police homicides of unarmed black men being overestimated by sometimes many times, right? Like 27 was the number or whatever in 2019.
Mhm.
Significant chunks of people think, every single political demographic thought it was higher than it actually was, with like some, I think like lefties believing it to be in like the thousands, and even Democrats thinking it's like, in the thousands or the high hundreds. The fact that these misconceptions exist, even if there is some kind of underlying inequity, those misconceptions, I think, very well could inform cultural practices that are more negative than the inequity is to begin with, right? It's sort of like lupus, right? Where it's like lupus can be triggered by something that's actually like a sickness, but now the lupus is the problem, right? And now the lupus is causing a lot of issues, and now it's killing a lot of people, right? And so we got to figure out how to stop the immune reaction now at this point, because the immune reaction is the problem. Dramatically compared to the flu or whatever that triggered the immune reaction to begin with. And I do think that with like we're talking about systemic racism or whatever, I think that this is why I asked you, like, are attitudes within the black community, could that be argued to be systemically racist if they are negative in themselves, but they were triggered by some sort of like unjust thing that happened in the past? If so, then yes, I'm going to be much more comfortable saying that systemic racism exists, because I think that a lot of the reasons of the problems within the black community are because of cultural practices that are informed by the black experience within the United States.
I have issues with this, and I got to move on because other
Fair.
people do want to talk. But like I'll admit to this, right? I'll cop to it. It happened right here on the Reverie, right on this channel. This is years ago, like 2 years ago, I think. It was you, it was Scott, it was Doobie, the ones I remember. And Corey almost certainly was there as well. But it was you, Scott, and Doobie who were talking to me during this point when we were making this point. I like about the police killing a black man, right? I overestimated it, and you guys called me out right here on the Reverie, and I was wrong, right? Now I don't think it. It was good to have that clarified, because it sharpened my overall.
It was a
point.
Monday.
It was a Monday. it was a Monday, and the leaves are out.
You're only wrong
springtime's
on
out.
Mondays.
Yeah. But so I hear you. That's an issue. But it's hard for me to say that like the marginalized group in and of itself, like the culture, becomes a system of power. Because that's what things we're criticizing. System of power. They're a system, sure, right? Like you can broadly describe cultures as a system, but are they a system of power as we are and describing with that definition? Is that the same thing?
Arguably,
Like,
culture's a lot of
if
power.
but they aren't. But if they were, then we could have solved this issue a long time ago. We don't. It's like, yes, there is some collective power in there, right? And with like and how it influences the decisions of individuals, right? And then collectively, how that like rubs against policing and the legal system in large. Sure, it has an effect, but like clearly not enough, because we haven't solved the issue, right? Even if we're overestimating it, right? But we haven't over corrected to the point. Well, I guess like the police have decided, okay, we'll I don't know how to phrase that. I'm going to leave that alone because that's gonna I might end up badly. I don't think we've overcorrected in the opposite direction in that same way, right? And even what we've seen with the reactions from the George Floyd protests, right? Like there's articles about like how there was change, but that was fleeting, right? And so much of that is on the retreat. Like the changes made there
because it
So,
failed.
Yeah, it failed. Exactly. That's my point. It failed. It did fail. So, like, how much you tell me this is a system of power? Well, like continuously, it doesn't actually produce results. So, I'm not comfortable enough saying that like this is one of the institutions of power that are working with, and especially since it's a response to the degradations that they've actually faced in their own lives, right? So to say that's the same thing, it doesn't ring true for me. But we'll talk more later. Let's go to our friend Corey, Admiral Gibbs, Ty, and Sproutkus.
Well, I might just resurrect the same issue, so apologies.
Mhm.
But yeah, Lactoid, I'm not sure I got like any sort of answer, or maybe the answer is I don't know. That's really valid. But like, yeah, like posing the same question of like, whose responsibility do you think it is to like reestablish trust overall, given the history? Like, would you say more towards the police or more towards the Black community, or you don't know, or it's equal on both?
Yeah, I don't know. Just because I don't really understand. Like I don't know if I like the word responsibility, right? I think that it is a good thing, but then okay.
So then would you say that your main message would be that like, well, Black people, okay, should trust the police because whatever history, we're past that, and that the guiding principle, Black people should trust the police now. History is over.
Yeah, my point is there are negative elements
Song
about
in the 90s.
there are
Police.
there are negative elements about Black culture that lead to problems within the Black community. Yes, and if I don't know if we can,
yes, Black people should trust the police now.
Right, and also should like when they have like when you have a kid, stay and be a father to that kid. And yes, don't. That's well, no. We can go down the list again, like elements that lead to issues, right? And we can talk about I don't know, I don't have any stats on this, but like the denigration of academic success. And if you engage in academic success, a demonization that exists, and I think that that's also a problem.
Those are separate to the police.
Those are separate, but like
I understand
the broader,
related. Yes, I
right. The broader
sure.
Right. The broader position is like these elements within the culture seem to be like the persisting elements that are most damaging. The cops are not disproportionately targeting Black people for killing anymore. It's not happening. It's just not.
So yeah, they should. So they should trust police now overall. In addition to your obviously other cultural recommendations for the Black community.
Yes. Well, and that's why this is so awkward, right? Because here I am making recommendations to the Black community, and I know what the response is going to be, which is going to be,
they also drive motorcycles. Fuck you. As well? Is that a recommendation?
Well, hold on. I'm not sure the motorcycling rates within the Black community, but I know what the response is going to be. The response is going to be, "Fuck you. You don't know my life. You don't know my struggle. It's not your business." Which to some degree I understand and I almost accept, right? Like you're right, it's not really my business what cultural item or thoughts you have or what culture you and the people around you adopt, right? You can ultimately do what you want, but you can't do that and then also like come after me. Like, is it my business or is it not my business? If it's my business, well, now it's going to be my business, and now we're going to talk about like disproportionate crime rates and fatherlessness and et cetera, et cetera. But if it's not my business, well, then don't, then it's not my problem either, right?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm curious then if you would apply the overall like similar analysis of like at least from the data so far. Okay. Limited data, but. There appears to be an erosion of trust in, let's say, the CDC and the FDA from a certain demographic. Let's say largely, no surprise, conservatives or Trump voters. Now, would it be a recommendation that actually, conservatives should trust the FDA and CDC? And if you don't, you're kind of an idiot.
Listen, I can't talk about this on Twitch. Corey, what do you think?
Exactly. No backbone whatsoever.
No, this is not about a backbone. This is about maintaining my channel's viability, okay?
No. I can distill it. So you would say that conservatives should trust the FDA and CDC. On the whole, they're good.
On the whole, the advice they give is probably scientifically meritorious.
This is why
All I
Scott calls you a communist.
I know.
He's
Wild.
No,
over here
exactly
advocating
that.
these socialist
Exactly.
things.
It comes
I
up. That's
appreciate
all
you,
I wanted.
comrade.
I was gonna say the same thing here, but you beat me to it. I've been waiting this whole time to say that.
See,
Actually.
now the tension with Gibbs comes up because, like, yeah, exactly.
Okay, hold on.
Exactly.
Look at what the CDC mostly says, right? Avoid
but-
Ebola. Okay, I'm not going to be like, "Huh, fuck you, libs," and then like go
No,
to
but hold
Africa
on.
and start like making out with people who are bleeding from their eyes.
they
It's
bring
not a
up
good idea.
No, they bring up a good point here because you just advocated all this time for all this for the policing and all these things, and like a very Texan position would be, hey, I don't trust the police either. I just, whatever. I trust the local police more than I trust, the governmental ones. I just don't trust them much either. Like a healthy mistrust of the police, in my opinion, is a good thing. This is like exactly why Scott calls you a communist and as socialist. This is why I make the joke as well because you sit here and say libertarian principles, then you preach about all these other things that are real sus, real
Preach about
sus.
trusting the
Yeah,
police
but
and medical
now
institutions.
Yo,
Crazy
yo, he
stuff.
did hit on something that I kind of agree with, which is, and we've kind of been talking about. I don't know if it's necessarily a patriarchy, but I do agree that there is a system in place, right? And I'm going to use my former boss in college, one of my heroes actually. Jeff is his name, and that's what he told me his name was. But his last name is Ping. I have no idea how to actually say his real name, but he's never once asked me to call him by that. And he would hate when people would try to apply for jobs. And this is at Wingstop, mind you. And this man like came up from nothing, opened up one like not opened like worked as a Wingstop, then bought a franchise. Now he owns like 10, right? And he would get so mad when people would come in there and apply, and he's like, I'm immigrant. How do I spell, fucking Jaquarius Quantel Jr. the third? Like, he's like, I don't know how to spell this. And like, that might sound racist. And it probably was racist to some degree, but he's like, it's just like, he would sit here and go, I prefer people with easier names so that I could say that easier name as an immigrant, right? And I think that there's some aspect to this system that's been in place that people have chosen, especially within the African American community, that like are just like they kind of like are bucking the system just to buck the system instead of trying to work within the system. And I think that's a major issue that is occurring, at least like, even with the policing. Because Sprout mentioned running the plates. Like, we can't prove that's racist, but if you run the plates and they got a crazy name and then they got warrants or something, that's much more likely, I guess, like than otherwise. I don't know. I think there are aspects within the system that is a problem. Like, but once again, it's going to come back to the same thing. Like, would say, what do you know, Gibbs? You're white passing, like kind of thing. Like, it's so.
Am I up next?
Yeah, and I have something I want to yell at Lactoid. I just got something I really want to yell at Lactoid about, but later on.
I was gonna say I got notes. If you want to go for it. It's your show.
No. Lactoid will always be there for me to dunk on him.
Fair enough. Yeah, I got two notes. I'll hit the big one that everyone's talking about with the self-defeating, self-fulfilling prophecy kind of conversation. Look, this is my 2 cents, but if anyone wants to make the same criticisms to Gibbs they do me, most of my black friends literally will fanboy for being American citizens and are like generally moderate. So if this isn't like the best the sample for I live in a community that's 95% white. So I think it's class, not race, but obviously I don't know if I have enough permeation into the black community to actually make an effectively educated stance. So I'll take the bias conversation. When it comes to the systemic racism conversation, I think it's kind of real in one way or another. And the reason why is I think most systems, most autocracies or any kind of Cs is innately kind of anti-minority. I don't think institutions of any human creation generally fare that well with being accepting of people that are not part of the social doctrine or not part of the people who like speak the language or part of the general cast. One of the things I think Westerners should be super proud of is actually this idea of being like equal under the law, not only in like the eyes of the state, but also in the eyes of God. And that's actually permeated a doctrine of constantly trying to check ourselves and saying, are we actually holding up to the standard that even if you're a minority, you are given this like level of ethical treatment? I don't think we're amazing at it, but I actually think that we're constantly trying to check ourselves where that conversation doesn't happen in most of the rest of the world. I will table that conversation for later because I don't want to monopolize time, but there's my 2 cents.
No, you don't have.
I don't think
you've
you're
been made for so long.
monopolizing.
You're not monopolizing. You said
Fair enough.
Speak more words.
Okay, yeah, I ran too much. There was a conversation that went from like the Chinese version of social media not too long ago into like the Anglo, for lack of a better term. Like it was on Twitter not too long ago that I remember, where Basically, it was a video clip of a Chinese taxi driver. He found out through like they were either speaking Japanese or he just somehow knew that they were Japanese and they kicked him out. And like he just posted it up. Hey, I did this. And there's thousands of people praising him. Like the vast majority of the ratio is extremely positive. You go to most places on the planet, that's normal. Like being anti-minority, being just generally like racist and discriminatory is unfortunately seen as ethical. And where we get into the West is that we fuck it up from time to time. I think we all know that. But I actually think we should be proud that we actually have the conversation as much as we do, even when it hurts, even when it's annoying, because we actually do have that conversation. We don't always get the results we see, but we definitely move somewhere.
Let's go to that's Sprout.
Yeah, I mean, so in regards to the police conversation, I think it kind of rolls both ways. I think that it hurts the community for the community to have the feelings that they do towards police. However, I don't think the way that they feel is like wrong. I don't think that that's like I don't think that they're even factually wrong on that. I think that there is a significant risk when it comes to police in those neighborhoods. But at the same time, like if I were in charge of police, and I've given this example multiple times, is I think that this would help a lot in those neighborhoods as well, is to get rid of like ticket quotas, and like completely get rid of ticket quotas and then change them over to interaction quotas, to where, you know, if someone's a flat tire and you pull over to help them put the spare on, that's an interaction. It goes to your quota that you need of interactions, and then completely do away with speed traps. If you're employed by the police force, then you've got more important things to do than sit on the side of the road and wait for the magic number to come up so you can go pull somebody over. Like do away with those, and I would also make their cars like a neon color. That way, it's easily visible for anyone that would need police, that they can flag police down. Like we shouldn't have police officers driving these like secret cars, and you know, you can only tell it's a cop when they've got like the lights flashing. Like how in the world is any citizen supposed to hail down that cop? Like that cop's never going to get it hailed down for anything, and it makes the cop less effective.
Agree. Before I start yelling at Lagtoid, which is like my favorite thing to do in the world. Ty, you want something?
I want to respond to this a little bit because I'm kind of with him on this. I want to fight Lagtoid on this so we can both yell at him, Prime. One of the big things that I do want to do when it comes to criminal justice is end the majority of financial penalties. I do think that you guys already brought it up earlier, right before I showed up, that we have like entire police departments that will fund like everything that they do through the interactions of just like issuing citations and tickets. I think this is innately something that's incredibly corrupt, and I know like Lagtoid, you largely are like pro reciprocity when it comes to like financial damage, but I think that's something that largely should be left to civil matters. When it comes to like the institution of the state fighting people, I think this is just a really easy way to make legitimate corruption. Like you're just encouraging police departments to actively go after people to fund their own programs.
Wait, hold on. You're the same one that last panel told me if a state wanted to secede, and they, even if the government wasn't upholding their end of the bargain, that the government could come down and smack them. Right? That's the same thing they're going to. So if you're breaking the law, how is this any different than the government smacking you for speeding?
In theory, like there's a level, I guess, where there's at least some level of commonality there.
It's the exact same thing. There's the commonality.
Is it though? Or all right, let me.
That's the commonality. So you're being a hypocrite here. You're on one side, like, yeah, it's to be civil. On the other side, you're like, yeah.
All right, like
Uncle Sam need to come
I can either be as good faith about this as I want, or I can actually be an asshole. I'm going to channel the inner asshole here for a second. It's not remotely the fucking same. One is literally talking about, hey, look, the institution is setting itself up to fuck over the people it's supposed to protect and serve, which is a whole other conversation. Versus the, hey, we are a part of this commonality, this group. group and we're saying, hey, we all come together to make this decision, and because you don't agree with the fucking decision, you just want to piss off with it. I think there's two entirely different arguments there.
Fake news. That's wrong. And I'll tell you why it's wrong. Because one of them is you elected these people, they set the speed limits. I come in here and they set speed traps and they catch you. That's the exact same. Oh, all these people came together to see this. Oh, this guy's saying fuck you, and now he's getting a ticket. That's not corruption. That's the system that you just advocated for working as you intended. So I want you to explain to me the difference in a different way, because they're not different.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm having the conversation among my peers among actually changing those rules because I don't like them versus saying, hey, fuck it. I'm going to go 80 miles an hour down the fucking road, and if you don't like it, I can start a shootout with you. I think that's the comparison that you're trying to make here, and I'm sorry, I think that's a leap too far.
It's absolutely not. In fact, I would even argue that this is why a lot of times why laws are even pushed, like get put on the books, and then someone will intentionally break those laws because they want to go to jail and they want to fight that in the court system. So, like, I know that that's not any difference. It's absolutely no different. One's what's the word I'm looking for? The defense, like, of their rights via force, and the others via working within the judiciary. And so either way, that's the same logic. One, they're both trying to accomplish their goal. So if I go drive down the road going 90 and I say I don't recognize U.S. government speed limits, and they pull me over and I say I'm a sovereign citizen, bang bang, motherfuckers. That's the exact same thing as if I go, oh, I'm gonna go fight this in court. That's the exact same, like, willpower. It's just we're choosing different means to an end.
Oh, like on a level, at least, like there is a different means to an end, but there's just a completely different ethical compass that I'm looking at here when saying one is like the same as the other. It's to me, it's
That's
just
not how
fucking
everybody
not.
else. That's not how everybody else looks at it. So you're just like picking which moral backflip you want to jump through right now. You're saying it's different here on the macro, but it's totally different at the micro. Like, that's what you're doing. You're just like saying,
Like,
since one's only like 1-to-1 individual ratio and the other's like massive, like states, they're somehow different.
well, look, I'll actually bring Lactoid in on this for in a second because I want him to be a barometer for me. But we'll put it this way: number one, I understand that I do not have the same moral and ethical compass as everybody else does. Okay, if I didn't believe that, I would think most of you are all fucking monsters. Like, straight up. Like, the fact that I actually see people do shit on the daily that I think is blatantly fucking unethical, like, I would not cope if I had to accept that everything had to be by the way that I want it. But on the other side of that, I still think it's entirely reasonable for me to advocate for what I think is ethical and moral and all that. Now, if you think that I'm just completely off the rails, fine. But at least for my own ethical framework, I do think there's a hell of a difference between saying, hey, look, I'm going to pick a fight with the cops so I can fight them in court versus taking out my firearms and defending my liberty, with the blood of tyrants. I think there's a hell of a difference there. One is working within the system, as you were saying, but you had to, at least fire off an inciting incident, so I'll give you at least there's a little bit of gray in there. But the other is literally just becoming a blatant revolutionary, which I'm usually against.
Well, okay, well, you don't even have to go for. Let's go even another micro. What about these people like the Bundys who fought their fought for their little grazing rights in the what was that? I can't remember which state it was, but they fought for their grazing rights, and the Fed eventually backed off. They weren't starting a big old revolution. They had like what 30, 40 people out there fighting off the government. The government's like, oh well, this isn't big enough for us to want to like actually have this shootout kind of thing, and so they're gonna sit here and they back off. It's the exact same thing. I can give you other numerous examples of the micro where this kind of happens. So the point that I'm making is they're exactly the same. And the only reason why it's different to you is because you want it to be different, not because they actually are different.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I need a secondary consistency check because I fucking despise what the Bundys did as well. Like, I'm generally in favor of people playing with the system. That's why I don't like people who are throwing protests. I've already made that argument before, which we've already been down that line. But just for the panel, consistency check me here. Like, do you think I'm being
I don't.
like?
I don't think you're necessarily being inconsistent. I think that what you're basically trying to say is that you think that people should work within the system, but you don't like this element of the system, which is fine, right?
Yeah, like,
and I understand your concern, right? Because the concern here is when you put a direct financial interest on punishment, the outcome is going to be potentially more punishment, which I think we're concerned about, right? We don't want the police being like the sort of authoritarian, like look for crime even when there might not be, right? Like just complete, draconian assholes, right? But if the financial incentives are put in place, then they might become that because that's the way they make money. So I get that concern. And I think that's a good argument for, you say removing all financial aspects, or you want to.
So what about like the SEC? Would you get rid of the SEC?
no, I love the SEC, but Like what? Okay, so like.
You fucking kidding me?
Okay, let me parse this out a little bit. Like, I know I definitely can misspeak when I said like all. I definitely said at least the majority. Did I make that clarifier, Lactoid, or was I not there? Or was I not there? Because I was also talking about how it deals with individuals, which the SEC, remind me, usually targets institutions called corporations. Am I
They don't
wrong on that
always.
one?
But they don't
Not
always.
always. I'll take that. That's a legitimate criticism. I'll take that. However, like I think there's a level where it is different between how the state does interact with individuals versus how it interacts with institutions of its own making versus itself. Now, I understand that I might go in circles here a little bit because this shit's complicated as fuck. But yeah, I think there's a hell of a difference between like what you were insinuating, Gibbs. And I mean, I feel like even Lactoid was coming down with me on this one. It was just like, hey, there's a clear line of delineation here that you're just trying to soapbox me into. This is that political theater shit I don't really appreciate, actually.
No, let me tell you what the political theater shit would be. This is what's about to happen. Is that I'm going to and don't do any of what I'm about to say, folks. I'm going to go on the amphetamine diet, and we're going to lose a bunch of weight, and then I'm going to be able to do backflips every time you do a backflip into some bullshit, and that's going to be political theater. I'm going to get up out of my chair and flip, which because you flip flop twice, you don't like you're sitting here want to give the pass the SEC because once again the difference to you is the macro because you said corporations, but yeah, you say you will allow they go after individuals. But then, even then, you're going to be your secondary argument. I already know what you're going to say. It's going to be like because it's just signs of en masse, they affected so many different people. It's all to say. You're just the only argument you're
How
making
about in
is
terms
the
of
size.
practicality? All right. So when we go after people, we can punish them in a multiple different ways, right? We can literally throw them in jail. We can fine them. We can make them do community service. There's a lot of different ways. When it comes after institutions, it's either we usually fine them or we break them. We don't really have nearly the amount of tools to go after an institution. Does anyone disagree with that? Like, I think the problem here is not actually because it's like, oh, hey, like I like the FCC, even though they do something I don't like. I don't think they really have any other tools.
Sorry,
that's
I
probably
do
the
want.
argument I'm making, but yeah,
Like,
I mean,
I get the consistency check on that on like a blanket statement where it's like, hey, if you don't like like monetary fines, then the SEC is absolutely like a monster.
Okay, so I really
Yeah,
want to
no-
get back to the topic that we were having before.
I'm so sorry. I will always tangent and derail everything that you do, Prime.
No, it's fine. Lactoid, your face makes me mad. So, I forget it. In fact, the original thing I was going to yell at you about, I had a thing here.
I said plenty for you to yell at, so
I did, indeed you did. But it's okay. So I just wanted to circle back. And I forgot what I was going to say previously. It seems like you're open to the idea that systemic racism exists, right?
yeah, I'm open to the idea. I'm just going to I'm going to need a for every single prescription, I'm going to need like some specificity and connections made for everything.
Sure. I think that's fair. I think it's definitely a fair thing to ask for. Fair enough. All right. So going back to like where that tangent was supposed to take us is systemic sexism. So like if systemic racism can exist, do you think whether it does or not that systemic sexism could exist?
Sure.
Okay, great. So do you think that there might be do you think there are no institutions that treat men like let's leave sports aside, right? Or anything like that. But just like, we're talking about corporations or I don't know, governmental agencies. Do you think all of them treat women or have outcomes that are equal between men and women that wouldn't be affected by like some sort of innate gender difference?
I don't know if they have outcomes. Yeah, the outcome question, I don't know. I would say that I can't think of, while I'm sitting here today, any institution within the United States or government, with, I guess, the exception of the Klan, and maybe some other things you can think of, sure, that are geared towards, that have the intention of maintaining male or white power.
Again, so that's why I took so much time to go over systemic racism with you, because you don't need an institution to specifically do that, to have uh, disproportionate deleterious effects,
Right,
right?
but I think you do need that if you're going to call it a patriarchy, right? In the same way with an oligarchy, it's not just a few rich people. It's not just a few things like outcomes that are systemic. It is like a organized and intentional rule by this class of people. And this organized and intentional rule
Okay.
by this class of people does not make sense when over the past, decades, it seems like this class of people has done everything in its power to try to shift power to other groups, right? Through affirmative action and grants,
I
etc. There's like everything seems to be like, let's get more women and black people in power.
So I don't believe that everything we have a whole political party dedicated fighting, right, the idea of DEI, right, fighting everything.
Yeah, but they're not shit. Like, they're not saying like because black. They're not like being explicitly because fuck black people. That's not what they're saying. They're saying like these are wrong because they're making white people, like they're demonizing white people, which arguably they are to a large extent.
Yeah,
Right.
sure. The same part. I would take that. I would take that if it wasn't the party of the Southern strategy. That wasn't the party that in every.
Going back to Nixon, I know.
I don't have to just go back to Nixon. I can go back to just like the entire a party that nominated Donald Trump and elected Donald Trump. Like a party.
Wait,
that
he's a
has,
'90s Democrat though. Like you're the party that.
yeah, and Bill Clinton was a fucking racist too. All right, so
Okay,
there you go.
well, as long as we're
Yeah.
consistent, I guess. Sure.
Yeah, let's call him out. Yeah, of the Clintons especially, right? Yeah.
You don't
Hillary
agree
Clinton-
with the statement that Clinton was the first
I-
president?
No,
Played the saxophone.
Texas
of
and
course.
that.
Yeah.
Bill and Hillary Clinton have proven the racism many times over, and I'm just gonna leave that alone for now. Right?
It's strange that you appeal to history when we're talking about like the Republicans, like, hey, this is the party of the Southern strategy.
I
When,
just talked about Donald Trump.
Well, I know, sure, like again, historical, right? But we only have to you're looking at a very subset of time because we only have to go back a little bit further, and then all of a sudden it was the other party that wasn't super good on the race relations.
Which you understand. The party.
No. So people say this: the party's
Allegedly.
flipped, but it's more nuanced than that
Much more
than just like the party's flipped. There are some structural elements of how the parties are run that is maintained within the Democratic Party from prior and is maintained within the Republican Party that is prior. I agree with you that the Republican Party largely started appealing to I guess primarily white people, as opposed to than the Democrat Party before, which was primarily appealing to that. But I don't. Again, this is the problem with historical analysis, which is I don't think that the Republican Party of the time of Nixon is the same as it is today, and I don't think that Trump is. I mean, here, let me ask you: in what way is Trump furthering systemic racism?
Okay.
Just to add to that, there was until maybe 10 years ago, there was still a segment of the old Southern Democrats in the Democratic Party. Just to add to that as well.
Well, yeah. You want to talk about the racism of the Democrats? Don't worry, we can do that. I love to, right? I mean, fuck the Democrats. I don't call myself a Democrat, right? I call myself a progressive. I'm a leftist. The Democrats are a poor facsimile of a party of liberation. Oh my god, what? It's laughable. But so I don't you're not gonna find any arguments on me there. And the thing is, I like to engage this conversation about how horrible Donald Trump is, right? But that's getting us away from the topic at hand, right? Because we're going to go on another tangent. Because then you're going to fight me on everything I'm about to say about Donald Trump. So the point is that systemic racism is a thing, and it doesn't necessarily require intentionality behind it. Now, I do see your point previously. The point you were saying is that there is a patriarchy, or you're looking at patriarchy instead as opposed to an oligarchy, right?
Or patriarchy is different than sexism.
Yeah, I think patriarchy works, even though the names are similar. These things work differently, at least the way they do in the academic sense. One, I think there is overt attempts to keep white and not white individuals. White individuals, but specifically, yeah, sure. But more specifically, the 1%. Let's just call them 1% because I think it'd be easier to do this. The 1% in power. That we have a class of individuals that through their political decisions, right, and their leveraging their economic power, right, onto the political process, make our entrench their power, right? So like billionaires entrenching their power, like, hey, let's have regulations that make it so that I don't have competitors, right, in whatever industry that I'm in. Or some of those billionaires actually specifically fighting against the advancement of other groups, right? Like the Coke industry, like the Koch brothers, right? The one that's left now. That we can find like racist billionaires, right? It's very simple what I'm saying, right? Racist billionaires. These are the people who, when academics are talking about the patriarchy, they're talking about the ones with the absolute power, and that would be them, right? Them and their allies within the political system. Those individuals, I think there is intention there specifically. That doesn't need to be replicated in the entire governmental structure for them to be a patriarchy, right? And it can't, and it doesn't have to be the case that there are no victories for women, right? Because we say, well, women had a victory, so clearly this system can't exist. Well, then you're missing a lot.
No, there needs to be something explicit, right? There needs to be something like geared towards men. Otherwise, again, like let's say you had a system, okay, in which it was like, let's say 90% of men were in power, but every fucking day they're always talking about how they need more women in power and how they're giving affirmative action. Hold on, and they're giving. So currently, right, that the people in power are like dead set on like with the use of affirmative action. Like, okay, affirmative action, right? In what fucking world does a group of power?
Who?
Yeah.
The Republicans? Are the Republicans in favor of affirmative action? No. You said the people in power. Are the Republicans in favor of that?
Republicans.
No? Donald Trump.
Republicans. Hold on. We're talking about the country as a whole, not just like a particular party.
Okay, as a whole.
Yeah. As a whole, America is not a patriarchy. As a whole, it would seem absurd that you have a country that gives so many leg ups.
The people in power. You didn't say
it's not just Republicans that are in power. There's a lot of Democrats that are in power. There's a lot of people who are in power that, like corporate America, there's a reason why every single Pride Month, every single fucking Pride Month, there's a reason all the corporations change their logo to a rainbow. It's because they're not up to purposes. Isn't it? I understand. I understand they're doing it for marketing purposes, but the reason why it works as a marketing purpose is because the general feeling of the country, by and large, is like, we got to help the gay people. The whole country's doing that. That's why they can get away with that and make money doing it.
Patriarchy is more than the general feeling of the country. But hold on, I'm trying to describe power systems that say, hey, like we want actually men in charge, right? Like that specifically do that, and that we want white individuals in charge. That's what I'm trying to describe. I'm saying that they exist, right? Not that they have a monotony of power, right? An uncontested monotony of power that is simply unbroken, right? It's the billionaires that I talked about. It's the political party that
they are openly about just trying to get white people power. That's what these billionaires are doing.
So I guess just to differentiate what you and Lactoid are saying is, like, I guess Lactoid, to me, this is just one of y'all can correct me if I get y'all's point. Lactoid say there's like no implicit control group, right? Like there's not like the government's not saying you have to be white and male to be in charge. There's not like the corporation saying you have to be white and male in charge. However, on the flip side, there are examples of like, the corporations being like, hey, if you're not black, trans, and maybe a little bit weird with blue hair, then we don't really want you to be like part of this. Or you're gonna have a special icon in Halo that represents your identity this month. Or we're gonna have this, and like they like pander to this, and they actually actively look for these people in their hiring practices, as opposed and like exclude the white males, which would be kind of what you're saying. Are they in this kind of thing, patriarchy that you're talking about? Which is I guess what you're saying is like, oh, these people are in charge, so that's what they're looking for. I don't really understand what you're saying, Prime. I don't like. comparatively.
I'm sorry, friend. I didn't realize all that was. I thought you were talking to
Let me.
Rovio, yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean, if I got his point wrong, but whatever.
I'll build off Gibbs' statement. There are two sides in America right now on the culture war, right? There's one side that's saying, help the women, help the minorities. We got to get them. We got to get them shit. We got to give them a leg up. And the other side is saying, we shouldn't care about race. We should just care about merit. So it's just meritocracy arguing against, pro-black, pro-woman agenda, right? There's no significant population in America that's just like, let's get white men in power. Like, yeah, sure, there's like Nick Fuentes or like that group of people, but are they like a significant? Yeah, they're not mainstream Republicans. Mainstream Republicans are very intent on getting minorities. There's a reason why Trump is always bragging about how many minority votes he gets. And there's a reason why the Republicans are very happy to like run black people. In fact, in Georgia, they ran arguably somebody with very little merit, but they were black and that was good for them.
Dude, seriously, I like unbelievable. They got black friends. Is your argument here? Hey, like
no, did you hear what I said?
Has black friends. They have black people who will dance for them. They got Tim Scott. Hey, Donald Trump is friend.
No, Prime.
You're glazing over the whole corporate.
You're glazing over what I just said.
I'm not glazing over. No. I'm being very serious about this. One, you're saying, well, they're running black individuals. Yes, there are black people who like want to get closer to the patriarchy, right? We see advantages in doing that and will sell themselves out to do exactly that, 100%. But I would say like the commitment to diversity is not even much better.
Look at your language.
The commitment to diversity isn't actually much better than the Democrats do it, right? I would say it's as cynical as they do it as well. That, hey, let's put a black face in front of our policy and pretend that we're actually doing anything. Just like I would get you to agree that when Democrats do it, it's a lot of bullshit. That when their commitment to empowering black people doesn't seem to actually add anything. You can get Republicans to say that, right? But then they'll say, well, we got like a Tim Scott. Well, we got
you're being unfair. You're hand waving. What you're doing right now is you're hand waving. This is what you just did. You literally, even the language you used, you said sell themselves out. This is in the vein of saying, oh, I like Uncle Tom. That's basically what you call these
Uncle
people.
Tom. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 100% I'm saying.
As opposed to what Lactoid and I are arguing, which is saying these people earn this shit on their merit, not based on their race, versus what the
that's
Dims,
no.
Dims and hold on, versus the Dims and leftists
don't understand what I mean by Uncle Tom.
Oh, I
understand
understand what you're saying.
Uncle Tom mean that I'm saying they don't deserve whatever that means. But they don't deserve. They haven't worked hard for that. Do you think that what Uncle Tom means? Because you do, then you don't know what I'm referring to.
I think the reason why we're confused. I think
not you like to it, not you.
That's not what I'm saying. No, but you just said sell themselves out. That's what I'm talking.
Yeah. Hold on. But what do I mean by Uncle Tom?
You're saying they're working against what's best for them, right? Because they work for or their race or group or whatever. That's what you're saying. They're a sellout. That's the argument. You're not saying they don't deserve it based on merit, but even if they did deserve, but hold on, because even if they do deserve it based on merit, you're saying it doesn't matter because even if they truly believe they're working for their group's best interest, they're still a sellout, and nothing they can do is going to be equivalent to not being a sellout for you, and that's loaded language right there. So like even if they were sitting here saying, because you're saying they're working, they want to be
happy to use loaded language when I actually mean to use loaded language.
Yeah, but I know, but I'm saying that you're wrong. I'm saying there is no, if they're working within the system,
great.
That's not to be closer to the system. That's because they think they're working for what's best.
I appreciate your input there. One, I do believe there are black conservatives who like are honestly believe in like what they're doing. I think those people exist, right? Among the actual political class, I doubt it. I can't think of anyone in particular, but maybe you can point someone out. But I doubt it for them. I think most of them are actually fucking sellouts. I think I guess he would be he is a fucking sellout, right? Clarence Thomas, right? Piece of shit Clarence Thomas, absolute sellout. The billionaire that he was that was romancing him, right? You mean the one that like with the Hitler art, right? That billionaire that was financing him and his wife and their lifestyle, him with like literally the Nazi and the he had like the I forget what it was, like the Garden of like Fascists or something, or Authoritarians. I have to look that up again. But this guy, an awful individual, like glommed on to Clarence Thomas. And Clarence Thomas, like going through this, talking to this man, interacting with him, knowing his history, didn't seem to have a problem with any of that, right? Because he's a fucking sellout. So yes, I will absolutely say that when I use that charge of language, because I fucking mean it, absolutely, 100%. But like we keep moving away from this point. I'm sorry, like we can have this conversation, and I'm happy to do it, right? To talk about the racism of the Republican Party. There's plenty of evidence there. I have no issue going down that road. However, we keep moving away from the thing that I actually want to talk about, right? Which is systemic sexism, right? That one, we can have groups that that might specifically be disempowering women, but beyond that, even if that's not the case, and you still don't believe it, we have that you don't need intentionality for that system to happen, right? The patriarchy and the way it interacts with individuals' lives, like the regular individual, doesn't necessarily have to be because like there was some sort of government mandate that intervened. It could be that these individuals are playing towards a system of gender roles. Oh, God, we're so far away from this, right? A system of gender roles and interactions that end up disempowering women, right? They're like mimicking this a situation that ends up disempowering women and favoring men, but not by much, right? Favoring them in some ways, but actually being overall, I think, a net negative. But we can't even get to that point because we have to establish that that's the thing that even exists. That people can be systemically sexist, and then reinforce that system through their interpersonal interactions. So I'm still working on getting us there.
I don't think nobody here denied that could happen, right? You're not working on getting us there. You missed like the first. I think you did miss the first couple sentences of what I said, which is I said generally in the current culture war, there is like one side which is let's focus on merit, and then there's the other side which is let's focus on getting the disenfranchised a leg up, right? That's the discussion that's happening. There is no politically relevant side right now that's like let's focus on getting men power. Let's focus on getting white people power. There's no actual political mechanism right now that's like trying to accomplish that.
That's what I was saying.
Right now in America. Right?
I didn't miss that point.
Okay.
I did respond to it.
Sure. But what I'm trying to say is like you can argue that like maybe to some extent. I know there's like some alarm. It's very small, right? There are some people saying, well, hey, there's not a lot of men in education right now because men are just getting clobbered in education. But even the UN, like, for example, do you know how the UN measures gender equality? So the UN measures gender equality just like however successful women are, like in comparison to the men, that's like more equal. Even if women are like far more successful than the men, right? So like an example is Armenia is considered like perfectly equal in education, despite the fact that women like outnumber men in education like 2-to-1. Because like women's empowerment is considered equality in modern discourse.
Okay, great. Then we should do something about that. 100%.
Okay, so sure. You're saying that we should do something about that. But like, what I'm trying to tell you is that me and Gibbs don't think that people care. It's arguable whether that they should care, right? But these are all the things that, like, I think Aiko is referring to, like the benefits that are just like not even calculated in when we're talking about like the patriarchy. First of all, I think a patriarchy is a higher line than just sexism. Some people being sexist as opposed to like the goal of men's rulership. And then we also compare that to, you know, all the ways in which men are disenfranchised, right?
Do you think? Okay, hold on. Let's try it this way. Then I'm going to go to Aiko because he's been timidly raising his hand, mostly out of frame, so it's impossible to see. But Lactoid, do you think that white women don't benefit from the patriarchy, or the women in general don't benefit from the patriarchy? That when we say patriarchy, that there aren't benefits for women. That it's just downsides.
Is patriarchy? Are we just using the term patriarchy to define like inequalities that women can benefit from?
I'm just asking you, like, when you hear me say the words patriarchy, right? That we exist in the patriarchy. The women that exist in the patriarchy, is it all downsides for them?
I think it's primarily,
That's-
I think right now in American society it's primarily upside. So if that's a patriarchy, then wild word to use.
You think it's okay? No. That's not the question I asked, right? Because you think it's all upside. That's ignore that. Answer the question that I asked here, right? Within, like, let's remove the United States, right? I'm just talking about a patriarchy in general. Removing that, right? Within a patriarchy,
Okay.
can women benefit?
Sure.
Okay, how would they benefit?
A hypothetical patriarchy, women could benefit. They don't have to worry about who to vote for. Like less mental stress.
Okay.
You asked for an
so
example.
No. Yeah, that's a horrible example. But I mean, I don't
Voting
know.
sucks, right? You got to take time out of your day. You got to go.
That, I guess if you really, I think you actually really do mean that, which is pretty sad. But we're going to leave it at that, though. But here's how women benefit from the patriarchy. Here's an example. Okay, right?
Lower prison sentences.
By simply marrying men who benefit from the patriarchy, right? Right. So, like, if you're a woman and you have less access to resources or education, let's just pretend, because we're separating it out from the United States, right? Because I know you're going to argue with me here, but that's fine, right? We're separating out, and we're saying that these women have less access to some resource, whatever resource that is, right? Who does have access to that? Well, that's a man, right? A man of status, though, right? Not just any man, a man of status. And so, if they were going to benefit, it'd be good to attach yourself to that man. Correct? Can we agree on that part?
Yeah, that could be a way of accessing goods.
Yes. So, it gives you access to resources, and like being attached to that man confers status onto you, right? The woman, right? Like, you're married to a man of status, you become a woman of status, correct?
Sure. Like, I think Rick and Morty said it better. Like he's not just some hot woman. You can't just post up in somebody else's life. I remember that phrase from the show, right? Like, if you're a man, you fail, you're fucked, right? If you're a woman, you fail, you can just find somebody to marry.
Yeah. Okay, great. Agreed. And so, right, because those women, we can use that example, because those women benefit from their proximity to the patriarchy, right? Do you think it's possible, right? These hypothetical women, right? They're hypothetical at this point.
Hypothetical women, sure.
Do you think it's possible that those women could defend the patriarchy?
Assuming that this system is still called a patriarchy, sure.
Yeah.
But my point is, patriarchy quite literally means like
you don't like the word. I know you
don't. I don't like the word. It'd be like calling a system in which black people primarily benefit a whiteocracy. Like, what's the point?
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, we'll call it the men's affirmative action system. Okay. I don't know. I want to find a word that you like, right? Describe the exact same thing. I don't care what it is. So you find a word that you like, and I'll use that word.
Yeah, it's called supply and demand, right? That's ultimately what this is about.
Supply and demand. In the system of supply and demand.
It's the market. It's market economics. Vagina is more valuable than penis.
We'll call it capitalism. We can call it capitalism. I don't mind calling it capitalism.
It's a sexual marketplace. Right? It is what it is.
It's within the marketplace, right? A marketplace that's tilted to the power of men, right? Within that marketplace, that winners in that marketplace will defend that marketplace, even if that marketplace actually ends up hurting them overall, right? The reason why they were disadvantaged in the first place is because of the marketplace. But because they've managed to navigate it well enough themselves, they'll still defend it for themselves and for their children, because they're pretty confident their children will navigate that marketplace, correct? Like, that would be a thing that could happen, right?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Probably the reason why like tall people are like more conservative, right? Because they would support social structures that would benefit tall people.
I'm ignoring that.
This is also why conservatives are more muscular and stronger on average. They also tend to be more attractive
and got
on
bigger
average.
Dicks too? Sure, whatever.
I haven't seen the study for that one, but I'll look into that.
I'm sure you will. But anyway, I want to leave you with that's a thing that happens. So this idea, because you're focusing on, hey, I see all these benefits for women, right? For instance, black women are going to college more often than black men, right? That their graduation rates are sky high. Well,
It's just true for every racial
clearly,
group, I think,
there's
right?
no patriarchy, or sorry, marketplace. There's no marketplace here, right? I would say that marketplace still exists, and that within that marketplace, there are upsides, there are downsides, and there are parts of people lives that necessarily aren't directly affected, indirectly affected, or not affected at all.
Can I
That
ask you,
doesn't mean that the
Prime?
marketplace doesn't exist.
Do you think? Here's a question for you. Do you think if like some kind of like a inequitable outcome is due to something justified, does that make it bigoted or like racist or sexist in any way? Like here, let me give you an example. Right, young men,
So-
for example, are like arrested far more for crime. But you would agree like this isn't sexism, right? It's because men
I
commit more
would
crime.
Yeah, and in the same way that I would say that it doesn't have systemic racism, like I keep saying, it doesn't have to have intent, nor doesn't have to have like a bigotry involved, right? You can have I know.
Well, no,
this
I know,
might be
but my question for you, like, is it systemically racist that men are arrested more often?
no, we wouldn't call it racist.
Sexist.
I know-
Sorry.
I know what you mean. I know what
Systemically
you mean, yeah.
patriarchal.
Is it systemically patriarchal that men are arrested more
No,
often
just
for violent
because
crimes?
it's disproportionate outcome, right? Doesn't mean that it's systemically a bigoted thing.
Why not?
Because context is involved, right? Because you can't separate that from context. Like if it is the case that men commit the most crimes, then yeah. And then so the next step is, what about black people? Black people commit a lot of crimes. Yeah, if black people commit more crimes, sure, that's fair enough, right?
Or the fact that women like the
is-
careers that women choose. Why is that the case? Or is it the fact that women take off more time for childbearing? What's motivating that? Like again, you can look into all these circumstances, and what I'm looking for is where is this kind of like? It seems like a lot of times in academic talk, especially, sexism and racism and patriarchy and bigotry and these terms are used almost like these ethereal kind of ghosts that you can't really pin down, but they're always there. And anytime you have like some kind of inequitable outcome, whether or not it's bigotry is dependent on whether or not your political goals call for it to be bigotry or not, right? So obviously the fact that men are arrested more is not bigotry because men just commit more crimes, obviously. But if black men are arrested more
version
often,
of the 1350 argument.
right? But if black men are arrested more often, it's because of systemic racism.
I would say that. No, I hear what you're trying to say here. But that it's just like the statistics we were talking about previously about like deaths, right? It's simply more than arrests. It's like who is being convicted, who is being targeted for crimes, for policing in neighborhoods. Like, do you have a situation, for instance, in New York where it's the stop and frisk situation where it was like a ridiculous amount? I don't have this statistics on me at this moment, right? A ridiculous amount of black people being stopped and searched within that system, more than was the population of New York. It was that they just kept stopping these people again and again and again and again, right? A very small population of individuals that outstripped the totality of black individuals there. Is that the case? Is it being over policed? Right? I would say that once again, these things are being flattened when we simply say arrest, and that there's more nuance to it. I would agree that there's more nuance to these situations, but that doesn't mean that there isn't systemic racism involved within the legal system.
Was that systemically sexist?
Before you, somebody's sexist.
Stop and frisk. Was that systemically sexist on behalf of the NYPD for mostly targeting men?
I guess no.
Why
I don't
not?
see how. Hon, I will. I promise. I'm going to deal with this. But like, I gotta let Ike go in, and then we can continue.
Yeah. I just wanted to answer the question. So I don't think if the question still is whether or not the patriarchy like is systemic, I think there's one element in which it's not systemic in the way that race is, and that is when you look at what systemic means, right? You were talking about systems, and the most powerful systems are intergenerational, right? And so whatever disadvantages or advantages that you accumulate, say as a white man or a black man or a Hispanic man or whatever, or woman, gets passed down from generation to generation. And so those advantages accrue. It's a sort of systemic incumbency, I guess you could say, that accumulates over time and gets very, very big. It's the sort of thing that Jefferson feared would happen, and he devised systems to sort of equalize power, like for instance, ending primogeniture. He thought would stop something these kinds of things, and that's not something that happens along gender lines, right? So if you have a powerful man married to a less powerful woman or whatever, they're going to have kids, and their kids are going to benefit from that powerful father or whatever, and they're going to inherit that, and they're going to move on with that, right? Paris Hilton has. You talked about proximity to the patriarchy or whatever. These are these are the sorts of things that happen. So that means you get a kind of a refresh with each new generation, where people inherit the advantages of parents who may not be the same gender that they are. And so that's something that's fundamentally different than what happens with race, where you inherit all of your family's disadvantages and then your kids will inherit those, and so on until the people that have marginally better advantages from generation to generation start departing greatly, to the point where there's absolutely no way for one group to compete with the other group because they've grown so far apart. With gender, it's not that way, right? Like, it's not systemic in that way. It resets every 15, 30 years, something like that.
So that's I mean, on I agree with the principle, which is I think that like intuitively there's not going to be any kind of intergenerational systemic effect when we're talking about gender, because you're not picking which, if you're going to have a son or daughter, right? And
Right.
these families are not going to give their unless you're in China, yeah.
Yeah.
But even with race,
That's
for example, right? Like I just posted, this is a Pew Research survey. So income in America is like oftentimes divided up into quintiles, and the survey set has two graphs that I think are particularly interesting, which is that you look at among white children, quintiled, the lowest quintile of income to the highest quintile of income. There's like the different subsects, and then black children, right? And their likelihood of where they are going to end up, right? So a white child born into the wealthiest fifth of America is most likely going to remain in the wealthiest fifth of America, right? And then, in the fourth richest, like the fourth quintile, where are they most likely to end up? And this is why I think that there is like something else going on here, which is why I was referencing whether or not culture could be considered systemic, which is that black children born into the top quintile of income, the top fifth of all income earners in America, those black children have a higher chance of falling into the bottom fifth of income than white children born into the second lowest fifth of income. So literally, if you're a poor white person, you're more likely to go up, and then you're less likely to fall into the lowest level of poverty than a rich black kid. Like, rich black kids are more likely to fall into absolute poverty. And so it's not that like there's not money being inherited there, or there's not like opportunities being given, right? Because obviously we're talking about rich people, right? So these are children born to rich families, top fifth income earners in America. There is some other confounding variable that's leading to such negative outcomes, even when you factor in for economic standing. And so what is that? Why is it that children to rich black parents have such bad outcomes compared to white children born to middle-class white families? And honestly, I think that the kind of cultural elements I was talking about before, I think that has a lot to do with it.
I'm sorry, I was muted. How do white children with rich white parents do?
They are more likely to remain within their quintile than the black children of rich parents.
By how much?
By a significant margin. I'll give you the exact percentages.
Yeah. So
I posted it also in the group chat we have.
Yeah. So I don't think it's all culture. I don't even know how you would measure. It was culture that did it. I would say that it would be like there isn't the same societal um, backing for those individuals, right? When they go out into the world, that like their class position doesn't help them as much as a white individual, right? A white individual with money, like I mean, as this is a show, like just have a different experience than a black individual with money. It confers you advantages, but it doesn't protect you, right? So, like, here's an example. Is that black mortality rate, right? Black mother mortality rate, excuse me. That is high, right? That is an elevated. It's far elevated above, like white women, of course. But that is true across the income spectrum. That among women of high income status, right? That doesn't buy their way out of that. This, like, money isn't the panacea that you might think it is to solving these issues. It solves some things, right? It makes things a lot easier. Hopefully, you'll have access to power, right? Powerful individuals, but you might not, right? You may not have the social networks. If you're like, for instance, if my father, let's pretend like my father, he's an immigrant, but he came to the country. Let's say he made it big, right? And he's a multi-millionaire. Well, does he have the social networks that I can use to continue on that wealth, right? Maybe he does, but probably he doesn't, right? Because even within the elite, they try to, keep out individuals who they don't like in their circles. That might be Jews, that might be black people. There are ways that these individuals are kept out, even if you've attained that level of money. So I think those are the reasons. Now, but culture, like those, like the individuals who make it, right, are far more likely to have like totally bought in to like the white Western idea of success, right, and family. They're more likely to have done that. I
Yep.
don't think that implies that those paths are inherently correct or good. It's just that those are the paths that are rewarded.
This is what. Hold on. This is what I'm talking about right here.
Okay.
What you just described. What I'm talking about.
Okay.
I think what you just described is like success in America, and I think what you're now saying, and I think this is a lot of the rhetoric, which is, well, that's not really. Who's to say that path is correct? No, but that is the path that we want people taking, right? That is the path that people are talking about when we're talking about inequities. When we're talking about income disparage, like in discrepancies, obviously this should matter. If, like, when the income discrepancies are large or when there's some kind of inequality, now it's a problem. Well, why is it a problem now? Because obviously this is important. Because obviously making a bunch of money in America is like really important. Like, for example, Sprout asked for specific numbers, right? So right here, right, percent of white men reaching each quintile. A child born in the top fifth of income, 44%, 44.3% of them are going to stay in the top quintile of income. That's only true for 23.7% of black children, also born into the top quintile of income. 17.8% of black children born to the top quintile of income are going to fall into the bottom quintile of income, compared to only 5.2% of white children born to the top quintile of income. Again, like, even black children born into like economic prosperity and opportunity, combine that with the fact that when they apply to college, right, they're going to have dramatically outsized opportunities there. I think Harvard released their data, and I think it was like 2/3 of black students enrollees, I think it was in 2017 to 2019. I'll find the exact data for you as well. But I remember 2/3 would not have been there absent affirmative action. Half of Asian, or twice the amount of Asians would have gotten in. So they literally cut the number of Asians in half, and they increased by 2/3 the amount of black enrollees just based on their race. And yet, despite this, you still have a significantly higher chunk of black children born to wealthy families dropping down to the poorest among us.
Hold on, but this is like, it feels like a Rorschach test, right? This is what it feels like to me right now. And that like I look at this, I see that there are systems failing individuals and the lack of networks that support these individuals. And then you look at this and you see, well, it must be a defect of culture, right? I would say that in
That's what, I mean, black immigrants do very well, right, in America, comparatively?
yes,
And the children of black
I-
immigrants do very well in America. Why is that?
okay.
For one, there's a
Uh,
self-selection process coming, right? You need
I-
to have resources
are
to
be
get
wealthy
here.
Well, I get that. I get that, right? But they're wealthy. In the same way that when we're looking at this Pew Research, the children born to wealthy black parents are more likely to fall into poverty.
So if you talk to, for instance, Joe Lewis or Fanatic,
Huh.
what they'll say, and hopefully I won't butcher it because they would yell at me a lot if I did.
Yell
They'll
at you no matter what.
they'll well, yeah, Fanatic 100%. What they'll say is that, well, of course that's the case. Of course it's the case because black immigrants aren't black Americans, right? So there's something I fought about them. I fought with them a lot, right? But they make this delineation between black Americans and black immigrants. So they're actually going in your direction here, right? Yeah, they'll make that delineation. They'll make it hard, right? And they'll say that, like for instance, this is why Fanatic says that black immigrants, like my immigrant family, shouldn't get reparations, because I would argue that we are subject to similar systems of oppression once we get here. I guess he would argue that maybe that's the case, but the cumulative effects of generations of that oppression, right, works out differently for Black Americans. So yes, you'll have different outcomes because they've had because they come from different societies and abuse different outcomes. And also, of course, when we're talking about Black immigrants who are wealthier, they can come here. Just like we're talking about, like for instance, South Asian, like Indian type residents, right? The ones who come here tend to be more wealthy.
Yes,
rather than-
I understand that's the talking point, that they're wealthier. But again, we just talked about the Pew Research about how even among American black children born to American wealthy black families that are also wealthy, they're still like dramatically more likely to fall into poverty.
But I've been trying to answer that the entire time. You seem to keep ignoring that. Like I keep telling you, like this is like these are the reasons why. And then you just say it's just culture.
Yeah, so that cumulative effect,
I won't-
what is that? So, but if it's not money, if the cumulative effect of racism over the past several decades is not money, what is it specifically that you're trying to identify?
I've described it multiple times here, right? Is it access to networks, right? Like
Yeah, but
So
but hold
more
on.
than
So-
immigrants? You think immigrants have less
yeah,
access to
like,
networks?
So I mean, even
hold on,
even
no.
even if-
Hold
hold on.
on. You're measuring. Hold on. I'll go to you right after this. But like you just mixed two different things, right? You said more access to immigrants. The thing you brought up the immigrants to say that they have they do well better in terms of like wealth overall, right? But simply being a Black immigrant, that's different than what you were saying talking about before about like Black families within the top quintile, right? Like, are those just Black immigrants? Are they Black Americans or what? Right? Like what
They're Black
trying to compare.
Americans. Look, if you're in the
Yeah.
top quintile of income in America, you have connections.
And then you're talking about the people dropping from that, right? Like
Yes.
what's like that's different. That's different from the you're talking about Black immigrants simply doing well, right? So one is about like within a generation losing that prosperity, and then the other one is just saying that there's a cohort of people of Black skin who do well in this country, right? Those are two different things. You understand that?
So I understand that they're different things, but I'm comparing them directly. What I'm comparing is you have, we're talking about Black immigrants who come to this country who are doing significantly better, right, than like Black Americans generally. And even the Black Americans that are within the top quintile of income, their child is more likely to fall into poverty.
But I'm okay. Sorry. What I'm trying to say here is that not the prescription, but the description that I gave of why they fall from one quintile to another will be different. Is a completely different thing than why Black immigrants do well. These aren't comparable.
And I'm giving you slack with like the speculation, because I understand that like I don't have numbers on this either, but I do find it like a little bit incredulous to believe that immigrants are going to have at least be better connected or get their children better connected than the.
I didn't say they would though.
Sure. Okay. Then I don't understand the point, right? If you're saying that these children are less connected, which, by the way, if you're in the top quintile of income, you have connections. If you're less connected, you're saying that like this is the reason, despite the fact that they have easier time getting to college and making connections there, which is one of the best ways to make
Keeping
connections.
money are different ways, are different things, right? Making money and keeping money are different things. Making wealth and keeping wealth
Okay.
are different.
So if you're in the top quintile of income, why can't you keep that wealth?
For the things I've said many times already. But hold on, I will get back to you. But like Gibbs wants to get in. But like
Yeah,
sure.
I just like once again this comes back to, like, I mean, I guess so y'all are arguing over the culture, right? Like is what kind of what he's arguing versus, like, okay, he's saying African Americans, here, I guess you're saying there's some kind of generational trauma that's causing the richest of the rich, their kids to fail,
I
right?
didn't say generational trauma.
Okay, well, whatever. There's some factor, X factor, that you're advocating.
Did I keep saying it multiple times? I said it multiple times.
Okay,
Gibbs,
well,
what
right,
did I
right.
say?
So I'm just trying to like get through this, and this is where here's another aspect of this argument that y'all aren't even factoring in. So say that there is systemic racism, and it's just widespread, and it is what they're saying, and the KKK is the one, like, they're secretly in charge. They're doing this. They're not going to differentiate between a black immigrant and a I don't know, black billionaire's kid, right? So they're going to be. In fact, I would even argue they'd probably like, well, we want the homegrown one more. So there's probably even more barriers to an immigrant, along with the networking. So I guess what to Lactoid's point is that even if there is some kind of X factor that, like you're saying, what is that X factor? And is it now systemic, or is it within their own culture that's causing them this? Because I think I'm tending to agree with Lactoid here. Is it sounds like it's a cultural thing, and
Social
everything that you're making is an
This is
excuse. That's what we
like
call them. They're
no matter
excuses.
what I
Put on
say.
your big boy pants and maybe
Okay.
take care of shit
No matter
instead of
literally, no
sitting here
matter what I
crying
say,
about it.
I keep
That's what
saying
it
the same thing
sounds
over
like.
again, and you guys like literally like
Well,
your brains like skip at that moment, right?
No, we're
And like
understanding. We were just saying it's
Prime
wrong.
didn't say anything, right? Like he's not giving us any answers. Right? I give an answer, and you immediately stop thinking, right? And then you resume once I stop talking. Okay, like Electra, I'm gonna reach out to you, right? I'm gonna reach out to you here. So I don't know these statistics. Maybe you can find these statistics for me, right? Because I don't know, right? So like what's comparable? I was talking about how like the things you brought to bear weren't comparable because those were two different statistics we're looking at, right? But here's what would be comparable: to see Black Americans, right, who lost their access to wealth, right, went down to quintile, right, within a generation, right, and compare that to Black immigrants, right, like in their children. So if there's a difference in that number, right, that would be, I would say that's culture.
It wouldn't. I agree with you that I'd like to have those numbers, but even that would be somewhat imperfect because I would assume that, at least in the American context, the children of Black immigrants would go to an American school and would be somewhat indoctrinated
Okay.
is the wrong word, but would definitely like adopt to some extent Black American culture because that's what the current mainstream media and society kind of push Black people into doing, right?
I would say that that's by the second generation, right? Like that, because you see
It could also be first generation. I agree. It's like there's less. I agree with you. There's less distance the closer we get to the immigrants like coming right over, right?
Yeah.
And anecdotally, now this is purely anecdotally, like the children of direct immigrants, like from Africa that I've worked with, like in college and stuff, like have been very, very, I guess, they are terrified of their parents beating the shit out of them if they don't get straight A's. And like that kind of like there's like a hardcore there's like a hardcore like a cultural emphasis on success that is like very, very strong.
I'm aware. But I'm saying, but so I know we can't. I hear you. We can't run a perfect experiment where like we separate them from Black Americans and see what happens. That's fair,
right?
But I would be willing to still grant you that, right, in your favor, and say that the delta between those two numbers, that's culture.
Okay. And I'm curious, what if the delta explains all of it?
The delta explains.
Let's just say the delta came out and we're like, if we remove this delta, like they're right on par with the whites.
They're right. Okay. Oh, you mean to say that black immigrants, they don't have any difference with white.
Yeah, like
Americans,
their children like perform roughly on par with white children.
roughly on par.
Like
Okay,
maybe
yeah,
like
well,
slightly
yeah.
below, but it's
No, I won't take back my words. I'd say that's unless I can think of something else,
Sure.
right? Then I'd say it's culture.
Yeah, that's something else. There's a word for that. You know what it is? Excuses.
Thank you for that. I love you, Gibbs. I love you. You're amazing. I'm sorry. I've spent a lot of time yelling at Lactoid, right? Which is as nature
Also,
should be.
You should
really.
continue practice.
But I do. If other people want to jump in, please go ahead. And what we're talking about, so you don't have to talk about black culture if you don't want to go into that conversation, right? The question was about patriarchy, but Lactoid, right, being a race hustler, like has to try to get back to black people in any way that he can. So yeah, go ahead if you want to say a thing about that.
I'll take on patriarchy. I definitely think it was a real thing in the past. I won't go into the whole conversation of that, but it's really hard for me to be not to agree with Lactoid at this point. Like I fervently am of the idea that we're on the track to matriarchy, largely within most Western countries and particularly within the United States. I believe that there's some really good numbers coming out that like millennial women are just completely kicking the shit out of their male counterparts at this point, on multiple fronts, and it's only getting worse with Zoomers. Granted, if this is the sign of size, huh?
It's the beta millennial Zoomers.
Well, I mean, we can have the conversation about like why that's happening and whatnot, but like it's really hard for me to believe that.
Who's a beta to you, Gibbs? I'm curious.
Anybody in the category that he's talking about, I'm doing real well compared to my female millennials. I don't know about the rest of y'all. If y'all aren't doing well, it's because you're beta cucks.
Fair enough.
Do beta, do
So
better.
it's just straight
Yeah.
economics. Like if you're above a certain threshold income,
I mean,
you're an
you figured
alpha.
out that he worships the almighty dollar. Like that's
Amen.
his entire ideology. Like, come on.
Listen, and it works.
I'm not happy for you, Gibbs, but if you're happy, then at least you can sleep peacefully at night.
I sleep like a rock.
When he says he's religious, that's what he means.
Yeah, the almighty
Anyway.
dollar, exactly.
Yeah.
Give
The
it
root
to
of all
Caesar
evil.
and whatnot. Yeah.
So I'm taking it prime just absolutely is flabbergasted that I would dare say such a thing, but I'm not seeing a lot of data that's really indicating that men are doing that well across the board, particularly under 35, 40.
Ty, what I would say, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, go on. Guess what I would say to that? Just
Oh,
like
yeah, sure.
do your best, yeah.
Either one of two things, I'm going to guess. One is that men aren't trying as hard, which I don't think is the more likely one, but the more likely one is that
You
we're
would
actually
say
just
that.
seeing the scales even out.
No, I wouldn't say any of those things.
Okay, what do you got?
I would say that, right? And I'm not sure because you arrived a little later, right? So I'm not sure how much like you
Sure,
heard
yeah, I
originally.
missed a lot.
Yeah, no worries, right? What I would say is that the patriarchy
Mhm.
hurts men. That like
Okay.
the patriarchy of like I keep saying, only works, right? Only completely benefits a handful of individuals, right? Like the 1%ers at the top. And below you have scales of benefit, right? And when it comes down to like, for instance, your level, right? And not, this is not an attack against
No, you're good. I got you,
against
buddy.
Ty, to be very clear, right? But no, we do see a lot of the deaths of despair, right? That's something that's happening right now. And a lot of white men are suffering from that, right? Well, like men in general, but like specifically white men are suffering from that. And you can look at that and say, well, clearly there's no patriarchy, right? And then I guess women are doing better because here are these numbers. But that doesn't say that there isn't a patriarchy. And so it says that the structures there are actually don't benefit men, and actually upholding that like hurts them as well.
Right. So I'm not going to relitigate your entire conversation with Lactoid because I do largely agree with him on this one. It's like if we want to blame capitalism, yes. If we want to blame the patriarchy,
We
well,
can, and we will here.
That's fine. I know you will. I know you'll take that. I'll give you an inch and you'll take a mile. The real part here is even if you are correct that it is some kind of like vestige remnant of a patriarchy, we should be cheering for its death at that point. Like if it's something that actually just keeps us all down, then like I'm not going to complain. So like on at least every facet that I'm looking at this, one, if the old system's still there, it's dying horribly. Or at the other side of it is
Hold on,
that
hold on. But
yeah,
here's
go
the,
ahead.
here's the thing. Before you stop, I need to stop you there because
Sure.
the metric that you're using
Mhm.
doesn't say that the system is dying though, right? That's my issue here, right?
Okay.
Because you're saying women are doing better in these realms, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so we're moving to a matriarchy, which is wild. But I'm going to ignore that for a second, right? But at the very least, it says there is no patriarchy, and I'm saying that doesn't those statistics that you're talking about doesn't invalidate anything that I'm saying.
I mean, I can even give you that, where it's just like we can say, like, I guess there's 3 different levels of conversation that can happen here. Number one, like we still have like a patriarchy. It's thriving, it's vibrant, but it's really only effective towards X group of people. I'm just with Lactoid on this one. This is a wealth problem. It's not a sex problem. If we're going with like, there's a vested level of like some kind of inertia or institution
Sure.
that's still there. Like I think
who has most of the wealth then? Who has most of the wealth then? Let's go there.
we're just going with like, are we going to go white males or
You
break it up? We're going to
you
just
tell
do
me.
men.
Who
We're
has
going to do
most of the
whites.
wealth? Who has
Yeah,
most of the wealth?
right. Who has most of the wealth? It's probably white dudes, right?
Okay.
I just
and
posted a chart
among
for you.
white dudes,
Mhm.
like who has most of the wealth?
Like the upper class, like
Yeah. Like
Okay.
that would be like billionaires. It'd be the 1%, right? So even among the
Sure.
system, like I'll work with you, right? I'll work and
Mhm.
say that there's no one who has any intentionality here, right? Like everyone's just innocent, just doing things, and random things are happening within the marketplace. Sure, okay, right? But even then,
Sure.
within that inertia, right? Like within that system, there is a group of individuals who have most of the wealth, right?
Right.
Right? That would be those like white billionaires, white male billionaires, right? So they have most of everything. Now, do you think those individuals, let's say, not along race or anything else, right?
Sure.
But do you think those white billionaires have an interest in keeping their privilege, right? Or they're just like fine with anyone who like sharing the wealth, right? Are billionaires known for wanting to share the wealth and lift all boats? Or do you think they might have a vested interest in keeping their power and their exclusivity?
Generally, you're going to assume that any group of people has a vested interest in keeping their power, right?
Yeah, but do these
yeah.
people?
So let me, I don't know if I'm going to derail the conversation, but I'll at least go this way. Number one, are they maintaining their power? I think where me and Lactoid are going is that like, we're assuming change is starting from the bottom and we're seeing it work its way up. I fully expect by the time that me and you are, in our 60s, we're not going to see the same numbers. And I think we can actually backtrack the data and show that there's more women that are now billionaires than there ever has been. We're seeing more women of wealth than there ever has
Just
been.
posted. I just posted it.
Right. So
Okay, great.
so my assumption is 2 things. One, that things are changing. And we're going to continue to see basically the empowerment of women across the board. And let's be real, who's the wealthiest people in the country? Older people, boomers, who are kind of renowned for being a little sexist. So if you kind of put in people who have wealth, older folks, and the fact that they tended to be far more like patriarchal, I think this is kind of something that's killing itself with time.
Okay. So again, I don't need any of that.
Okay, sure.
Sorry, friend. I uh, I just need to establish that
Uh-huh.
individuals, right, who are in a position of status and within any group, right, would have reasons and ability to protect that status. Correct?
I think that should be a granted, right? I don't even know if that should ever be a
Okay,
conversation because
Great. I'm glad that we agree then. So the
right,
next
so-
part, right?
Yeah, okay.
How would if you were a billionaire, right? So Tiberius becomes a billionaire tomorrow, right? The good kind
Sure.
of billionaire. Tiberius is the nice guy, right? So he's the great kind of billionaire. But anyway, you're a billionaire. How would you exercise that power, right? Like to protect your status?
Oh, to protect my status?
Yeah, how would you do
Geez.
that?
How to make Ty an autocrat? Gee, that's something I don't want to think about actually. I would actually have to put some real thought into that because I've never
I
put
don't
in.
think you do. I don't think you do because you're connected enough to these political conversations. You absolutely know. How do billionaires
They make
protect
more
their
money.
status?
They make more money. I mean,
Okay,
Sure.
wait, hold
There
on.
are
I
many
don't.
ways to
Hold on.
make
I
money,
don't.
and hold on, Gibbs. There are many ways to make money, right? There's one being a great captive industry, but there's the other way of doing that too, right? And I think Lactate would
Which
agree
is
with me on
what?
this
Which
point
is
too.
what? Like,
But
are
I'm
you
going to get to
saying
there
that
in a
they're all
second.
like going to be the guys with the Chinese sweatshops and they're over here cutting
No,
corners?
nope.
Like,
That's
what
not
is
where I'm
your
going
what?
with. I'm
Yeah.
going to
So
go
what?
with something that Lactate would agree with. I think in the end, but before then, I'll see if Ty can get this. Ty,
Yeah.
how would you protect your status?
generally, I guess the way that we've seen it happen generally is that they use both economic and political coercion to
There we
force
go.
people into a box.
There we go. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Politics, right? You would use your money within the political realm, right?
Sure.
Because you have so much, you can exert influence within that space, right? If corporations are people and money is speech, right? Money is
Mhm.
speech. We've established that. Then you'd have a lot more of that speech than anyone else, right? Correct?
Assumingly, yes.
Yeah, okay, right. So you would say that billionaires, like compared to you or me, right?
Mhm.
You and me who have these our various interests, that a billionaire has more ability to influence the political sphere than us, right?
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
anyone else we know.
Like
Okay.
I know me and you have talked quite a lot. Like I will pick issues on a number of things that I don't agree with you on, but I think me and you largely are at least in line on like class warfare, at least to some degree. Like I'm not a Marxist by any stretch of imagination, but I do believe as a proper Republican that believes in the balance of power within a society is that you need to have one group of people be leveraged against another to actually maintain it. And like I don't have a problem with rich people existing, but I don't want them literally running away with the fucking, running away with the house, right?
Okay. Good. Okay, so we are almost there. We're almost
Okay,
there
we're
here,
almost
right?
there.
Congratulations, you
You're
got
gonna
the
Bring
socialist
it
you're
with
on.
gonna
you. The socialist
you're,
Democrat that didn't agree with you.
I'm,
Brian, you
Uh-huh.
did real good. You got a
I'm painting,
real far right guy to
oh my
agree
god.
with you.
I'm painting a picture. I'm painting a picture, and hopefully I can get other people on board with me here. Mixing metaphors, right? You see what you got me doing? God damn it. Anyway, they have an outsized influence on politics, and they would do what it. You understand that billionaires would do what it takes to maintain their power. And part of their power is exclusivity. Because everyone's a billionaire, right? Then no one's a billionaire, correct?
Yeah, pretty much,
Oh,
right?
okay,
It
right.
defeats the point.
So they have interest in doing that. Okay,
Right.
right. So we've established, right? So one of the ways, the one more, the last step here is that one of the ways that they do this is not simply by just being better at business, right? Part of what they do, and here's where I can hopefully get a little bit of agreement, a head nod from Lactoid. Let's watch him closely, right? This power, right, is to bend the government to their will, right, and get advantages in the marketplace, right? That would be like tax breaks aimed at them, right? That would be like putting regulatory blocks in front of within the marketplace that makes it harder for other entrants. Correct?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Is
Okay.
Lactoid gonna nod? Is Lactoid gonna nod?
I'm letting it be ambiguous now that you're looking for something.
Okay. All right. Lactoid libertarian definitely agrees to that. So I'm just like this, right? So, and which distorts that other marketplace, right? It distorts that other marketplace. Which like a person like Lactoid would hate. Okay. So we've established that billionaires, right, are mostly white males, right? We established that billionaires have reason to protect their power, ability to protect the power, and actually do so, right? Okay. Um, and we talked about the means of which they do so. And at the end, I'm saying that like um, with our society as it stands, even if there is no intention, um, even if there is no intention
Mhm.
for the in the process of protecting their status, the policies that they will push forward would end up furthering that patriarchy, right? Would inculcate that system. And then specifically, right, even because I think there is a intention, if we can establish that white male billionaires would only want to protect white male billionaires, then the laws that they and the policies that they would push would in the end would benefit white male rich individuals,
That's the leap
which would be
right
the
there.
patriarchy that I've established this entire time, right? Like their interests also include their own sex, um, and
Why?
so
Why?
The,
Why wouldn't it? I'm saying
Why
that
would,
like
but
if
why would it though?
that
Like,
You're assuming this. So you're assuming this kind of solidarity that exists between like men, or I guess between white people specifically, when I just don't think it exists. Especially like when you have considering these billionaires are having daughters just as well. Like if I'm a billionaire,
What?
like I don't care
Oh,
if
yeah.
women become billionaires as long as I'm a billionaire, right?
Yes, that's always protected women throughout time, right? That's always protected women. That like their fathers, right, have looked at them and said, "Well, they came out of my loins, and so I'm going to treat them equally, rather than property, right? Rather than trade them around."
We're talking about We're not talking about the feudal era. We're talking about right
but I'm saying-
now.
No, but you're saying, but my point is that just because you come out of the loins of a billionaire, just because a billionaire knows women, doesn't mean that, or a man, moving away from billionaires for a second, but just because a man knows a woman, right? That men have mothers too, so I guess there can't be sexist, right?
No,
Like,
I'm saying we look at the motivation of billionaires because we're just assuming like
look at the motivation of men.
No,
They have mothers.
okay,
They
but
have
hold on,
kids,
hold
they
on.
have
Oh,
How many
yeah,
motivation
you-
men? There's how many men are on this panel? There's what? There's like
All of
how many
us?
people?
Just say
of us,
all of
right?
us,
Yeah,
okay?
all of us, right? How many men? And
You don't know what
there's no
identify as.
solidarity
I never
between
said
all of
anything.
us. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm over here called lactoid socialist earlier. I've called Tiberius, who's clearly a socialist.
Oh
I mean,
my God.
we were just like one after, and this is like people that are like
Scott would
even
call
within,
you a
like,
socialist too. I mean, you
Scott
guys would
would-
fight
well,
with him about that.
maybe, like to
But-
some extent, but like even within this, there's like of the white group of males here, there's no solidarity. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if that's what's happening here on the micro, once again, why would you expect billionaires who probably hate each
Do
other?
we have a
like,
common
to-
interest
who's,
here?
who's, who's a
Okay,
billionaire
let me
here,
just
by the way?
just do black people, for example. We'll do 50 Cent and Ja Rule. Do they have a similar commonality? They're both come from a similar background,
Well,
and they hate each other.
wait,
They hate each other.
There's a
right?
little
Like,
there's a
what-
little
what-
bit there's a little bit of a difference here, which is that, and Pew Research there's one survey on this that I think is particularly fascinating, which is that other races like black people tend to actually, like I think it's 64% or whatever, actually very much value their identity. Like blackness is valued. White people don't give a fuck, right? It's like below, it's like single digits or something along those lines. Like white people, like the very small percentage of white people who really care about like their white identity, they're not these billionaires, right? I mean, they're you know, are not to be offensive, but
Well,
like trailer kind of people.
Hold on. You're
there's-
saying what?
there's just
the
not the
trailer
same kind
people
of-
are only ones who
there's no
have
solidarity in general.
who have who follow white identity politics.
By
Like,
by and large, yes, you don't have the same kind of like white solidarity or kind of white identitarianism that exists.
Not white. No, white identity politics is not white solidarity. That's not what that is, right? That white identity identity politics works different than black identity politics. When we say the words white power, like the phrase white power versus the phrase black power, those two things are not equal opposite things.
No. I know
right?
you. I understand you're going to argue that they're different, and you're going to understand that like one
And
identitarianism
you know
is
that
more
they're
important.
different. You would also agree with me that they're different.
In some
Please
things,
tell me that
on
they're
some
different.
things, on some things, not. I think that black identitarianism is a problem in of itself as well. I think any kind of racial
that's
identitarianism is a problem.
But these are two completely
Sure,
different things.
I recognize that they're different, right? But at the same
Okay,
time,
great.
like
Yeah,
they're
one of them's discriminated against, you can't have, and the other one isn't.
Oh,
Like,
God,
no.
thank
so
Matt.
they're
Thank you, Matt Gibbs.
they're okay, but they share some commonalities, and I think they're both wrong. But leaving that aside for a second, the reason why I brought this up is like you might have a stronger point, I suppose. And Doobie makes this argument with Jewish people, right? I've been keeping mental track. Like I could actually keep like if you replace the word white every time you said with Jewish, I don't think you'd be making. I've come from making the same argument.
Whatever
But-
was the argument, I'm not making it. Let's be clear.
I'm
Whatever
sure,
the-
right? Exactly, right? But like there are ethnic and racial groups that do have a sense of like community where you could argue that maybe like in positions of power they're more interested in getting other people like of their same demographic into those positions of power. But that's just not true with white people, right? Like white billionaires don't give a fuck if the next billionaires are whatever color they are. They just primarily care about protecting their own assets and making sure their kids are going to be well off.
I'm saying that white billionaires don't even want other white billionaires. I like that. I'm not looking for other like white billionaires. Like all their incentive is to accumulate more money, right? So like that's what I'm saying. But keeping other entrants from the market, right, helps them out from their own.
No, but I'm talking about like in the mechanisms. Okay, we got to look at the actual mechanisms, right? That are in use in America to give demographics like economic mobility, and like affirmative action is one of the quintessential mechanisms. Now, if you're a billionaire,
Famously pushed by white billionaires.
well, if you're a billionaire, well, somewhat, right? Because if you're a billionaire, your kid's getting into whatever school you want because you can buy your kid into any school you want by building some room for them or building, donating some shit. And then, oh, wow, your kid gets in all of a sudden, right? Like you have the power. You don't have to worry about your kid getting in, right? It's the poor Asians and the poor white kids who have to worry about getting in. So you don't give a fuck, right? You're fine with your kid getting in. And if it keeps some heat off you to hey, I'm liberal too, guys. Like, don't worry about it. Like, why would you not be in favor of affirmative action? Your kid's getting in no matter what.
So if you're saying that it's marketing, sure, whatever. But like, I don't. Yeah, of course. Like, if you're saying there's social capital to be gained, yes, which I stated previously when you brought up the corporations, right? Doing the diversity. Yes, there's social capital, right? But what I'm talking about is capital, which is what I want more important. I don't care about social capital. I'd rather have capital.
Yeah, but again, if I'm a billionaire, right? Why do I care if Harvard institutes some kind of affirmative action program? How does that affect me and my children? Because my kids are getting in no matter what. So why do I care?
If you're a billionaire, why do you care about?
Well, no, actually, you can make the argument to maintain the prestige of Harvard. I think it's fair to say that if you're a billionaire, unless you're looking to send your kid to an Ivy League school, like you would want to maintain that Ivy League school status of they probably wouldn't be in favor of letting anyone in with no admission requirements whatsoever.
Well, except your kid, right? So you would want the system to be as hard as possible for everybody, and then you want to slip. You want to slip in your.
The ideal scenario is only your kid there, where the only one that can.
Right, but there's also losers when it comes to the affirmative action program, right? Like I talked about how half the Asians got in that would have gotten in without it, right? So the numbers are still being fudged. It is still an exclusive program. A lot of people don't get into Harvard.
So okay, let's test this, right? Among wealthy white individuals who mostly made up the college-going public, right? You would say, especially in decades past, right? Now it's become more pedestrian to get into college, right? But before, going to college was a thing that mostly the wealthy had access to when colleges were first a thing, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, great. And so, right, later on, when Black individuals were being let in, right, we know that famously wealthy white people were welcoming of them because they had no reason to keep them out, right?
So again, there absolutely was this racism that was informed by a lot of things. But what I'm saying now is that the Black kids, yeah, going back then, sure. But right now, it's just white. There is not a level of solidarity that you're assuming among white people. I don't. The Black people.
There isn't a solidarity.
There is not. The Black people that are getting into Harvard are not poor. This is as long as the class thing is all good, these billionaires are fine, right?
But that's why I'm saying white identity politics works differently. It's not about solidarity. It's a toxic thing. White identity politics. It's not solidarity. That's why when I brought up that example, white power, right, versus Black power, these are two fundamentally different things. They sound the same, right? So people correlate these things, but they're not. Their political goals, their history, the way they actually work within society, they're not the same thing. They're not equal and opposites.
So if I went
and if you don't actually understand that, then you don't understand what I mean, right? If you don't actually get that, yeah.
So the reason I'm arguing this is because what it seemed like before is the chain that you were running down Tiberius on was you were trying to get to the point where, well, intuitively, obviously, there's a patriarchy or systemic sexism, and obviously there's systemic racism because these billionaires who are primarily white men, right? Now again, we're just going to say white men. These white men are looking to protect their status. So of course they're going to protect things that benefit them monetarily. Of course they're going to protect things that benefit their race. Of course they're going to protect things that benefit their gender because they're wealthy white men. Why wouldn't they defend all the things that help them with privilege? And what I'm trying to tell you is that I think you're misreading their motivations. I think they are very much concerned with maintaining their wealth. But I think that in terms of the race and the gender, that's less important to them as opposed to just maintaining the wealth aspect. Because as long as they can remain wealthy, if other people are coming up through college and become wealthy, they can be black, they can be women, right? In fact, a lot of wealthy people are pushing for them to become black and women because they don't give a fuck as long as they themselves are wealthy.
Okay,
So
so
still in the spotlight.
I would okay. I think I agree with you there, right?
Okay.
I would agree with you that mostly it's the economics, right? The money matters more than anything. I'll leave it there for now because there's more I want to say there. But does anyone else want to talk? Go ahead, Tiberius.
Oh, I wanted to get back in. He actually gave you one of my things that I wanted to come back with you with is that like I don't disagree with you. Like there's like these order of priorities that they're gonna have, right? And I don't disagree with your analysis on like what those can be, but like how they prioritized in order of importance. I'm dead set with Lactoid here. Number one is making sure the greenbacks keep coming to them first and foremost, and
Exactly.
then yeah. So like there's levels to where. I'm definitely more with him. Now, I think the real question here, even after I've agreed with you down your entire line, was are they succeeding? And if you take the snapshot with it, I'll say, okay, yes, they still are. But if you look at the trend line, I definitely think the answer is no. And I think we can go into some of the data points and say that they're losing. Like at least institutionally, they're losing power. They're losing both men and being white are just losing out in terms of just diversity.
Okay, as long as we're
because there's explicit programming.
I would say,
not
hold
white
on.
birds.
I guess to shortcut all of this, I'll say yes. I agree with you. I'm gonna shortcut. There's more nuance that I would actually bring to bear on that, but I'll say yes within the trend lines. But then that would mean, okay, right? That's the
Okay.
case. That would mean there's a patriarchy now.
Okay,
Right?
you know what? If you can go half circle on this, I'll go half circle as well, and I'll say yes. Okay, I will concede that to your idea of the patriarchy, I will accept it.
Okay, great.
No,
Great, we love it.
this is dumb because then like
I'm
Hold on,
making
doesn't
friends,
matter. No,
Lactoid.
even if he's
Why are you
hold
so
on,
mad?
hold on.
Why do you hate when I
Even
make
if
friends,
he's
Lactoid?
even actually, I was going to say that myself. If he's correct, why does it matter? Because if it's something you like, then okay, then you have to make actions to correct that. If it's something you don't give a shit about, then it's dying anyway. In which case, him being right is irrelevant.
no,
No, but
I understand, but like again, the purpose is important here. Otherwise, like an entirely fucking irrelevant immutable characteristic, we could call it a that-archy, right? Oh, we live in a two eyes archy because most billionaires, look at them, they happen to have two eyes. Okay, is that the motivation? Are they focusing on trying to expand the power of those with two eyes? Are the two eyes people marching with the flag of the two eyesers and they're dominating the institutions and preventing all those one-eyed people or three-eyed people? They don't get in because fuck it, they're not like
But that's
us.
the thing. Sorry, you let Tiberius this to you.
Yeah, because I'm probably actually siding with you a little bit on this, Prime.
Why are you hating on Crenshaw?
True. Crenshaw is base as fuck.
Is he president? Did Crenshaw achieve the presidency? Clearly.
Not yet.
Clearly, there's
all right. So, like, I get where you're coming from here, Lactoid, because like words matter, definitions matter, but more importantly, like motive matters here. I'm gonna go mask off here for a second. This is another great example where like the left will bitch and moan about something that I think is completely kind of a dead stick for me, because even if they are like technically right in the moment, like the trend line is far more important to me. Like if their patriarchy that they fucking hate is already on the way out and it doesn't fuck me over anyway, why do I care? And so, like, I get where, like, you want to be specific on the terminology. I do. But I don't think even if they're correct, or even if we concede ground to them that they might be correct, that it's actually nefarious and empowers them really anyway.
But it does hurt you, to be clear, right? Those deaths of Sparrow I was talking about, right? Like, because one of the ways that, okay, like, I was saying.
I actually agree with this. I'm not trying to cut you off. It's just like, I actually agreed with this. What I'm saying is that even if you are dead set correct that the general patriarchy that you see is 100% there, and I agree with you and concede with it, if it's still fucking me over and it's going away, I don't give a fuck.
Okay. All right. Then I'll leave that there then.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But yeah, I think I win. I think that's what that meant. Is that I win?
That's a
I
that's
mean,
a Pyrrhic victory,
you
Prime.
always
Yeah,
Pyrrhic
win
and
when you
best,
go
okay?
last way.
yeah, he's
That's
a
a win in and of
socialist
itself.
Democrat idiot. You just
I
the only
basically
thing-
had to give you every point for you to like walk away with a W.
Hold
here,
on,
okay?
hold on. The only see,
I
listen, you didn't really
gave
even-
you point. Okay,
Hold on,
whatever.
you didn't even really build
I'm
a bridge.
fucking with
here.
you, dude,
built,
but nah.
you built like a bridge to the house next door. He's like a socialist Democrat as you. I don't know why. Like this is not a victory.
Why? Because I
Like,
don't worship the almighty dollar.
yeah, bro. Because you listen, you are a socialist. Like you just were speaking about all these things. Like last time I heard you talking about how we need these socialist programs to uplift the welfare state. All these things. Every time I hear you, you're like full leftoid talking points. I don't know
Sure.
how you
All
can
right,
sit here and pretend to
No,
be.
I can tell you exactly who. Two things. Number one is that, like, if you haven't like picked up, because I'll even say it directly, most of these programs I fucking hate, and I actually don't want to see them. I openly said I think we should get rid of Social Security if the choice is between keeping it and not getting rid of it. And Lactoid can fucking vouch for that shit because he's
Yeah.
seen me do it multiple times.
Yeah, that's a
This-
one-off.
Okay. the
Well, Social
problem that
Security
I-
is just an awful system. Any intelligent person would
I've
be opposed to it. So
Yeah,
I've
that's like
consistently
that-
gone
that's
off
kinda
their Social
lit.
Security. I've consistently gone after food stamps and a number of other programs. Okay, if we need to go down that line again, I will. The number one reason why I want to argue is because you will make ethical arguments for like actually what you want to put out there, and they're so absolutely fucking terrible. I can't help but side against you. Like-
They're the correct arguments. That's the thing.
I wish that were true because half the time I hear what's coming out of your mouth, and like from a doctrinal standpoint, I actually agree with it. But then you try to justify it, and you're like the worst fucking thing ever, and I can't deal with it.
I'm just see the difference is I'm just being honest. Like you're over here
I
lying.
was like, that's the problem. Is like, I keep talking to MAGA, and they're just like, I'm being honest, and it's like I'm
I'm
just
not even
advocating for
MAGA,
what I
I'm-
want. I'm like, y'all are just bad fucking people.
No,
Stop it.
okay, hold on. We're, like, we don't need to litigate the MAGA debate. I mean, but like, I'm not even a MAGA guy. I'm not over here going, yeah, let me slob
You
on
suck Trump's
Trump."
dick a little too much, my friend.
No, I don't. I don't even. I say all the time he's a '90s Democrat. He's Clinton reincarnate. But like, and then you're gonna sit here and say
he was
that.
pretty
I said,
base
if
at the
my- if
Libertarian
my choice-
Convention.
Yeah, if my choices are between
And he got booed throughout that
pedo
speech.
dementia Joe Biden
He was brave.
and grab him by the pussy Trump, and I'm gonna look at their economic policies. Well, which one's gonna benefit me more? It's probably the Trump. Like, it's not the guy that's gonna raise all my taxes and do all these other terrible things and commit treason at the border. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, it's basic 2 + 2 = 4, not 2 + 2 = 36,
Right,
or whatever
look-
you want to come up with.
Look, okay, I get where you will argue in favor of your interest, and you're actually honest about that part. I do respect that, and there's a level where I just kind of like to knife you on it because we're definitely in different camps here. I'm not in the
Yeah.
same boat as you are.
I'm in the conservative Republicans, and you're in the social Democrat.
Oh, blow
to be
me!
a
Oh,
Republican.
fucking Christ! All right. Anyway, like, okay,
Rhinos. That's what you are. You're a rhino.
I
at
feel the
best.
same way about you, dude. Okay.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
see, by any metric, I fall in this category.
Yo, Gibbs is in favor of drone bombing the border. He is absolutely
pretty out
not a
there,
rhino.
right?
He is not a
Yeah,
rhino.
not a rhino. Definitely
Wait.
not a rhino.
He is not a rhino. He is like
Like,
by
Freedom,
any metric.
Freedom Caucus on steroids. Like he's very far out there.
I feel like those people are rhinos. They are a disgrace to the Republican Party, and
But
is
you-
why
Okay,
I
you
like.
were, we talked about this earlier on this own program tonight. Do you agree that there was some sort of shift by the Republican and Democrat parties?
Of course there
like,
was. It's happened
Okay,
multiple
cool.
times.
So then every time you sit here and say something dumb like I'm a Teddy Roosevelt Republican, that means you're a Democrat now, bro. That's what that means. You are a Democrat, you're a progressive. You and Prime basically are on the same ticket. Progressives.
All right, let me separate this out because there's a level where maybe you
Yeah,
might have a
Prime
point. There's a
Tiberius,
level where I
take
think
it.
you're full of shit. Number one is that yes, both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party has changed since then significantly. Yes, and also being progressive back then is being pretty fucking conservative now. In fact, by definition, once this becomes part of the establishment, if you support like New Deal politics, that makes you a conservative. But of course,
No.
conservatives don't understand that because they
even
confused it with
conservatives now-
reactionaryism.
Even conservatives now don't like New Deal policies.
Unfortunately, some of them don't, and it's very tragic. It literally
Unfortunately,
built the
I mean,
modern
there's
American
no-
middle class, and they
Oh
just
my
want to fucking
Lord.
nuke it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like-
that's a whole different debate.
I actually, yeah,
Become a
it kinda
third
is.
rail. The reason Republicans don't talk about these things, the reason Trump is running on not touching Social Security is because I know it's a third rail.
I'm not sure if it is or not. I think at least from what a lot of the conclusions you've given me with your data, I get that. I think what it really comes down to is that they can't sell it in a time where everyone feels unsecure. So there's no way we can even have a conversation about Social Security being anything different. What it really does come down to is that, at least for me and where I separate from Gibbs, is like, okay, am I a right winger? I would like to think so. I like a society that's orderly, hierarchical, and even some level of like
Oh,
social purity to where it's like,
that's
hey, we
not
hold
right
people to
wing.
a standard.
Order and
That is,
hierarchical aren't right wing. You could be
Yes,
like,
they
look
are.
at
What?
no,
they're
not
literally
necessarily.
innate to
No,
right wing.
they are not innate. They are
Fucking,
not. Are you telling me the communist China is innately right wing?
there's a lot of cases. Yes, they are.
Are you
Like,
retarded? That's
we
the next question. Because bro, communist China is the epitome of left wing. That is like saying, oh my god, that's like saying Lenin was a right winger. Like that's. I'm not gonna
No,
bring that.
okay, like the difference between the right and the left generally is that they come from a different moral framework, and
Are
both sides
tankies
are
right wingers?
who?
Are tankies right wingers?
No,
Then,
they have a different.
then they absolutely aren't inherently right wing. These
Why?
concepts.
Okay,
Because
no.
if tankies
Slow,
aren't right wingers,
slow your
then
fucking roll,
it's
dude.
not
All right,
inherently
let me
like,
explain this. It's
right-wing.
really simple. Do not expect
Horseshoe
that
theory.
any people or any ideology cannot be completely fucking deranged or retarded.
That
And
is that's
even when
okay.
you
So
come
then
from
that doesn't
different.
mean it's inherently right wing to be authoritarian by your own metric. So like by your own metric, you're arguing against yourself.
No, I'm really not. Okay, you can get to authoritarianism by both a left wing or like a left wing
So
mechanic
then
and framework, but also from the right wing.
So then
But
you're wrong. You're admitting you're wrong because the word inherently means that you automatically can only do this in a right wing state of mind. That is what the word
what is
inherent.
the ethics that they actually outline in China for why they do things? Hierarchy, order, a sense of purity. They're fucking ethno-nationalists as shit, right? These are all the things that the right becomes when they become monsters, which is why I bitch about it so fucking much. I think the right has a lot to offer.
That's left wing. That could be left wing. It could be right
It
wing.
potentially can. So we have to identify the differences. But where did it come from? Why are they there? I think they used to be left-wing authoritarians, and now they've transitioned to right-wing authoritarians to maintain their order that they have.
You don't think things like even in the modern day America, you don't think things like that. You don't think the left is authoritarian in the nation?
Oh, I absolutely do.
Oh, then so once again, the word it's not inherent. It's not inherent. So it's a bad word choice. Like I hate to be
Okay,
the word choice guy.
did I misspeak or something? Like
I didn't know that you
He
said
did
it.
say
Yeah, like,
inherently. You did say inherently. That
well,
was
okay,
like,
if I
you
did,
said
I
so inherently
apologize. Like,
right-wing. So those aren't right wing. Like order and
China.
hierarchy
Okay,
aren't
I was
inherently
arguing that
right-wing.
China today is inherently a right-wing state. Okay, like, yes, it actually is. It's very hierarchical. It's very authoritarian in that particular regard. Yes, they always have been. China is very much based on hierarchy and always has been. They're very much authority based, which again, if anyone likes to push authority on people, usually that is a right wing thing. Now the left is trying to pick that up, and they're failing at it miserably, but they are trying. But that's usually a right wing thing. The left usually is the counterculture in almost all of history. Okay? Like, do I need to walk you through history to show you that?
You know what? Let's walk through history. Why don't we do that? I'm ready for that one. How about let's start naming people? You tell me if they're left wing or right. How about Castro, Stalin? Are they right wing?
Castro is left.
Castro.
Stalin's left. Castro's left. How about
Okay.
Che Guevara?
Also left.
Oh, okay. How about Kim? The Kim family. Were they originally left? They're left? Or are they left now?
Originally
They're socialists.
left.
Yeah, they're
What is
still
going
left.
on?
All right, so we're just in the last 50 years. I can keep going back thousands of years if you want, and we're only in the last 50 to 100 years, and I've already named, I don't know, 5 people, 6 people of major countries, not like, oh, Podunk, Siberia, island out in the middle of nowhere somewhere. We're talking major countries that have
I
been
don't know why you
inherently
think
left.
this is a dunk. Just because you can name
It
like a
is a
handful
dunk.
of. It's not.
I
It's
can
like
keep
you named a
going.
handful
How
of
far do you-
people. I
how
can
far
name
do you want me to
literally
go?
legions
How
of
far do you want
leaders
me to
that
go
are right
back?
wing.
I can go. Yeah, that's not the point that I'm making. The point is, I can keep going back all the way back to the dawn of time, picking the opposite to a right winger. That's a left winger. That in one of a left wing, historically at whatever left wing is that was ordered, hierarchical, and authoritarian. So don't sit here and tell me that that's a right wing predominant trait, because that's utter bullshit and revisionist history. Like you're just wrong, and you're lying to yourself, and you're lying to everybody else.
I mean, y'all can believe what y'all want, I guess, but I mean, this is pretty strong political science and has been for a while.
Yeah, no, you're right, Tiberius.
He's wrong, but he's not.
It's like, and don't get me wrong, I know the left will try to trick themselves off as that they're usually the good guys in history, but remind you they have a higher body count than we do, so they can fuck off.
I mean, well, you are part of the left, so I guess you have a higher part of the body count than we do. You're right.
I love
I
this.
love that
I
I will
love
even
this.
like
And
give you
and
all the ammo you need to take them on, and for some reason you will still throw me out. I will give
No.
you one thing. Your purity doctrine is on set, right wing. I will give you that.
Tiberius. There was a
What's up, buddy?
person. There was a person in chat that literally told me, or literally put a comment in there towards me and said that I was an embarrassment to white people and right wingers. I'm like, I don't know when the last time you see me is, but I don't know if I still would be
But you're not
considered
batshit
a
crazy
right
anymore?
winger.
Spartacus, I think you're a credit to your race. I want to make that very clear. Okay? All right? You're
Hey,
great.
Can I shill just a little bit here, Prime?
Sure.
If you guys are interested in this conversation that me and Gibbs are having, we're going to have a bunch of people over on Lethe Waterkais. Not this Wednesday, but the following Wednesday. We're going to have Connor. We're going to have Rob Noor. We're going to have a bunch of people debating this thing. What makes people right wing? What makes them Republican? What makes them conservative? He's a conservative.
Fine.
Right? Like, I'll give him that. Like, there's definitely levels. I'm not a conservative. Never marking myself as that. Never want to take that. But I am right wing, and I'm better Republican than most of these motherfuckers will ever be. So if you want to have that one, we can definitely have that.
All right. So I want to the last thing. All right. So because we've already gone over time, I want to as hopefully this will be short, but like depends of how much Lactoid wants to fight me and makes it like pulling teeth. We'll find out in a second. Lactoid, I kept saying that white power is different from black power. You agree that they were different at some point in time, right? Why
They are different. They are different words. I agree. White is a word and black is a different
He
word.
wants to see. He wants to make it difficult. Why are they different? Yeah.
They're not different in like one sense that I think that the message is fundamentally identitarian. It's this attempt at creating some kind of cohesive group out of race. They are different. I know that you're going to say the history of the use is different, which I would agree to some extent. That historically speaking, that those phrases were used differently depending on the context. But a lot of the difference was based more on, I think, a lot of times the inability for black racists to implement power as opposed to the lack of willingness sometimes, right? I think like the new Black Panthers, for example, are like, they're called the new Black Panthers, right? They are quite,
I know. There's like 4 of them.
Sure, but like we can expand that group to encompass a lot of different black identitarian groups that all have like weird elements about them. The Hebrew Israelites, various identitarian groups, where I think fundamentally their goal is racist, like in the classical sense of the word, where they want to like minimize the accomplishments of anybody who happens to not be part of their group, and they want to maximize the amount of privilege and achievement that comes from their group. And I think that motivation,
like black nationalism right now.
Yeah, black nationalists. Yeah, I think that motivation's almost identical to like the people who would be chanting white power, right? Now,
you think black nationalists are identical to white nationalists?
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think
so. Yeah. In motivation, I think there might be a difference in terms of like
if I
use
took
of violence.
Joe Lewis and I took Nick Fuentes and I replaced like 3 of the words they said with white and black, you would be like, or like whatever, and just swap them. Maybe put a black screen up on one of their faces. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between what they're saying.
Yeah, there's no fucking way. But okay, whatever. But sure. I mean, if you think Joe Lewis is equal, let's give.
I don't know about Joe Lewis. Yeah, I'm not going to make it the same.
I mean, I've heard him say some wild stuff. Like the other day,
apparently he
was arguing. Yeah, he says some wild things, Papa.
I agree. Well, I agree. He has said some wild things in the past, and that's fair. But I don't to say that.
Here. Prime. Let me ask you this.
I say some wild things.
Wait, let me ask you this. Right. Let me ask you this. Let's say that a group of white people came together and they said, "We don't want these black people moving into our neighborhood because they're going to fundamentally change the character of the neighborhood. We should keep them out." If black people said that about white people, this would be mainstream politics, right? Opposing gentrification.
Sorry, I don't want to get distracted there. We could talk about. We have to talk about gentrification. We've already talked about this issue. I want to focus on black power and white power. I would say that these things are different. They are essentially, identitarian phrases, right? Looking to make some sort of cohesive group, and then utilize that group to accomplish political goals. Uh, I would say Black Power has always been in opposition to oppression and uh, uh, a libertary having libertary aims, and not that that's always been like uh they've always people have used this phrase have always been paragons. There are individuals who are going to use violence for these means, right? There are individuals who were exclusionary, right? That happened, but overall, when people even today, right, shout Black Power, it isn't because like it isn't to say fuck Whitey or
I think it is.
Okay, so we're gonna have to
I mean,
move
do you
past
think
that.
Louis
Oh, no,
Farrakhan is a representative of like Black Power, Black nationalism?
I gotta move past this. Louis Farrakhan. Farrakhan is a piece of shit. He's
But but we agree Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit, right? So
yeah,
like,
but I don't. I'm sorry, you just inserting Nick Fuentes into everything, right? And so I have
okay,
to
I mean,
compare
pick
Nick
someone,
Fuentes
Richard
to
Spencer.
everything.
Okay, I'll pick someone.
No,
Like,
I
I
don't
can
think
pick
he's.
anybody. David
No,
Duke. Like, I mean,
that,
they're all the
there,
same.
hold on.
Like, that's
There
my
are.
point. They're
Hold
both
on,
the same
hold
kind
on.
of person.
There are, but just God. So I'm just gonna. I gotta.
Can I ask you one
move
question?
past- No, don't
You're
don't
in
ask
the
the
middle of
question
this. Okay,
because
go ahead.
you're gonna. Yeah. Right. Okay. I'd say that the history there, in terms of the literature, in terms of the political goals espoused and put forward and achieved through individuals who are espousing the term Black Power, have been libertary and for equitable outcomes. For white power, that's never been the case. Literally never been the case. It's been specifically for oppression. It's been specifically for domination of another race, right? And only that. Um, and it specifically to garner hatred and say that that other group is the problem, right? Whether it be black people or Jews or like fill in the blank, that's how white power has always been used. And so, what I'll ask you, right? Let me see if you agree with this, right? I will put forward that uh slavery, right? The in America, the time where African individuals were enslaved, dominated by the white race. I would put forward that that would be the pinnacle of white power. Would you agree with that statement?
Sure.
Do you
Yeah.
do you really agree with it, or do you
I
only?
I agree with it, but again, I fail to like. We're talking about the use of the phrase. Like, what is
I
the
know.
intention,
I'm going.
right?
I'm going somewhere with it. I'm going somewhere with this.
Well, I won't.
I'm
I
going with
disagree. I
somewhere.
disagree with when you said that it's always been used as a tool, like as an intentional tool of oppression. I don't think that's actually.
I see your hand. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't think
But
that's what they like. Like you talk to white nationalists, they actually have a lot of the same talking points as black nationalists. They just replaced white with Jew, right? They believe the Jews own things and are oppressing them and are preventing them from getting ahead in life and are owning all the factories and are owning all the stocks and they can't get shit. That's and then it's a reason why it's
And-
primarily like poor white people who can't get ahead, where that ideology
Yeah,
calls to them.
sorry, I have to push through because
Sure, sure.
we're gonna So but you agree that during this time is like the pinnacle of quote unquote white
Sure,
power,
sure.
right? Okay, right. Who did slavery? Who benefit from slavery in this time?
A small group of wealthy slave owners.
Okay, great. So I can skip a step here. A small group of wealthy slave owners. Who defended slavery though?
A lot of people.
Why? Why did all those white working class people defend slavery?
So a big part of it was because a lot of them were direct beneficiary, like relatively indirect beneficiaries, because the wealthy slave owning class that held land in those areas would essentially be providing public works, would be providing welfare, would be providing they would be buying food for themselves and for slaves from like white yeoman farmers that lived in the area, who oftentimes had worse quality soil because they weren't growing cash crops, they were just growing food. But because the yeoman farmers relied on the slave owners for money, like they just failed to see a world without this kind of paternalistic figure that existed within this community. It was very much paternalistic, right? He represented almost the father figure or the grandfather figure of communities. And so during the Civil War, these kind of paternalistic figures had tremendous say and influence over the people who live in that community, and convinced them to essentially the North is trying to come destroy our way of life, trying to destroy everything that I have, destroy everything that you have. They're trying to come and interfere with us. Like, we have to step forward and defend ourselves. That was the talking point that they were using.
But yeah, indeed. But you would say, but you would also say that the benefits of slavery still, right, despite all these talking points, rebounded largely to slave owners.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, right. And you would also, let's see, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Would you say that a lot of white working class individuals were hurt, right, because their labor was devalued, because black individuals, were doing it, at a much cheaper price?
Yeah, there was a level of like white yeoman farmers getting out, obviously, essentially outcompeted, but they didn't view it that way.
Sure. So what I would say, right, is that even in the pinnacle of white power, and this is, I don't think the phrase even existed then. I doubt the phrase existed at that point. I think that phrase came much later. But even at the pinnacle of white power, like that system that it created only ever benefited a small group of powerful white individuals at the top, right?
Yeah, but they weren't chanting white power.
I know. That's why I literally just said that.
Okay.
I literally just said that.
Okay.
But that's why I started off with getting you to agree that this system, even though they didn't have that term back then, right, was the pinnacle of white power.
Not in the phrase's intention sense, but in like a separate sense of power of white people. Yeah, for sure.
I think it is in the phrase's intention, actually.
The people who are, again, like the goal of that statement is to build a kind of cohesion of identity.
And this is okay. Okay, so this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing here, right? Okay, so pulling it back to slavery, right? What you had just said, all the words you just said, right? You talked about a system which largely benefit the people at the top, right? But you had many people below that defending the system that they got minimal benefits from, or sometimes were directly hurt by, right? It was through this system, this pinnacle of white power, they were creating a group, right? An identity that they weaponized for a political purpose. I'm saying that they didn't have the phrase, but they were doing the thing. And like this shows that like white power, down the year, so like slavery gets dismantled. Then after that, you have like the KKK, like made up by like Confederate generals, who.
But hold on. So let me ask you. Well, how's that any different from Louis Farrakhan? That's the same thing. That's the exact same thing.
Please. I don't care. I gotta get through this. We're almost done. I gotta get through this. You had Confederate generals creating the KKK, right? You had all these other groups that were trying to continue on, right, with the remnants of that power structure, either keeping black farmers subsistence, like on a feudal land system, right, and diminishing their political power. Like all these things are elements of white power, and through all of them, there's only been a small group of people who've actually benefited from this. So what I'm saying, even in the pinnacle of white power, even though the phrase didn't exist, I acknowledge that, even though they weren't chanting this, like that system was an exclusionary system.
Can I ask
so
you?
When I hold on. So when I in the last part, right? So when I come to the present day and I talk about like these how white identitarianism is toxic, and doesn't benefit everyone. It tries to create that group, right? It convinces poor white individuals that they're part of the struggle too, right? Those black people, those Hispanics, those Jews, whatever, they're hurting all of us, right? And so we should fight them, all right, and show we should hurt them, and so we should design a world in which we minimize their power. I'm saying that there is a long line, right? That comes from centuries ago. And there's a long history which this continues. And through all of it, it's an exclusionary system that scapegoats the other, that creates a target, right? And to solidify a white working class to do the bidding of much more powerful individuals getting much more advantage in the world. And that they would be better off, in the end, the last thing I'll say, well, they'd be better off forming a multiracial coalition that works to benefit all the working class. Yeah, there you go.
Is the Haitian genocide the pinnacle of Black Power?
Is the Haitian genocide the pinnacle of Black Power?
Yeah, black community there, just like wiping out all the white people.
Again, Black Power isn't used in the same way, right?
No, I'm not talking about the phrase. I'm just talking about in that sense. Is that the pinnacle of Black Power?
No, it's not, because Black Power isn't. Because I wouldn't call that the pinnacle of Black Power. Black Power isn't aimed at like wiping out white people or dominating white people. That's what I'm saying.
That's not true, though. That's not true.
What do you mean by power then? Like, so I agreed that like white.
All the things I said previously.
I agree that like white. That's like during the slavery time. This was like, I guess, the pinnacle of white power, because you had the most disproportionate power in the hands of white people compared to black people or compared to other racial groups, right? And so why wouldn't the Haitian genocide also fall into this category, in which you have the pinnacle of Black Power, in which the white people there do not have power, right? The children are getting stabbed in the head by bayonets. The white women are getting their heads chopped off. Like, they got no power. They're getting massacred.
Because Lactoid, despite whatever you said previously, clearly you didn't actually mean it, right? Because when I actually say that Black Power, the phrase Black Power and white power are different, I actually mean it. That they sound the same, right? And so people think they're the same, and they just kind of like replace one situation with the other, right? And like, well, these things are like they compare these historical events right now. They said, well, this is a moment where black people killed white people. Would that be Black Power? But if you think that, if you say that, then clearly you don't actually.
Let's leave. Wait, Gibbs. Let's leave. I have another. No, I'll leave it. No, not even the Barbary. We don't need. I mean, we could use the Barbary states, but I want to ask about Zimbabwe. Was the Zimbabwe expropriation of white-owned land? Is that the pinnacle of Black Power? The removal of land from whitey and giving it to black people. So
I am not familiar with this, but I'm trying to work with it. Right? I'm just not familiar with this. So I'm going to say what I imagine this is, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. So there was Zimbabwe was a colony, and where white landowners like took over this like historically owned by the native population. There was a revolution, and that new interim government gave over the land back to I'm assuming the original owners, maybe, I don't know, but something along those lines. Sorry, it was
race based, right? So white owned farms were labeled for expropriation, and then black citizens could go get the land.
How did the white owned farms get the black land and that land? Sorry, that land in the first place.
I mean, they probably own it because of colonial policy going back decades, back to the colonization of Africa.
So was there a theft involved?
Arguably in Zimbabwe, I don't know if there was like private land ownership in what we'd consider to be private land ownership.
Off the land, right?
I don't necessarily know if I'm sure that there were instances of this, but I don't know if every like white landowner there moved people off the land. There likely was a lot of land there that was not occupied. That was like set up by white human farmers, and they had their land expropriated.
But that matters. Okay, but hold on. But
I'm not trying to ask if it's. I'm not trying to ask if it's good or bad. I'm just trying to ask: is this like the pinnacle of Black Power?
But it matters what the details are.
Is this the pinnacle of Black Power?
The Barbary
that's
states are
hold on.
black power. They literally committed slave raids that cost up to what 1.25 million people estimated. That's the exact equivalent to the slavery in the United States, basically, right? You have it like it's like what 20? It's like what 4 million in the United States, whatever. They had 1.25 in like a shorter amount of time. So okay, we're looking at that. That's the exact example, right? That's black power by your own definition. By your own definition, right?
Sorry, Gibbs. I literally didn't listen to you because
Okay, well
I'm
then
doing
listen.
this
Then
thing right
listen,
now.
Papa. Hold on. No, well then listen up. Here's the thing. I'm not letting this point go here. The Barbary states captured 1.25 million people allegedly in a shorter period of time. They were Anglos. They would put them under slavery. By your own definition,
that's
that's
black.
that's black power.
What
That's
was
the
my
pinnacle of black
definition of
power.
I
You were just saying. You were saying. Hold on. You said the pinnacle of white power was. What did you? Hold on. What did you say the pinnacle of white power was?
No,
Was slavery in America. I'm saying the pinnacle of black power would be Barbary states. That's the exact same thing.
Admiral Gibbs, if you think that, then you've been ignoring me this entire time.
Just define white power and black power for us.
You literally just ignored you literally just said you didn't listen to me. And so, like, I'm not ignoring you. You're ignoring me.
Before I define it.
You are ignoring him.
Yeah, you are ignoring
me. I did it at
You
the
are
very start of
ignoring
this. I did it at the very
I'll write it down. I'll write it down. I swear to God, I'll write it down. I got my notepad up right now.
But before I do that again, right? What did I say? These things aren't equal and opposite, right? And so what you did,
they're equivalent.
You're like, hey, I'm gonna find an incident.
I know you're saying that.
A point in
But
history.
just because you say that doesn't make it true.
I'm gonna find a point in history where black people took, I guess I'm assuming white people, as slaves, right? And is that black power?
To the same degree in a shorter period of time.
Saying that these things aren't.
Okay, are we looking at the phrase or are we looking at the concept of power?
We're not looking at the phrase.
Okay. So the concept of power, right? We're looking at the concept of power. Explain to me what the conceptual difference is between white power and black power.
Great.
I got the notepad up right now.
I want to know the difference between the Barbary slave trade and the Dutch slave trade.
Oh my god.
I'm confused about the difference.
Wait, we're about to find out. He's got to define the difference. Well, not even the difference. He's going to give us a succinct definition of white power and then a succinct definition of black power, and then we're going to compare them.
I want to know also the difference between the Dutch slave trade that started in America.
Okay, my question first. I asked first.
Slave trade. What's the exact difference?
I asked first, though. I askst first.
I want both. I want to know how they're different. I want to know.
It's fucking Malden so hard right now.
Look at the infighting.
Yeah, right. It's clear there's no white solidarity.
I'll split hairs here too. I'll make it even worse. Gibbs point's fucking retarded because the Barbary states are not black, and then Blackwood absolutely is on deck.
Oh, they're not black.
They're not black.
So they're not African states, but predominantly black people.
Not all Africans are black, dude.
Wait, North Africans are arguably black.
They're not black at all. Come on.
I think Aiko's waving to the camera. He might need to leave. I don't know.
You need to leave, Aiko?
Well, the Dutch even had less slaves than the Barbary slave trade committed. So, like,
look, all right, I'll say two things here. Number one, I'm 100% behind Lactoid on this one, but I don't have time to nuance this. When it comes to who were the worst slavers in history, it's the Arabs, not by a long shot.
It's the Arabs. Oh, okay. That doesn't have anything to do with what
I know. I'm
I was just saying I'm a white African.
I'm stabbing Gibbs in the eye just because I want to.
But they're.
I never even moved us into the private.
I didn't know that Libya was.
That's why I was like, how did Tiberius get in here? It's because I never moved us to the private group. Okay.
Oh yeah, I noticed that earlier too.
Way to announce it now to everyone.
I need a definition, Prime.
Oh, he's moving us. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we just did North Africa as our debate topic for 3 months, and yeah, it is true. North Africans are not considered black, like they just aren't.
The definition of black is also kind of difficult though, because I have met North Africans who are
another
absolutely not only identify as black, but like
there are some black people in North Africa, just like there's black people in Alaska, but
there's some black people in North
large,
Africa.
They're not.
Oh, just okay.
Yeah, the Berbers and the Maghreb are not by anyone's standard.
Okay, wait. What's the definition of white power and black power? I just need those succinct. And I want a definition of each. That way we can compare and contrast to see how they differ. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Before we go into that, Prime, I'm gonna head off.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Have a good one, friend.
You're good.
Take care, Spartacus.
Bye,
Be well.
Sprout.
Yeah, sure.
Love you,
Later,
Sprout.
Okay, have a good
Catch you
one.
later.
Have a good one, friend. Thanks so much for being here. It was great having him around again. Hope we can have him again in the future. Okay, so any more interruptions? No? All right. Well, I guess I'll go. All right. So, I would argue that Black Power, and the way it's been used, and the context it's been used, is a libertary movement, right? It's describing a libertary movement in which to throw off bigoted and economically limiting chains that have been put on Black Americans, right? So that Black Power is essentially a way of responding to I'm trying to figure out the best way to put it, like is responding to a hostile racist nation, right? And the systems that keep that in place. So there you go. Do you think that's succinct enough? I'll try to revise it again if you don't think that's succinct enough.
It's fine. I wrote it down. What's your definition
Okay.
of white power?
Okay. White power is to the point is to create an idea by shared identity to keep in place a violent racist system that oppresses or excludes other groups, right? It's not about uplifting white individuals. It's specifically used to target those who are deemed the other for supposedly the benefit of all white people, but in the end, for the exclusive benefit of powerful individuals.
Okay. And are these definitions like the definitions of how the phrase has been used, or the intrinsic definition of white power and black power in of themselves?
How the phrase has been used.
Okay. That's why I asked you, because before there was some issues with clarity on that. Do you agree that when we're talking about black power, it being used this way, do you think that black power in Haiti, for example, was used it was also arguably used in a libertarian movement because it was to throw off the chains of the French slave owners. But it was also involved the massacre and the genocide of all the white French people there, right? So would this be black power?
I'm trying to come up a nuanced
good.
answer here, so
Yeah.
I might just
After you go, I want to go.
Mm-hmm. The only problem with this is that it's not within an American context here. And that I'm still going to work with it. I'm not going to dodge the question, I promise. So I'm not sure we can compare these things one to one. Because in the context of like when Black Power, at least my understanding when Black Power, that phrase was formed, it like it's happened after slavery. That's my understanding, right? That this phrase existed much later on. And in that's a different context from like up an uprising, like when you're actually shackled.
Well, the white power also came much later on too, just to be clear.
Sure. I'm saying that there's a specific line that like the political context around that like directly leads into the phrase white power and then all the things after that as well. I think that we could actually trace that history. I'm not sure we can do the same for black power, but let's say that we can. I'm going to pretend that we can. If that's the case, then yes, let's say yes, because part of the black power involved a not counter-revolutionary, or revolutionary force, right? And some of that was violent. But the reason why I'm hesitant on saying that is because the violence was never aimed at like, well, unless for maybe there might be some radical individuals, so I'll say that. But for the most part, it wasn't aimed at like let's kill all white people, right? Or yeah, that we necessarily need to terrorize like the white working class to like achieve our political aims. With white power, it's always been about terrorizing like all of black society, right? The ones in power, but also the ones who are subsistence farmers, right? It's been anything else. With black power, been terrorizing the police, for instance. They definitely did that. But it wasn't targeting the white working class in the same way. So when you talk about Haiti, I don't know about like the full extent of how many white people were there, right? Was it only slave owners in Haiti? That's what I think.
Well, it was also
I don't
the
know.
children and the traders and everything.
Yeah, the traders, right? If there were white working class
And children.
individuals, then like yeah, sure, there were children, but I'm talking about like in terms of class. This is what I'm interested in.
Sure.
If there are the white working class here that weren't actually benefiting from slavery, but they were just there, right? So being part of the society, did they need to die? I would say no, and I would say that I would say that black power doesn't involve like in its revolution aspects killing them. So that's why it's like it's hard to
Okay,
to
perfect. So
compare
this
these
is the
things.
perfect
But I
time
would still
to
say
interject.
like to answer your question directly, yes.
All right, so perfect. This is perfect time for me to jump in here because I have something ties. I'm going to give you two nationalist quotes, all right? And I want you to tell me if they sound similar, all right? This one is, "The black man is our mortal enemy, and we cannot accept him. I will fight to see the vicious beast go down a lake of fire, prepared from the beginning, and he'll never rise again to give any innocent white man, woman, or child the hell that he's delighted." All right, that's one of them. And I'm going to give you another quote. "What we really want to do is be left alone. We don't want whites around. We don't need whites around. We are not asking, we don't want to have them. We know for our culture. We simply want our own country and our own society." Now, do those sound similar to you?
Me do.
Oh, well, that's good because I actually flipped the races in that. And one of
I
them,
know
the
you
second
did.
one was David Duke, and the other one was Farrakhan, who's an avid
I
black
know.
nationalist.
I know those phrases.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
figure. So
but
my point then is these like when you say they're not exclusionary and they're not violent, and then Lactoid gives you an example of like Haiti, and I know Tiberius wants to fight me and say that the Barbary states weren't African black people or they were Muslim Arabs or something. But the fact of the matter is, when you get an equivalent example, they are the same thing. Like we're arguing over semantics. Any identitarian politics is the same thing. If I was over to sit here and start doing like Asian power or Hispanic power, that would be the exact same thing as white power or black power. I don't
how
see how you can say it's different whenever you start using race politics. Like we already argued earlier that China's an ethno state, right? Like that they were killed. They're killing I'm just gonna mispronounce it. The
Uyghurs.
Ungar Muslims, yeah, and they're killing them in like whatever widespread. We already heard that argument earlier. So if we can have any race be an ethno state, we've already heard arguments from the Israel Palestine thing about how it's cleansing and it's
sorry.
Jewish cleansing. It's all the same. That's all the same arguments. Like that you're making. There's no difference between any of the
Mhm.
racial powers. Do you
There's
disagree
no
with that?
different. Yeah,
I
I
don't.
do.
How?
I
Why?
do.
Yeah, but
All right.
why?
Okay.
How is that different?
Okay. Sure. Do black people actually have state power?
They do now, yeah. Some of them,
No, no,
all of
no,
them
no, no,
actually.
no, no, no. So we're talking about like within the civil. Well, hold on. Let me pull back. Okay. So I would say that like um uh I want how that's the best way to phrase this. Um I would say that, and well, let's see if you agree, that the vast majority of state and economic power still is in the hands of white individuals. Would you agree with that?
I mean, in the United States or worldwide?
United States.
I mean, sure, in the United States, I guess.
Okay. So the vast majority of power is with them, right?
Yeah, I would agree with
Do you
that. At the same
yeah.
time, I also agree that the KKK attacking and destroying black businesses is the same as African groups in South Africa taking the white farmers' stuff like by force.
Is it?
It's exactly the same.
I don't know if it is. One, because I don't know the history there, so it makes it difficult. This is why I was asking Lactoid on details, right? But this is why I was saying with the Zimbabwe thing, it matters, right?
I mean, I
So
was talking about
is
South
it? So
Africa,
hold
but
on.
Zimbabwe's too.
It
Sure.
it actually hold on. So hold on. Would you say about Zimbabwe and South Africa?
I mean, yeah, I was talking about the
Zimbabwe.
Boers in South Africa getting basically genocide and having their property taken by African communities, and it's not by the government; it's by their equivalent to the Black KKK.
Were they actually genocide? Okay, so I don't know this history, so I can't
I mean, it's
I
currently
can't
happening.
navigate this.
Yeah,
Okay, so from what I've heard, that's actually not the case. But I don't know this history, so I'm not going to comment on this.
The
'Cause I
numbers
don't know.
don't the numbers don't meet the threshold of genocide, but this is happening. It's black gangs like killing
yeah,
white farm owners and trying to take their land.
yeah.
And
That's why I use the
often the
KKK. They're a white gang,
often the government won't do anything about it.
Okay, great.
exactly
All
like
right.
the KKK back in the South.
Okay, all right. So, and before I deal with that, I'm trying to go back to lactoids. An example of the Zimbabwe incident. So, is it the case that that land was uh just freely available? There was literally no one there that those farmers took, right? And they were like, okay, well, we'll just make this thing ours, and we'll just start growing plants. And or was it that like there were people there, tribes there, whether they homesteaded them the way libertarians like or not, right? Were there people on
I'm
those lands that were
sure
forced to move?
I'm sure it was probably very similar to the U.S. experience where there was a lot of land that was not currently occupied, and then the settlers came and like built farms on it, and then I mean you could argue that the building of farms potentially reduced like hunting land that was being used by the tribal peoples there. Perhaps there were tribal peoples there that were moved off in certain circumstances. Certainly, I don't know. I'm also not an expert on
They-
this. What I do
The vast
know,
majority, I can click this. Like the vast majority of them didn't even have a concept of land ownership. They,
right?
at best, have a like collectivist idea of like ownership. The tribe owns all the land. It's not Bill and Ted's and Sitting Foots over here. And yeah, there's actually a real conversation to be had on like how do you interact when two systems that are that despondent actually interact. Well, usually we know what happens in history. They fight.
I wanted to. I wrote down your
So
definitions, Prime, and I wanted to, if I could, just kind of talk a little bit about them. So your definition of white power was, quote, to create an idea of a shared identity to keep in place a violent racist system that oppresses or excludes other groups. It's not about uplifting other individuals. It's used to target those who are deemed the other for supposedly for the benefit of white people. And then the black power definition here, like a liberatory movement to throw off bigoted chains that have been placed on black Americans, essentially a response to a hostile racist nation and the systems that keep that in place. I think, honestly, the rhetoric of the two are different, but the fundamental principle of the two are identical, which is the creation of an identity group to raise us at the detriment of them, right? And the only kind of the wild card factor, the variable factor is whether or not it's considered, you would consider it, or I would consider it like just or not. So like every terrorist believes that they are a revolutionary, right? The distinction is going to be fundamentally subjective between which side you're on and which perspective you have and your analysis of the facts. But what's not subjective is that the commonality between these two definitions that you gave is A, cohesion based on race, right? And two, claimed victimization from the outside. And either could be used to exact revenge upon the offending race, right? So for those who claim white power, right, they're trying to build some kind of cohesion based on race. They claim victimization based on like the international Jewry. And they can use this phrase to exact revenge against their offenders in certain circumstances. This is also true with liberatory movements as well, right? And I think the Haitian and Zimbabwe and South African examples are really important here because this demonstrates that you essentially have an identical scenario where you have an identity group that's being created to raise us up at the detriment of them, right? It's a cohesion based on race, claims victimization from the outside, and there's a motivation to exact revenge against the offending race. In Haiti, it was the genocide. In Zimbabwe, it was the forced land expropriation. And in South Africa, it's the gangs that are forcing white farmers off their property. So I understand that like we can have a conversation as to which phrase has been used more egregiously throughout history, which is fine, right? I can agree with you that there's probably more instances of the Klan using white power in a terrible way than there are black protesters using black power in not so terrible a way, right? They're just marching. They're not doing something particularly violent. But these are just tools, right? These are tools that are being used by both sides. But I think there's something pernicious about the tool, which is that the concept of racial identitarianism in of itself, I think, is what leads to these problems to begin with, right? Like we should be ending this concept of building an identity based on immutable characteristics. And like Ayn Rand once famously said, the smallest individual or the smallest minority is the individual, which I think is true.
Sure. So, first of all, we got our friend Joe Lewis. He reached out to me.
I reached out to you. I saw you getting mollywopped. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Mollywop. I'm not sure about that. I don't know what stream you're watching. I'll try this. I'll toss it to Joe afterwards.
Lord have mercy.
Are white people actually being? Were they ever actually being oppressed by international Jewry?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, you. Yeah. Okay.
No, but I don't think black people are being oppressed by white people now.
No. Were they ever? That's why I explained it the way I did. Were they ever being oppressed by international Jewry?
I mean, if you're a communist and you believe capitalism is oppression, then I suppose so. But I'm not that, so no, I don't believe so.
Okay, great. Sure.
But if you believe capitalism is oppression, then you must say
Sure.
so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. But anyway, moving on.
They own the means of production, didn't they, Prime?
Where black people.
Marxists.
Yeah, I will deal with. We can deal with that one later. Well, that's another conversation. Let's not get distracted, please. Were black people ever oppressed by white people?
In the past, yeah, sure.
In the past, yeah. Okay, right. So that's good enough. We can establish that in the past, we've already achieved the utopia where everyone's equal now, right? Racism is not a thing anymore.
I can't even see race personally.
You can't even see it, right? And so maybe the black power is an outdated phrase, and maybe now it's being used for something very terrible. Okay,
right now it is, yes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, very bad people. But in the past, that it was in response to actual oppression.
I don't know if it was used during the times of actual oppression. I don't know if it was used during slavery. Was that term used? Black power?
No, not just slavery, but like afterwards during Jim Crow, right? That was definitely during.
Was black? I mean, okay.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, during Jim Crow, black. Sure, if it was used in the context of the Southern governments restricting rights to, freely deal with other people, for sure. Yeah, that was a fair usage.
Okay.
Although
So
there was white business owners who were also having their ability to deal with black people that was being infringed as well. So I think maybe like
it might all be the same. It might all be the same.
Freedom power should have been the phrase.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And all lives matter. Agreed.
True.
So anyway, so black power arose in a time when it was actually a response to oppression, right? It was actually supposed to be liberatory, rather than white power, which has always been in favor of a fascistic, racist state, in defending that. Correct?
I don't think I don't think it's always been used in defense of a fascistic, racist state necessarily. No. I think there
Oh,
are.
sorry.
I think there are groups of. I think there are groups of
Eliminate
white people
fascism.
who.
Eliminate
Sure,
fascism.
sure. And
Erase the
yeah,
state.
we can remove that too. I think there are like groups of white people who like want to have their white clubs or like their white organizations, for example, and they use that
in
term.
favor of a racist state. White power.
In terms of a racist
Always.
organization, sure, if we want to use that racist that way, but again, black power I think is also used to defend racist organizations.
Don't.
No. These clarifications are critical, right? Because you're trying to draw this like big delineation between the two. But what I'm trying to tell you is that these two are used very similarly in the contemporary context.
As you agreed, you already said international Jewry was never oppressing white people, but black people were oppressed by white people, right? At some point in time in the far of history, that was the thing, correct?
If we want to play fast and loose with these terms, sure, but it was black people being oppressed by like the government, not necessarily white people.
And who was the government? Who was the government?
Well, there was both sides.
Who was the government?
Everybody's
Who
been
was
oppressed
the
by
government?
Yeah. So you're going to say the government was white people, but the government was also restricting.
What you say the government?
I understand that. So I understand. Well, I understand. Yes. During Jim Crow, black people could also vote. So arguably, yes, the black people did make up elements of the government as well. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the government, by and large, was implementing Jim Crow that oppressed not only black people's right to contract with white people, but oppressed white people's right to contract with black people. And this did happen. And I'm not necessarily saying that they're the exact same, but I'm saying in the contemporary usage, these two are currently being used by organizations that are racist, that are trying to exclude other racial groups.
Not contemporary. Remember, we've already achieved utopia. We've already said it.
Here. Prime. Here. If we want to put like an actual numerical measurement to it, we can say that white power has been used for like 98 bad racism, and black power has been used for like 68 bad racism. Historically, black people have been more oppressed than white people. Sorry. Is that your point? Is that the argument?
No. My point was what I said it was previously. White people have never been oppressed by international Jewry. You agreed, right? And then black people have been oppressed by white people. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct?
Sure.
Great. So these things are different. Right, having the
not now they're different.
Not now. Agreed. Like I said, I've stipulated we've already achieved racial utopia. It's already done, right? So we've already agreed there. We don't have to talk about that. But in the context these things were created, well, it wasn't the case, and so white power was in a creation of an imaginary enemy, a scapegoat, if you will. And use violent means, purely violent means, to
not purely violent means.
Also use like state regulatory powers. Fair enough. To keep that racist system alive, right? And black power didn't have the power of the state, but was a liberatory phrase used in response to actual oppression. So as long as I can draw that line, once again, these things are different.
Wait, are you only applying this to America right now, or are you applying this worldwide?
Right now, yeah, mostly. Yeah, that's because
if you're applying it worldwide, everything you're saying isn't all true at all.
Okay, sure. Let's go to Joe.
Just quickly, I posted something in the group DM word frequency analysis that I did through Google Ngram. 1958 is when white power starts rising in frequency usage as a term, and 4 years later, 1962, is when black power surpasses it in word frequency, implying that black power is a response to white power, at least the phrase.
Okay. Let's go, Joe.
I have no idea what y'all are fucking talking about.
So
what is it? Catch me up. So what's the
is white power the same as black power? Are they like equal and opposites, right? Where white power, like however you want to describe that, black power is simply like slotting in black folk into that same concept. So my argument is that it's not. That white power has always been used as a phrase for racism and terrorism, really. And black power has been liberatory, not without violence, not without a revolutionary aspect to it. That has been misplaced as well. But like the point is that it's black power is a liberatory phrase, where white power is essentially a terrorizing one.
Sure. I don't.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah. Like I don't know why there would be I don't understand why someone would. I don't know. I don't understand why there's an obsession to try to make a correlation that like black power and white power practically are identical to each other, or at the very least
I don't
similar.
know either.
I don't
Ask
I
my
don't
friends.
know I don't know what function that has in trying to alleviate the conditions that people find themselves in.
The argument has begun basically because we were arguing that any sort of identity politics, when you look at race and say, oh, right, white power, black power, all these things, they're all equivalent. Whenever you sit here and go like black nationalism, white nationalism, and you want to create like an ethno state based off of this, and you have these things like I gave the example of the Boers being forced out in South Africa by black gangs, which is the equivalent to the KKK, which would be a white gang going and disrupting and taking black businesses away from them. That's the exact equivalent. That's an equivalent. That's equal. They're the same kind of thing, right? And our argument has been basically these both things in the modern usage of the term has been, hey, okay, now at some point, maybe in the 50s or 60s, maybe there was a slight difference. Okay, oh, these people that use it are part of the Klan. They're obviously trying to use it as a thing of terror. But now it's morphed into it, and there's no difference between the modern David Duke and the modern Louis Farrakhan. They're both one's a black nationalist who's a racist, one's a white nationalist who's a racist. They're both racist identity politics, and they're both bad. That's basically the point that I've been arguing, and I think Lactoid has been making a similar point as well.
Are
I'll
there
let him speak for
enough,
himself.
excluding Louis Farrakhan, what are other modern examples that you have to present this idea that I don't know, like outside of Louis Farrakhan and like the Tariq
Well,
Nasheeds of the world, it just seems like just cherry picking.
okay, well, I don't watch Apollo a lot of ton of races, but I can give you another example I've seen from Facebook. I know this is probably not the most reliable, but I've seen some of these groups, right? And one of the things people always do is, but much like Hitler did back in the day, he had the revisionist history where he had this white Aryan utopia that somehow existed at some point back in the day, et cetera, et cetera. And I've seen a lot of these things where, it turns into the racist "we were Kangs" meme, but there is some aspect to that where there's black nationalists that want to revise history, say, oh, all these things have been taken. There's some black utopia that existed and how we're present, and whether or not that's true or not is a whole different argument. But the point that I'm making is they both have the exact same aspects where they take some unidentified point in the past, they make some sort of racial identity around it, and then they're doing exactly all the things Prime has said, except, and it's not a libertarian movement. And even if it was a libertarian movement, it's a libertarian movement to put one race, which is either black nationalist, white nationalist, could be Asian nationalist, it could be any race really, and put them in power. And there's a lot of similarity there. Now, I don't, like I said off the top of my head, I don't have a whole bunch of black nationalists memorized. I only have two modern white racists memorized, which is what Nick Fuentes, which was I didn't even know about until I got on Twitch, and Richard Spencer, who was around during Obama. So, like, I mean, like that's all I got for that. So, I mean, I can't name it. And then Duke, who's from the 50s. So, I mean, you asked me to name a bunch of black ones. No, I don't have that in front of you. But if I did 10 minutes of research, I'm sure I could come up with somebody.
I just don't think you could. I mean, David Duke was a Congress member in Louisiana. Like this was somebody who was a leader of one of the most well-known hate groups of what people casually understand as hate groups in America. And that person and other members of his organization achieved political power. And I think you'd be really hard pressed to find individuals who openly advocate for the things of Louis Farrakhan does that are in positions of power. And there's a lot of reasons to that, but it I question the utility of the conversation itself because I don't know what it's trying to do substantively as a political expression, as a political idea. Because by and large, we should one be focusing on the conditions that exist in America and how people find themselves as Americans. I think that would be a much easier way of approaching the problem. Like we see the racial wealth gap, and the question is if we know the racial wealth gap exists, if we know there's a K recovery towards people during the pandemic, and that K recovery not only disproportionately affects poor people, but also disproportionately affects Black Americans, then how do we solve for those issues? How do we solve
Well,
for those type
this
of things?
conversation came out of talking about like the billionaire class. I was discussing how like billionaires do what they can to keep their power, right? To entrench their power. They do that through using their wealth to influence the political sphere. And I said that, like, since these billionaires mostly are white male billionaires, that one, they try to protect their wealth, but they also protect for their own reasons. They put policies in place that benefit whites and males, but that's secondary to their wealth. So I've admitted that part at least.
Yeah. And I wouldn't say it's not explicitly by design. Like, I don't think the millionaires in America are overtly saying, we got to oppress these Negroes and we have to make sure that us white folks are staying in power. I think something that's closer to the truth is that because of the way of America is constructed and the way that these systems prioritize and deprioritize different groups of people, it just happens to be as such. Like, it's kind of funny where, like, you'll see people, especially on like more fringe aspects of Twitter, for instance, they'll make all the memes about how every single first round draft pick in the NFL right next to them is just some white woman. And then like everybody's like, well, yeah, it turns out that like when you are somebody in a particular class of individual and like whether it be a social class or a monetary class, it tends to get a little whiter up top. So like if you are a Black American and you find yourself in these institutions, whether it be in athletics, whether it be in certain trades and certain degree programs, it starts getting a little more white. And I don't necessarily think that's like, I don't think there's like a white cabal in the background just like pulling the strings. I just think that like how the institutions are set up, it just ends up being so.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I want to get to Lactoid. I said much the same previously, that it doesn't have to actually be intentional. It's just that these people have the power, and by leaving institutional inertia, they're gonna things are gonna go in a direction that helps keep that power without necessarily people like saying that. We were talking about the patriarchy. That's where this started off. Does the patriarchy
women.
exist?
So women, you're saying.
Yeah, and then we got to here. But yeah, Lactoid.
Let's say American history was a little bit different. Let's say we discovered a tome of hidden knowledge from a large part of America back from 1885, okay? And this tome revealed to us that there was a large community of Black people there who were using Black power as a phrase to terrorize and burn down white neighborhoods and kill white people. Now, are white power and Black power the same?
Is this
so
I'm asking Prime, specifically based on the prior discussion where how this term has historically been used.
What?
If we discover history determining that Black power has been used this way, now are the two phrases the same?
If you found out that the Klan did a bunch of advocacy work towards Black communities, would that change your stance on the Klan?
No.
Is that the question we're trying to shadow box here about?
No.
What are you talking about?
Here, I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it again slower. So let's say
we have to repeat it again slower. I reject the hypothetical, but Prime can engage with.
Well, you fundamentally misunderstood the hypothetical.
I don't need to understand the hypothetical.
You don't need to understand the hypothetical to reject it. Okay. So let's say
you're saying this is lost history, right?
Yeah. We find history. There are these Black gangs, okay, that were marauding white neighborhoods and just like raping and pillaging, right? And they were chanting Black power as they burned down white neighborhoods. Okay, we discover this history. Now we have established history that Black power was used in the definition that you gave for white power, quote, create an idea of a shared identity to keep in place a violent racist system that oppresses or excludes other groups, not about uplifting other individuals, but used to target those that are deemed the other for supposedly the benefit of, in this case, Black people. So now, if we discover this tome of history, would you say that white power and Black power are the same?
And that's the way it's continued to be used?
No. Okay. We've discovered, because I don't think Black power is used and white power are used the same way they used to be used. That was my contention. I'm saying we discovered history showing that Black power was used in the way that you define white power as. then you would have to agree that white power and black power are the same then at that point, right?
Take your time.
By Tiberius. They share a history, then yes,
Historically, they've both been used the same way.
sure, okay.
My question would be, what does that have to do with anything in the context of anything?
Sure.
Like,
So
I don't understand why you're asking that
that's fair.
at all.
So the reason I'm asking that question is because when I was defining the two, I was identifying the commonality of the creation of an identity group to raise us up at the detriment of them, right? That's like the fundamental core that both phrases share. The history of the use of both is different. The reason I'm asking this question is because Prime seems to define these terms based on the history of their usage as opposed to what the purpose of the terms are used today. I think the purpose of the terms used today are much more important than how the terms happen to be used in the past. Just like, if we were living, in 1936 Germany, and I was walking with a swastika around, and someone was like, "Oh, that's a swastika. That means the Nazi Party." No. I'm actually a big Hindu fan, and this is just like a Hindu flag. Well, no, like depending on depending contemporary usage matters, right? That's what matters. What's the purpose of you using the statement? Why are you using the statement now? And when you have people using black power now to justify things like President Biden, right, the president of America, explicitly saying that he will choose a black woman vice president, that he will choose a black woman Supreme Court or a black woman Supreme Court justice, specifically targeting race as his merits for choosing high-level cabinet positions, I think that is absolutely goes to my core definition.
Same with his.
Well,
Sure, I think that I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I think that absolutely comes to my shared definition here of the creation of an identity group to raise us up at the detriment of them.
But hold on.
So,
Lactoid,
real fast, like, can you really help me just contextualize this a little bit? What groups, official organizations, representatives of organizations within this realm of black power that you're seeing, where have you seen this for you to come to this conclusion?
I'll give you an example right now. I got one.
You're not Lactoid. I'm
I
asking
don't
him
give a shit.
directly.
I'm going to give you the answer anyway.
No, because
July of
no.
2016,
Can you mute this man?
I'm not.
Ryan?
I'm jumping in here. The Black Hebrew, what is it? The Black Hebrew Israelites burned down 6 churches and basically did it because they were trying to do everything he just said. So there's plenty of black nationalist organizations that are violently trying to do this, and so it's not just Joe Biden or like specifically picking on merits. It's that there is a black nationalist identity that is sitting here going, and it's a violent one, which is the same sort of thing that is a white power identity, which is a repression through violence.
So Lactoid, what have you seen to come to this conclusion? Because you're suggesting that, oh Lord, we're going to the Google machine too. That flashbang was crazy.
Well, I'm finding the specific Pew Research stats because there's some stats I recall.
No, but I'm not talking about I'm not talking about statistics here. I'm talking about what you have physically seen, because you alluded to the assertion that Joe Biden made these certain determinations, like picking Kamala Harris, like picking Justice Ketanji Jackson Brown, because of these identity groups. Like, who are these groups that you've seen that make you come to that conclusion?
Black people. This is why I was looking up the Pew Research, right? Like when you look. Yeah. So when you look
help me understand. So
I'm trying. So it's about how the people perceive their race in America today. So only 15% of white people in America see their race as extremely important or very important to their sense of identity. Among black people, it's 74%, right? And the percentage of extremely important among white people is only 5%. And the percentage of black people who's extremely important is 52%, right? The NAACP has been just recently, of course, on Twitter, has been recently continuing to peddle the Mike Brown myth that was disproven by Obama's FBI, that he was killed, hands up, don't shoot. This is being pushed for a racial narrative that black people are being targeted by the police. A lot of people have misconceptions about black people being targeted by the police that is fueled by these narratives that are simply inaccurate. And so what I'm trying to say is that when people say black power, the intention of that statement, the intention of the goal of organizations who put this forward, or the people who get together and chant this phrase, who put forward this phrase, is to build some kind of ethnic consensus, is to build a cohesion of an identity group of blackness, and to try to push this blackness. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking pull it, but I mean, there is like Prime, like you have a show called All Black Everything. Like this absolutely is like an identity group that is important to you to some extent. Like this absolutely is like an idea of like blackness as a concept is absolutely important to black people in a way that whiteness is simply not, with except to the Klan, right? The Klan they really care about their identity.
That is. Why do you
So
think that is?
this is what I'm trying to say, right? This is why I brought up the historical example, like the historical counterexample, which is that what you're simply saying is that yes, like white power and black power, they're identical in their principle, but mine's justified because of the historical oppression of black people at the hands of America, as opposed to the lack of historical oppression that came towards white people from International Jewry or America or any other organization. And what you're saying is that racial identitarianism is justified through adversity and oppression. And this racial identitarianism, there's a level of like preferential treatment and a level of revenge that's justified as long as the history proves us right. And the reason why we brought up South Africa and Zimbabwe and Haiti is these are examples, historical examples, where arguably there was oppression, right? And then the revanchism, the revenge that came following this was awful. And it was evil. And this came from the same concept that black power is being used in America today, right? We've already have like a lot of people advocating for reparations, like the forced expropriation of money from racial groups that did do nothing wrong, and to give it to black people, right? This is a evil, and this is being pushed by the same people chanting black power.
I have a question.
Before you do that,
I'd love to ask this point, please.
But before you do that,
all right,
like
all right.
blackness and whiteness don't work the same way, right? That's another thing. Blackness and whiteness don't work the same way. Blackness is an identity created out of that oppression. Blackness in of itself is that created out of that oppression. So black people can't forget their oppression. That's the thing about whiteness. White people get to forget about it. They don't have to interact with their whiteness all the time. So of course you get those results when you this is not a new thing that you're saying about how white people feel about their whiteness, because white people don't interact with it because it's invisible to them, right?
It's a
they
luxury.
just look
It's
at
a
what's
privilege.
normal in the world, right? And that's normal just happens to be white, but they don't really interact with it until they see the other. That's the only time where it actually matters. So that's not a surprise. And you're talking about a group in America, which had its black people, which had its roots stripped from themselves. So these people, like our friend Joe, I think he's original black.
Oh
black
God!
But he does. But Joe doesn't for sure know all the places that his ancestors came from. We don't know that, and because you don't have that original identity, all you have is black in this country. And that works differently than how it works in South Africa and how it works in Zimbabwe. I don't know the histories there. If they got their freedom from a violent revolution, then that does change the history and how they view themselves in relation to Europeans than it does with Black Americans here, which is why I kept asking about the details, because those details matter.
I gave you details, and I gave you details of the Haitian Revolution.
Yeah, I know, and the details here. My point is that this history of Black Americans is very specific, right, and not widely applicable to other histories, to people in other histories. They're so different. Right, Black people are a collection of all these other individuals, but their identity is stripped, and so that blackness, that idea of blackness, how important it is in response to the oppression. Redheads, the reason why redheads might look at themselves as any sort of a group is because they've faced an oppression. Once you oppress a group for a trait, then they start looking at that trait as important, because it is. Because that's the thing. Because of that trait is why they experience violence. Because of that trait, they have lack of access to resources. Because of that trait, the children aren't safe. So, of course, Black people are going to think of their blackness a lot more than white people are going to think of their whiteness. These aren't the same. There you go. You go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so Lactoid, it's very clear to me that there's certain political expressions among Black people, and I guess in particular Black Americans, that you find intolerable. I think it's very clear, and you articulated that pretty clearly. I guess my question to you then is, why do you think those type of political expressions among Black Americans exist, and what do you think could be done to alleviate those type of political expressions and attitudes?
I mean, shifting a culture overnight is an incredibly momentous task, right? Like
Wait,
I am but one person.
before you continue, why did you use the term culture there?
Because I think a lot of these opinions are being motivated by some like most political opinions. Like I would put this within the realm of culture, right?
You think it's large enough to call it a culture?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Okay, yeah, keep going. Just want to make sure I
Sure.
understand it.
Right. And so I think that there are within America, right, there are political positions that I largely disagree with. I think that the racial identitarianism is one of them. And I think racial identitarianism is particularly prevalent amongst Black people compared to white people. And I think that among Black culture, there is like a sort of racial identitarianism that is more fervent, I suppose, than among white people and among even among other groups. I mean, other groups have higher rates of racial identitarianism than white people do, but all of it's not good. And Black people have the most racial identitarianism.
Why do you think that is, though? That was my question.
So again, historically, there could be many reasons for it. I don't deny that, like in the past, this is why you missed this earlier, Joe, but we were talking about whether or not Black culture itself is systemic racism, which I think arguably it might be, right? Like the toxic elements of Black culture may have gotten going because of some kind of adversity or oppression faced. But now it's like an autoimmune disorder, right? You've removed the virus, but the immune system's still attacking the body, right? The negative elements of the culture are still ongoing despite the fact that the oppression's been removed. I don't think that white people are targeting Black people right now in any way that would justify the term Black culture. But maybe you might call this cultural right.
You might this disease that infects Black people in particular.
You might call this like cultural trauma or like generational trauma. I don't really.
Trauma is I'm not following.
Potentially, right? I don't really care about the semantics.
I said I'm not following. I'm not following you right now. I don't know how we got to.
Sure, I'll explain.
Generational trauma, and then the idea that generational trauma is disease. We can move on from that because
no. I'll explain myself right there.
No, it's fine.
I don't want to move on because you're not understanding it. I want to explain it to you.
No, the question that I have for you, because you're kind of saying the same thing, which I understand. I recognize that you believe that there is a disease, cultural trauma, something that exists among Black people that causes them to express themselves politically in this particular manner. And you go as far as to say to express that culture in that way as well. With all that being said, which I understand that position, I don't really care about the nuance. The question I have for you is then, like, what is the cure to this disease among Black Americans that you see? What's this cure to this disease of the culture?
It would be combating racial identitarianism wherever you go. It would be doing
How do we do that exactly?
Come on a Prime panel and argue against it. That's what I can do about it. I can advocate against the racial identitarianist policies. I can argue against people who want to like take solidarity in the fact that they happen to share race with somebody. I can argue against them. I can explain why they're an individual. I can explain why it's important to express your individuality. I can explain also. We can get into that stuff, right? But of course, I'm not going to be able to end it overnight because I am but one person.
Sure. So then, how do you think, if you were to advocate for this at a level in a political manner, how would you, like, let's say you're the president of the United States, what's the political narrative that you're setting to the American people about this disease of Black culture and how to cure it?
Well, it'd be the disease of racial identitarianism more broadly. And the first thing I would do is any college that gets federal funds, assuming that we would keep them, they wouldn't be able to take race into consideration.
Would that go as far as terms as their acknowledgement? So would that include the erasure of the idea of historical Black colleges and institutions?
They can still exist, but they wouldn't be able to like give and I don't believe HBOs do this, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
no, I'm asking, in your framework, can they even acknowledge that they are historically black college and institutions? You know what
Sure,
I'm saying?
and they would be able to, and this is where two values of this.
How?
I'll explain. Right, this is where two values of mine kind of come into conflict. Right, where I'm against racism and racial identitarianism on a personal level, but I'm also very much in favor of freedom of expression and freedom of association. So I think people have a right to be racist and a right to form their own little racial communes if they want to, even though I wish they didn't, and I would argue against them. Right, even if I don't like what they're doing, that doesn't mean I can stop them, but I will argue against them. So will I argue against HBCUs? Potentially, right? Sure. Am I going to like legally stop them from existing? No. They can continue to say what they want, as long as they're not taking federal money.
Well, I guess that's where I'm confused here, in that it seems like even within your position as president, you wouldn't go to the steps necessary to remove something from a community of people that you define yourself as a disease. That seems strange to me. It's like saying, hey, your culture, black people, is a disease. It's something due to a lot of reasons that I don't really want to get into nuance wise, but you have the right to have this disease affect your community, affect your culture. And even though this racial identitarianism is something I'm directly against, I'm not going to take the steps necessary to get rid of that thing. Is that your position?
Yeah, sometimes the cure is worse than the disease.
So then why even be against it in the first place if you're not willing to take the steps to stop it?
Because
What's the utility then?
Sure, because the cure being worse is what I'm talking about, is the force, the coercion being used by the government here to force people into doing something they don't want to do. I am perfectly free to express my opinions and convince people to come to the light, right? I think that's a good thing to do. And I'm not infringing upon anybody's rights by doing so. I would be infringing upon their rights if I used the force of the government to come stop them from being able to speak freely. That's the difference. So no, just because I'm against something, like, surely you agree with this, Joe. There's sometimes people say racist things, but you're not in favor of having the government come arrest people who say racist things, are you?
No, I agree with it. I think there are
Great.
certain steps where if somebody crosses a line of political speech, that we ought to infiltrate and arrest them.
Okay, but if you used a certain line there is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Let's say somebody just says something.
No, I would clearly define what those lines are legislatively, and if you cross that line legislatively, I would act out the state. I'm for the state in this context.
Sure.
I'm not against the state.
You would agree with me that
again, that's getting very far away from what I was trying to directing you about.
I'm going to ask a few questions. I'm going to ask a few questions
I'll ask
now.
Very directly. I'll ask
I've answered multiple questions. I just want to ask. No. I was in the middle of the question. You cut me off.
Conclusion.
I know. I've already explained myself. You would agree with me that a white person calling a black person the N-word on the internet, this is probably a bad thing, right?
No. Why is it a bad thing?
I have to think. I'm going to come up with a different example because that one caught me off guard.
What makes it bad? No. I'll ask you. What makes it bad?
So, I would assume that it would be denigrating somebody based on their race.
How?
By calling them the N-word.
But how does that? How?
So my understanding is the N-word is a slur in which, like, it's got connotations of insult attached to it. Like it's a negative pejorative for black people. And so when you call a black person the N-word, it's insulting. Am I wrong about that?
It can insult some people. It doesn't affect others. But by and large,
you might have a pretty base, like too base for me, opinion here. Actually, I don't know how to handle this. This is pretty wild.
Short-circuiting the brain.
It is. It's short-circuiting the brain.
Awkward silence, but I guess.
Yeah, I'll think of a different example. Let's say you have somebody who says,
you have the pass now.
Yeah, apparently. Let's say you have. Hold on, Gibbs. Hold on. Let's say
to be clear about how I feel, words alone do not suggest that somebody is harmful, right? So that's why when I talked about particular thresholds, just by somebody saying a word, there's a lot of jujitsu you're trying to do here to suggest that they're trying to do something harmful. That's why, for instance, certain expressions in your yard are legal. I went down this road with Grimace where he believes that burning a cross in your yard is not racist. We've already litigated that. However, if you burned a cross in your yard and said no N words are allowed in my yard, then we're reaching a point of okay, we can definitely see that there's something not okay there. And we went down this road with him on ABE as an example years ago at this point.
So
I think
wait, hold
that
on.
might have some merit there on that point.
No, wait.
Burning the cross thing.
Yeah,
Like,
sure.
that might have some merit.
Hold on. I'll make it very specific. Just a white person calls a black person the N-word with the specific intent on insulting them. Is this like, I'm not saying it should be illegal. Is it just bad? Should the white person refrain from such behavior?
So we know explicitly. So we read minds now that we just know that this person is just, they know that they're doing this in a way that's harmful. How do we know this?
I would hire you as my attorney, Joe.
I'm asking you a question that's like pretty fucking simple here, and you're
saying,
me being your attorney have to do that?
Well, because in law,
you're loading a hypothetical.
In law and common sense, we can't read minds, but we can still determine intent based on context, right? So if I were to go up to a black person on the street and yell, "F you, you stupid N-word," a reasonable person, someone of reasonable mind, could look at that and say, I think Lactoid was hurling a racist slur. I think he was trying to be racist right there. I think he was trying to insult somebody based on his race. That's the intent that I'm reading into this.
Okay, what happens to the person that doesn't know the difference between nigga and and their whole life they thought nigga was So then they go to their black friends and say, "What's up, my Are they somebody that's trying to insult them?"
Again, that context might be a little bit different, and if the person explains themselves afterwards, like, "Oh, I wasn't." You're right. It matters on the explanation. It matters on the explanation and the context. But
in yours, we have to read them. We read the mind of the person, and by reading that mind, then we can come to that conclusion. You see how what I explained, what you articulate is different here?
Prime, you can't possibly agree with this. You can't possibly agree with this. I come on here and yell the N-word at you. Oh, I don't really know, man.
I think that we can use contextual clues.
Well, lay it out this way. Like in Prime, right?
Okay.
Let's say, not to include you, Aiko Rich, I'm so sorry. Let's say Aiko throughout his entire existence, right? He just thought it was ER. And he just thought that. And then he contextualized his existence that this is how I knew the word as. So when I heard other people saying this, I thought it was just dialect. I thought it was just a regional dialect of changing it as that. But that dialect isn't mine, so that's how I say it. That...
But what you're doing,
one, would you believe that? And two, would you find it insulting?
I mean, he's South African family. I feel like I would have figured it out. But if
they have a different word over there,
yeah. But if that happened, right, and he gave me that explanation, I'm
describing my mother, by the way. Just to really load this to make it a little bit weirder. My mother didn't know nigga and ER had a difference, and she genuinely believed that.
Yeah, I mean, you're asking, you're putting in more context. It's to say I believe is a different thing, right? Because then that takes in, how much do I know Aiko, right? I think I know him pretty well at this point. And so if he said to me, well, actually, I wouldn't believe him because I know him pretty well at this point. I know he knows the difference, actually. But
I have family members who don't know the difference.
Jesus Christ, guys! We can add a little bit of context, maybe that can help us get over this little hump. At the end of that, where this white person goes up to a black person and yells, "F you, you stupid N-word," right? Also, there's a comparison to a monkey at the end of it as well, too. Okay, that's also added. And then there's the statement, "I want to deport you back to Africa." Okay. Now I know you could probably say, "Well, what if he never read what a monkey is on a textbook, so he doesn't really know, and then maybe he doesn't know where Africa is, and he thinks it's just like a neighborhood or restaurant or something."
Africa is heaven.
Maybe and then we get to XYZ, and there's no way to truly know. How can you read his mind? He wasn't trying to plan a terrorist attack. He was just trying to like chart his way down to like fucking Olive Garden, and he was using the wrong words. But you're right. It's possible. Within the realm of possibility, it's theoretically possible. But is it reasonable? Is it reasonable? Come on.
So
Come
what
on,
was
Joe.
the original? So like there was a question that you wanted to get to before this thing. If you want to just go back to that real quick.
I'm
'Cause it
just
seemed
trying
like
to.
you expected me to answer something a particular way. I didn't, and now we're here.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
mean,
trying to establish.
I'm okay with being here, but
I'm
I
just
want to
trying
make
to.
sure you articulate.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to establish that there are things that are bad that you might not think should be illegal, but you could still say they're bad. You shouldn't do that. But you wouldn't criminalize it. You wouldn't send the cops after somebody who did it. We can think of examples, right?
Like drone striking people on the border.
No, Gibbs, shut up.
So if President Lactoid saw that that black, let's say black culture, let's say black people, the population of black people decreased to a point where in your administration's lifetime they would no longer exist, and your administration came to you and proved definitively through using data and research that the reason why this is happening is because the apathy towards the disease of racial identitarianism, by an extension black culture, you would do nothing and just allow black people to just eradicate themselves? Because you said people are free to do things that you deem undesirable, but
Yeah.
it sounds like in the face of black culture being a disease in your eyes, you would do nothing to try to intervene to make sure that they exist. That's what it sounds like to me. Unless you don't believe that, unless you believe that there's a level of intervention necessary, if you see that black culture is a disease so much so that it's causing members of that own community to die or lose life or cause some type of harm. But it sounds like you don't want to intervene. Am I understanding?
Yeah, I generally have a principle of non-intervention, like unless it's absolutely necessary. But
so what?
I can't help but pointing out that you didn't answer my question. Do you think there are certain circumstances where something is bad that you should not send the cops over to stop?
No.
Everything bad, the cops have to go stop.
Probably. It's their job, right, to stop bad things. What's the determinant of bad too? By the way, if you want to, like, we can walk through that if you'd like.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I know, brick meat wall, crazy, right? So, like, I'm just trying to understand where you're at here, and it seems like, in the face of black culture erasing themselves off the face of the planet, your idea, if you were president of the United States, is to do nothing. But then you say to a certain threshold. So, like, now it's like, okay, where's that threshold? Is it 80%, 90, 10? Like, where's that for you?
When you say eradicating themselves, what specific mechanism are you referring to?
Black identitarian culture, and by extension, black culture, is causing the black population to decline, and your administration can prove that using data and research.
How is it causing it to decline?
By them losing. Your administration comes to you and says the black population, because of racial identitarianism and by extension black culture, black people will no longer exist in your administration's lifetime. So from 4 to 8 years. They see it, they give you the data, they show you the trajectory.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, as you as president, it seems like you would still do nothing.
Right. I would not do
But
anything.
then you mentioned that there's an idea of a threshold. So now, since you introduced the idea of a threshold,
no.
What would be the threshold for you to intervene?
No. It wouldn't be a threshold to intervene. It would depend on the mechanism. Like what is the reason why they're lowering in population?
Which I just said. Racial identitarianism, extension.
Yeah, but racial identitarianism is an idea. Like, what is the idea doing that's leading to the loss of black people?
Are they stabbing themselves?
Are they shooting each other? Are they not breeding?
They're dying. They are dying. Why does the context of how they die matter?
Well, the reason why it matters is because what you're doing, I don't think you're doing it intentionally, actually. But what you're repeating right now is a white nationalist talking point about white genocide, right? The white population is decreasing. We got to do something. Well, why is it decreasing? Because white people are just choosing not to have kids. So that's not, obviously, I'm not going to go force people to have kids. Like, if there's murderers shooting each other, I will arrest the murderers, right? But like, you got to give me the mechanism of action.
I'm saying definitively that people are dying, and now you're reaching to something else.
Well, now you're saying they're dying.
I said it
No, you said the population was decreasing before. Now they're dying. How are they
And then I
dying?
said they would no longer exist in your lifetime. I also talked about death. They are dying.
How are they dying?
Why? And then I ask, why does that matter? And now it seems like you don't
Because
want to engage with
because the mechanism of action changes like my intervention. If people are shooting each other, I would send the cops to go arrest murderers. If there's like, I don't know, if there's some like virus that's like, causing people to bleed out their eyes and like vomit up their guts and die, then we had to find the cure to the virus. What are you talking? Like, what specific mechanism is killing them?
Let's say they're racial identitarianism and their black culture is causing them not to eat. And by virtue of them not eating, they are dying. Would you intervene?
People have a right not to eat. I'm not going to force them to eat.
Damn. All right. Okay. I respect the honesty. So if their racial identitarianism and black culture is causing them to come to the conclusion that they no longer need food, and that's causing them to die to a point where they no longer exist in your administration's lifetime, and your administration comes forth with this data, you as the president would have no desire to act politically to try to help them?
Hold on. I would act politically. I would go and like talk to them and say, hey, you should probably eat some shit. Like, you're dying. What the fuck, right? I would try to reach them on a personal level, but I'm not about to have like the fucking Stasi come force sandwiches down their throat. That's not happening.
Interesting.
Okay.
Wait, would you force them to eat? Like, would you put like food tubes down their throat, like physically, and be like, "You're eating today," or like?
But you don't have to. All right. Well, hold on, but that's the thing. I was about to ask Lightoid. What if they're not eating? Right, the black politics are causing them to not eat because of a protest. Because conditions in America are so awful that it's causing them to say, like, well, this is our, a food strike or whatever it's called, hunger strike, right? Yeah, we were doing a mass by the millions hunger strike because the situation is intolerable. Would you still do nothing?
If what they're describing is actually intolerable, like if there's some kind of rights violation occurring, I would remedy that if I had the power to. But
Okay.
but I'm not about to let people use their own lives to take me hostage by like try to force some kind of like inequitable or wrong scenario.
They're not.
Yeah.
Hostage,
Well, again, like
protest.
people have a right to not eat. Like I'm not going to monitor people's diet.
Yeah, but do you think that like, hey, because the situation is so serious that they're willing and able and are taking their own lives by this hunger strike, that you as the president, you should intervene in the situation. Whoever intervening, I don't even asking what.
And administration's coming to you as this as an issue where it's like,
yeah,
yo, these black people are serious. Like,
yeah, I would hear them out. I would see what the concern is. I would see if it makes sense to address the concern or not, and I would treat it like anything else.
Okay.
And what if it doesn't make sense to address what doesn't make sense?
I want to die on this hill real quick. I don't care what the scenario is. You can absolutely not sit here and tell me there's any relative good that's going to come from, hey, we're going to start forcing people to physically eat. Like, if they want to go on a hunger strike, I like, there is, like, you can't tell me that the government is within their rights to come in and be like, hey,
we
buddy,
agree.
come here, boy. Like, is that what you say? Like, okay.
We agree. We didn't go against that. We're saying,
okay,
instead of that, address the issue. If they're hunger striking for a reason, let's address the issue rather than trying to force them to eat. Yeah, but go ahead, Joe.
No. It's like Lactoid said, like he made pretty clear that he's okay with them dying, but it also seems like
I'm not okay with them dying. Like, I don't like the fact they're dying.
You can see how there's no difference in.
I mean, it's not like you said.
Of course, there's a difference. Of course, there's a difference.
Raise a death tax specifically for these people, so that as they die, their like wealth went to the government. It's not like you said that.
No, I'm not targeting anybody.
The thing that's so interesting to me for you and the political identity is you're really strapped to the point of freedom in a way that's really strange. In that, on one hand, you'll say that like an entire community of people, in this case black people, whether you are overtly saying this or not, have some disease within them. In this case, you frame it as racial identitarianism. But at the same time, like, if that racial identitarianism is causing a vast problem within their own community, you wouldn't address it. Like, you wouldn't address the the cause in the
With-
case you would identify it. I just don't understand that.
Not
like,
with force, no.
but I understand you keep saying not with force, but it doesn't seem like even of substance you would want to address it at all. You would just say that these people are free to express themselves however they see fit. So I don't know what you like. If you keep alluding to this idea of force, and I guess like no one's disagreeing that we shouldn't bring force upon to other people, but then you're like alluding to this idea that there's something softer out there, and I just want to understand what that
There
actually
is. I described it, like talking to people, trying to convince people over to, hey, you should probably go eat because you're dying, right? You shouldn't starve to death. You should abandon racial identitarianism. It's bad for you. It's a bad ideology. It's fundamentally unjustified. It leads to bigotry. It leads to hatred. You should instead focus on other things. You should become a libertarian, right? That's what I would argue. But I mean,
then
that's
if
going
that
to
doesn't
be.
work and they die, fuck them. Like that's the part.
Well, no. If that doesn't work, what am I supposed to
your nice
do?
words don't
Force them?
work.
Like, what am I supposed to do? If that doesn't work, force a sandwich in their mouth? What do I do?
You could probably alleviate their conditions. No, like,
When you say alleviate their conditions, what does that mean? What are they asking for here?
well, if we're getting out of this hypothetical and in reality a little bit, it seems like Black Americans, and particularly American descendants of slaves, have a very particular injustice claim towards the government, some of which has been researched and substantiated. And because of that research and substantiation, that's led to some policies, albeit like I would probably disagree with some of them, but there are different local initiatives of that. But it seems like a part of this that's missing is that it doesn't seem like it just doesn't seem like to me for you that you are willing to alleviate the conditions that lead to somebody having dire consequences. Like you mentioned that you were against reparations and then alluded to this idea that like it's like people taking money away from white people when
Not just white people, but other groups. I said.
Sure, but predominantly white people because you framed it in the idea that it's racist because of that. But in reality, when we even look at the reparation movements broadly, they're saying pretty clearly that American descendants of slaves have a particular history and lineage in the United States that's causing generational after effects that they're affected by, and it's the government's duty to redress these things because that's their responsibility.
Let me ask this then, because I'm not. So what? Like, let's just for funsies here. Let's just say they grant reparations. And it can be whatever number you want. You can just pick it, and the reparations are granted to you, right? And you get exactly what you're asking for. Because that seems to be the thing you're kind of sticking on here. Uh, what's going to be what I feel like is going to happen? And I said this on the very first Prime panel that I was ever on when this topic came up. Is it's going to be people like me that are going to pop up next. And we're going to do basically, we're going to be carpetbaggers. I'm going to come in there and be like, oh, what are y'all going to do with these new money y'all have? And it's going to be, I'm going to come in there and be like, oh, well, why don't y'all need business services? And I'm going to go in there. And I know these people are not as financially literate because most of them have been low economic. And then you're just going to give the money right back to the people, except it'll be a new group of like predominantly white people or new groups of other people that are going to come in there and take advantage of these communities because there's not the financial education. Unless you're by your reparations, you're saying you want some multifaceted form of education system that's financial education along with money. I don't see what because I feel like what's going to happen based off just everything you're describing. The next line of thought is okay. Well, we're still have this identity claim whenever we've already talked about earlier the statistics showing that even if you're in the top whatever percentile and you're of an African American, specifically of the group that you're talking about, they seem to the next generation they have a higher chance of being in a poverty rate than compared to immigrants. So what's going to be the excuse then whenever this money is spent improperly? Like, let me just ask that: you got another excuse, or what's going to happen? What's going to be the reasoning then? Are you going to argue? Because that's kind of where I feel like a lot of people have an issue with the reparations claim. Like I personally don't, because I'm going to be the one getting rich off it. But like,
okay, and to be clear, that's not what was stated, right? But
I mean, I'm asking though because that's kind of what he's saying.
I'm just letting Joe understand. Lactoid bar statistic that says that people, Black Americans in the highest like wealth quintile, are more likely to go to a lower quintile,
The lowest
than
quintile.
the lowest quintile, excuse me, than white Americans of the highest quintile.
No,
right?
no, of white Americans in
And
the second lowest quintile.
then the second lowest quintile. Okay. And then separately, we were talking about how black immigrants do better economically. It wasn't a comparison between black Americans in the highest quintile or white and black Americans in the highest quintile and black immigrants in the highest quintile. That didn't happen. To be clear.
I'll give an example of redress, and maybe Gibbs can parse out where he might disagree with this. Let's say that every child born starting in 2026 gets a set amount of money per year set aside into a trust fund that they gain access to on their 18th birthday. The amount given is substantive based upon where they exist in the income tax bracket, from 0 all the way to $1 million and above. As you get higher up, that when you get closer to 0, that amount becomes larger. Is that something that you would support as a matter of redress to assist American
Oh, you asking
descendant
me?
slaves?
The argument that I'm making is I would be willing. This is the same argument I made with the border, right? Is like I would be willing to like make a compromise, right? I'd even give you give like somebody what they wanted. I mean, personally, even in this scenario, like I said, based because of what my business I do, business sales, I'd benefit from like what I think reparations would benefit me financially, right? So like when I wouldn't necessarily even be opposed to what you're suggesting. My issue that I have going forward is that if this doesn't fix the idea of the problem, like quote unquote, or like doesn't show long term financial growth, or like actually pull people out of poverty, or doesn't show the things that these groups are advocating that they want to change, which is what you were saying you want alleviate the issue. What is going to be the reason for that? Like, let's just say hypothetically, what are we going to do then? Like, are we going to try something else, or are we going to just say, okay, we cut our losses? What like is because I could easily see someone like being nefarious to go, we're going to give you exactly what you want. And then once that doesn't work, or it does, like if it does work, great. But if it doesn't work, they're like, well, we already tried, so we're never trying anything again. So do you, what's like, what do you think is going to happen here? Do you think that's going to cause this problem to be fixed? Because I don't see the statistically that is going to fix the problem.
I think there's going to be some type of mutual understanding of that. Just because the government gives something does not necessarily mean that's of substance. So it's a responsibility of the government to make sure that they are presenting an actual solution to alleviate the conditions. And that's up to the people receiving that thing to be in collaboration with each other. Like, reparations isn't just this matter of giving people checks and then saying that we're done. It's keeping the thumb on the tab to make sure that this redress is happening. But I'll ask again, I laid out a very clear aspect of reparations that those like Sandy Darity lay out, which is the idea of baby bonds. And it's not baby bonds for American descendants of slaves, it's baby bonds for all Americans. And it doesn't, I didn't get really hear an answer from you as to if that was something that you would oppose or support. I mean, I can say it again if you want.
I mean, well, I'm of two minds. I mean, initially, I was like, I've been pretty open that my main goal is economic benefit to myself, and that's been my pretty main goal, my main political philosophy. So if I could see here and see the numbers to where it would benefit me financially, I would not be opposed. That's pretty much how my philosophy has always been. I
So
feel like that's fairly consistent.
let's say you're the president of the United States, and a group of white individuals come together and they say that these baby bonds are disproportionately giving a lot of money to black people. And despite the fact that it's framed in a way that's for all Americans, it's disproportionately giving more money to black people than white people. What would you say to that?
Well, I'm going to take a look at, like, once again, I guess I couldn't legally save my finances, but I would look at my family and how they're benefiting, and my friends, and if they're benefiting from it, that's tough tits for them because I'm all about
As
some
the
nepotism.
as the president of the United States?
Yeah, I absolutely would do that. It's called looking out for numero uno.
All right.
Lactoid?
Yeah, I don't have time to like go over a whole like reparations discussion and the details. I'm already a little bit past time. I just wanted to end and just say that just so we're absolutely clear, you can change the race in the hypothetical, the like, oh, they're all half of them are starving hypothetical, and my answer would be the same every time, right? Like if like a big group of white people came to me, and the half of them were starving because they demanded like, we want slavery now, or we're all gonna starve. We're just gonna starve, and then we're all gonna die. They're not getting slavery, and I'm not gonna force food into them, and they might die, and I hope they don't. I would argue them out of trying to be pro-slavery, but if they happened if I was not able to convince them, and they chose not to eat, and then they died, then that's on them, right? It's their choice whether or not to eat. But anyway, I just want to make sure it's not just one race that I would not concede to for the purposes of starving. It's all races, again, because I don't see race, as I've told Prime. Everybody's a beige, kind of weird. You're all the same to me. Yeah, really appreciate you having me on, Prime. Thank you all,
Yeah.
the rest of you, for talking to me.
Thank you, friend, for coming on and like having this very long conversation with me. I know we see the world differently. I think there's room to build bridges here. But I feel like we run into similar problems every time. And sometimes it makes me doubt myself because I'm like, is it just a matter of perspective? Like if I was born in your shoes, would I see the world in the exact same way that you do now? I don't know. But I hope that the more we talk about this, and we will definitely talk about this again at some point in time, that maybe we can come to some sort of consensus here. Because I don't think you're a bad person, to be very clear. In case anyone else thought that out there, I don't think you're a bad person at all. It's just that we see this world very, very differently. But yeah, fair enough then.
Yeah, I love pushback. It's good shit. Yeah, you can find me on Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Catch you later.
I'll go with one. Yeah. So does anyone else want to say anything else on this?
No. Lacroix's not a bad person, but irresponsible person for the motorcycle. Absolutely, 100%.
Extremely irresponsible. He's gonna get himself killed. That's where we hope to be wrong there.
I'm
But
confused.
yeah, do you want to say anything, Joe? We can wrap it up then.
I don't know.
All right, everybody. Yeah, I am well past my bedtime. We got this was quite the heated discussion today. It's race. It's always going to be heated. But I actually had to do my very first ban on the chat today. I think I've banned like spammers before, but this is the first time I've actually had to ban somebody who just wouldn't chill. So if you're still hearing this, I apologize that you got banned, but I can't be having that stuff in my chat. Twitch will get me in trouble. Sorry. I'm a big freedom of speech guy. I want people to be able to express themselves. I'm going to give you every chance in the world. A lot of people here, you can attest, I'll say, hey, don't do that. Don't say this, delete your messages. And people are normally really good at just saying like, okay, I get it. That's, I'll talk around that because of the moderation here on Twitch. And, but holy shit. Yeah, that one guy just couldn't stick within the TOS. So, and so that happened, unfortunately. But we got fantastic viewership, which is always awesome. You guys are all incredible, and the chat was incredibly good. A lot of great chatters, a lot of good points being made. Really appreciate all you. I'm gonna go ahead and raid on out. We're gonna raid on out into Prime as long as he's streaming. He was kind enough to have us, and this can be I know he's not mad at me, but just debates get heated sometimes. But he's a good guy. So sorry, one quick thing. This Wednesday, we have a discussion that we're going to be streaming on Wick about lobbying. It's more of a discussion about the power of lobbying in the United States and what rules should be around it. And then next week, the week after that, the week after this coming Wednesday, so next Wednesday, we're going to be doing a panel on, and then obviously we got the Monday panel, but then on Wednesday, we're going to be doing a panel on conservatism. Specifically, Connor is upset that people are calling him not a real conservative, so we're going to be discussing whether or not he's a real conservative. And that's going to be on Lethe Waterkai's panel. So a lot of good stuff coming up. As always, appreciate the support, and we'll right on out. Appreciate it.
Because it gets a rise out of them. But